Evald Vasilyevich Ilyenkov, 1924–1979. Selected Works Volume I. Index. Cosmology of the Spirit, 1950. Thesis on the question of the interconnection between philosophy and natural and social knowledge in the process of its development. Historical, 1954. Ancient Dialectic as a Form of Thought, 1965. Of Idols and Ideals, 1968. Dialectic of the Ideal, 1975. The Concept of the Abstract Object, Ideal, 1968. The Concept of Ideal, 1977. Cosmology of the Spirit, 1950. The original, posthumous 1988, in Nauka I Religia. From the translation, Cosmology of the Spirit, Stasis, Volume 5, Number 2, 2017, Giuliano Vivaldi. Spanish translation from English and notes, look. Without committing any crime against the axioms of the materialist dialectic, we can maintain that matter continually possesses knowledge and thinks about himself same. This, of course, does not mean that matter, in each one of its particles and at each moment, possesses the ability to think and actually think about itself. This is valid only in reference to matter as a everything, as substance, infinite in time and space. The matter, with a need inherent to its nature, constantly engenders thinking creatures, constantly plays, here and there, an organ of thought, the thinking brain. And by virtue of the infinity of space, this organ always exists in its present, in every finite moment of time and in any fold of infinite space. Or, in another way, in each finite point of space, here, by virtue of the infinity of time, the thought will be realized sooner or later, if these words could be applied over time infinite, and every particle of matter, at some point in the fold of infinite time, will constitute as a part integral of a thinking brain. That is, matter thinks. Therefore, it is possible to say that, at each current moment given time, thought is a property intrinsic to matter, if at a certain point in the 8. Infinite space matter destroys an organ of the thought, a thinking brain will reproduce this organ, at another point and simultaneously, with the same imperative need. The organ through which matter thinks of itself, consequently, does not disappear in any particular moment of infinite time, and therefore this always has thought as one of its attributes constants. You can't get rid of it at any time. Moment. Furthermore, we must assume that a brain that currently thinks will always have an existence in the fold of infinite space, and here will be found simultaneously at all stages of its development, in some points in its genesis stage, in others during the phase of its decline, and in others during the peak of its development and potentiality. Matter, in its eternal cycle, moves according to laws that in their concrete stage, now here, now there, necessarily give rise to the thinking mind of beings organic. Engels, 1974, 1883, 475–76. In this sense, dialectical materialism restores, in its rational form, that simple and profound idea of Bruno and Spinoza that affirms that in the matter, taken as a whole, the development rests on its actual consummation in each finite moment of time, that all the stadiums and forms of this necessary development are found, simultaneously, currently carried out in the matter. Taken as a whole, matter does not develop, not even a single moment can lose a particular attribute, nor acquire a new one. This, of course, not only does not contradict but also it also presupposes the thesis that, in each finite sphere singular of its existence, no matter how long it may be, always there will be an active dialectical development. But what is valid for each singular and finite portion of matter? 9. Is not valid when taking the matter as a whole, to the matter understood as substance. As a substance, matter cannot be represented as a simple sum of its finite parts, and all valid theoretical principles for each of its parts cease to be valid in relation to the matter as a whole, in its great eternal circle closed in itself. In relation to each finite and separate sphere of its existence, it is true that thought arises, in continuity, of the basis of other simpler forms of existence of matter, and it does not even have to come to exist. On the other hand, other forms of matter always exist, constituting a necessary precondition and the conditions for the generation of thought. But in relation to matter, like everything, to matter understood as a universal substance, this thesis is not valid. It's just another thesis is valid. Not only thought cannot exist without matter, any materialist already knew this, including metaphysical materialists like Holbach, but neither can matter exist without thought, and this thesis can only be shared by a theory materialist and dialectical, such as the materialism of Spinoza. In the same way that there is no thought without matter, understood as substance, there is no matter either without thought, understood as an attribute. Conceive matter as a whole, as substance universal, deprived of thought as one of its attributes means conceiving it inadequately, poorer than it really is. This would mean that we would be arbitrarily omitting a necessary attribute and universal theoretical definition of matter as substance. This would mean providing a definition invalidation of matter as substance and reducing matter to a purely epistemological category. 10. Let us remember that Lenin believed that it was absolutely necessary to deepen from the knowledge of the matter to the knowledge, of the concept, of the substance, since that only in this case will it lose its meaning merely gnosiological. And although the thesis just as there is no thought without matter, there is also no matter without thought can sound strange, it is precisely in this thesis where one can find the main distinction that separates materialism dialectic, Spinoza, Engels, Lenin, of materialism mechanistic, Galilei, Newton, Hobbes, Holbach. This thesis is outside the scope of this second materialism. Mechanistic materialism understands thought solely as a product of matter, as one of its properties and, for this reason, as a property that is more or less accidental. This matter that makes evolves outside itself as a thinking brain is, for the mechanism, a pure determined accident necessarily, step by step, wherever it occurs. Engels, 1974 1883, 490. According to this perspective, it is possible that thought does not even take place, since it is only from a more or less accidental exception, of the product of a fortuitous combination of circumstances, without any prejudice to the matter in general. But, Engels asserts against this position, the truth is that it is in the nature of matter to advance in evolution of thinking beings, and this necessarily occurs wherever the conditions for it are present. Ibid, 490. And these necessary conditions are not, again, purely contingent, they create themselves with the same iron necessity than that of the universal movement itself and, consequently, matter as a whole necessarily permanently possesses the thought in its actuality, and cannot lose it even for a single singular moment of its existence in infinity time and space. 11. Consequently, if philosophy as a science will consider exclusively the universal forms, infinite, existence, and the development of matter and its scientific principles concerned only these forms, then dialectical materialist philosophy does not should contain the thesis there is no thought without matter, nor is there matter without thought. I should rather contain another thesis, which would encompass an understanding of the infinite dialectic of their relationship, because there is no thought without matter, there is no matter without thought. This thesis corresponds much more to a philosophical perspective of the issue, offering a dialectical solution and not just materialist. The next point of materialistic understanding dialectic of the problem has been little clarified, but it is a point that concerns and refers to the understanding of the thought, of thinking matter, as the form supreme, and highest, of movement and development. Thought is, without a doubt, the most highest state of universal development, it is the highest state of organizing interactions, the limit of complexity of the organization. Not only does science not know a way that would be more perfectly organized than the human brain, but that neither philosophy could admit a principle analogous, and if he admitted it he would pay the price of his own destruction and impossibility. In this case, the notion of a knowability fundamental part of the world around us would collapse, making impossible any philosophical system that does not, whether it was skepticism or a positivist form of agnosticism. If matter were somehow capable of engender a higher form of movement than the thinking brain, a form that would be located in the same fundamental relationship that this thinking brain, by which, for example, biological movement will be related to the 12. Chemical, this would mean recognizing the existence of a sphere of activity that was fundamentally unknowable by thought. In fact, this hypothetical form of development, even more perfectly organized than the thinking brain, can be related to the sphere of phenomena materials. It would be, as a historically necessary condition and historically exceeded, surpassed by development, not only of a nature that exists beyond, external and independent of thought, but also of one's own thought. This would be a form of development that only would be possible after thought and would be founded in this. In other words, the thought would have preserved in terms of supervening moment, surpassed, in terms of incidental moment and non-existent, after the way the movement chemical and mechanical of a living organism would transform into an accidental form of existence. The hypothetical laws of such a form of development could not be reduced to the laws of thought, nor deduced, that is, understood, from these laws. In other words, this form of development would fundamentally unknowable to thought but, due to its superior organization, would have dominated thought as a form of sphere in which these laws, fundamentally inconceivable, they remain elided. In this way, we would have returned to the advanced conception of Immanuel Kant, the world of phenomena, both those around us and the phenomena of thought itself, would be transformed into a form of external manifestation of a certain higher essence, according to its laws, an essence that fundamentally is, as a thing in itself, inconceivable. In other words, admitting this, we would have done any type of mysticism and evil deception possible. We would have admitted that something still exists. 13. Above nature and thought, and that this something, due to its supernatural nature, would be fundamentally unknowable and inconceivable to the thought. And it doesn't matter what name we use to call this higher form of development, this more complex form of organized movement, which is the thinking brain, in essence would be the same if it were called the essence of the idea of God, of providence, spirit of the world, etc. And this perspective, which inevitably results from assume the possibility of a form of organization of the movement of the world higher than the brain thinking, would be as idealistic as the absolute idealism of the Hegelian system, but it would differ from this one in that would necessarily assume this higher reality as something inconceivable to thought. In other words, this perspective would be the closest possible to the Kantian one. In Hegel, even if a reason is admitted suprahuman, thought is attributed the ability to develop to a level at which, without ceasing to be thought, this spirit will achieve the power to think of the world. In logic, according to Hegel, the laws of thought coincide with the laws of the absolute and are correspond with these. But this means that the thought, through a cunning path rises to the same status as the supreme reality. In summary, in the phenomenology of the spirit, thought becomes identical with the absolute, apprehending the laws that which absolute reason submits and is transformed into embodiment of this supreme reality, becoming 1. NDT, Ilyenkov is referring here to the Hegelian concept of cunning of reason, with which the German philosopher reconciles the rational end of history and the passionate and subjective. 14. A form of movement, higher and more complex than that nothing could ever be. And this understanding was a step forward compared to the Kantian conception. It is clear that admit a more form of development of the universe highly organized than thought, being interpreted materialistically or idealistically, is perfectly equivalent to the adoption of the theses of the fundamental unknowability of the world, of the laws superior to those to which its existence is subjected. Dialectical materialism, to the extent that it is not a system of scientific data interpreted in a way positivist but a philosophical system and a special science, is required to recognize, like any other system philosophical except the agnostic or the skeptic, that the thinking brain is the supreme form of organization of matter, while thought, as the ability of the brain, is also the highest level that universal matter can achieve in its gradual development. Therefore, thought is the supreme product of development of the universe. In him, in the birth of the brain thinking, universal matter reaches such a degree of perfection that from this the possibilities of a later higher development are exhausted, in terms of the complex organization of forms of movement. After this, you can only go down, through the path of the decomposition of this organization to a purely biological physiological level in the case of mental deterioration, or even more so at the level of simple chemistry in the case of physiological brain death. The up path is excluded. The matter thinking of the brain, the form of movement that emerges of thought, is the supreme and most intransgredible limit of gradual development. This is a conclusion totally necessary of any philosophical system to exception of agnosticism and skepticism. A. 15. Conclusion whose imperative necessity has been recognized by all systems of scientific philosophy, the system of Spinoza or Fichte, Hegel or Engels. The differences between materialism and idealism are expressed in another form of thought, the one that follows the interpretation of thought itself and its interaction with the material world. But all philosophical systems agree in recognizing thought as the form supreme development of the universe, because this recognition is a necessary condition of existence and development of the same philosophy. If not so, then philosophy would not establish any categorical conclusion, in fact, it could not be considered a science at all. Therefore, the thinking brain, with its ability to think, is the absolute limit of development in terms of gradual development. But the gradual nature of the development it is not the only way of development. This would lead us to a bad infinity too. On the other hand, concrete infinity has 2. NDT, Ilyenkov would define the Hegelian concept of bad infinity in the Soviet Philosophical Dictionary, Rosenthal, Iudin, 1963, as metaphysical conception of the infinity of the world, carry implicitly the idea that the same concrete properties, processes and laws of motion alternate, repeating themselves monotonous and endless manner in space and time taken in the scale you want. Applied to the structure of matter, the bad infinity means admitting the infinite divisibility of the matter in such a way that each smaller particle has the same properties that macroscopic bodies and are subordinate to the same specific laws. Regarding the structure of the universe, involves an infinite hierarchy of mechanical systems with the same properties and laws of existence. In the conception of development of nature, evil infinity presupposes recognize the existence of infinite cycles of matter with the constant return to the same starting points. The concept of evil infinity was introduced by Hegel. The existence of an infinite number of qualitatively different levels of the 16. You will remember, shape of a circle, of a great circle. He supreme product of development returns, through the on the way to its dissolution, to its most abject forms, thus connecting again to the great eternal circle of universal matter. And this colossal great circle, which has no beginning or end, a great circle in which universal matter does not lose or one of the attributes it possesses, nor does it acquire a single new attribute, compresses, into a ring shape, all the possible finite development cycles. The circular character of infinity is the only one that corresponds to the dialectical vision. The only alternative to this conception could only be an idea that included inside the idea of a beginning and an end of the universal development, a first impulse, a condition equal to itself, or things like that. Thus, thought as an attribute, and, furthermore, in its capacity as the supreme product of development universal, is included in this great eternal circle of universal matter, constantly renewing itself in its cycles. It appears as one of the links in the circle of development, as a union through which all the great circle passes, somehow, in its entirety, and with the iron necessity. In other words, the thinking brain appears as one of the necessary links, anchoring and closing the great universal circle, Vysiobchi, of cosmic matter, Morova. In the sense of gradual development, this is just the high point of the circle, followed by the return of matter to more elementary forms and previously. Structural organization of matter in each of which it has different properties and is subordinated to different laws. Specific to the movement, the qualitative transformations of matter and its general irreversible change demonstrate that it is the aforementioned conception of infinity is erroneous. 17. Overcome, biological, chemical, the burning liquid or incandescent, and the nebulous mass of celestial bodies, in the cold and undifferentiated, rarefied dust of the nebulae, in the gaseous fog of intergalactic space, in the purely mechanical translocation of particles elementals, etc. We must immediately mention a consequence important that inevitably results from recognition of this supreme form of development. Having recognized the impossibility of form superior development than thought, than the brain thinking, as a theoretically necessary condition, we are also obliged to recognize a limit by below, a lower limit below which the existence of the matter is impossible. Obviously we are far from discovering scientifically this limit. But it is necessary to accept it theoretically. Assuming that any matter organized higher and more complex than the thinking brain cannot exist due to the very nature of things, in the same way we also recognize a limit opposite, the limit of simply organized matter, the most absolutely simple form of movement, in relation to the starting point of the cycle. Of what on the contrary, it ends in an incongruity, on the one hand, assumes a limit in terms of complex matter organized and its forms of movement, while for on the other hand, when we talk about the simplification of this organized way, a limit is not assumed but rather a bad infinitude. Engels fully allows such a condition in the which every particular property of matter disappears, while only those properties remain that characterized as simple matter, with the assumption that such a condition is realized in the gaseous sphere of the nebula. All substances in this condition, he assumes Engels, they merge into pure matter as such, acting. 18. Only as matter and not according to its specific properties. Engels, 1974 1883, 522. We must add here that contemporary physics, in his attempts to reveal the simplest laws that bind space, movement, and time, arrives at the idea of a quantization of space and time, through the idea of elemental space, time, and motion quantum as a limit of divisibility that, if will cross, the objective interconditionality of movement, time, and space would disappear. A particle that in reality, and not only in abstract terms, realizes the form purest of mechanical motion, a private particle of any property other than mechanical. The term mechanics here is understood not in the sense of physics Newtonian but in the sense of the theory of relativity in its rational form, in the form of dialectic materialistic. Such a particle should be evidently recognized, a particle deprived of chemical, electrical or similar. From a philosophical and theoretical perspective, there is nothing mechanistic about this, but this is the conclusion that automatically emerges from the recognition of the supreme level of organization of the subject. A recognition of the absolutely superior form is impossible without the recognition of its opposite, the absolutely inferior, the simplest form of matter and its movement. Along with the disappearance of the atom, the chemical properties, along with the electron disappear the electrical properties of matter. In some place, obviously, there is a limit that cannot be transferred without contravening the mechanical properties, that is, the connection of simple transposition with the spatial and temporal characteristics of reality objective. This state, perhaps, materializes not in a gaseous sphere of the nebula as Engels assumed, this. 19. Gaseous sphere is probably one more stage complicated interaction, whether in the form of a field, as in the form of lower limit of commitment to organized matter, as in the form of material existence that cannot be simplified any further still, or as in the form of an absolute indifferentiation of his condition. This is the second precondition of the hypothesis. The third philosophical and theoretical prerequisite of hypothesis is the incontrovertible point according to which everything what exists deserves to perish, that each of the forms' finite existence has its beginning and its end. This condition applies to both the current solar system and the humanity that inhabits it. It is clear that at some point in the dark future of in times to come, humanity will cease to exist and eternal flow of movement of the universe, at last, will destroy and it will erase all traces of human culture. The earth itself will disperse into the dust of cosmic space and dissolve in the great eternal circle of universal matter. Before this happens, a perspective so distant which is practically indifferent to us, there will be spent millions of years, hundreds of thousands of generations who will have inhabited the earth and will have gone to their graves. But time moves inexorably towards that time in which the thinking spirit on earth fades away to be reborn again somewhere else in the world eternal universe. This is incontrovertible from any point of view. The idea that we should feel sorry for this would be so ridiculous as feeling regret about the fact that everything in the world is interrelated, that quantity is transforms into the quality, which cannot exist brainless thinking, etc. This fact, taken as such, is not the basis for an outpouring of emotion but rather a basis for understanding. 20. But although from a practical point of view this fact produces absolute indifference in us, since we can in no way influence the activities of the human life, after all, individuals are not limited to lower their arms even if they know that sooner or later will have to abandon life. From a point of view theoretically, this perspective is certainly not without interest. One cannot help but notice that, somehow or another, this problem always lies in the conscience thinking. In a naive and mystical formulation of this question, titled The Ends of Human Existence, these are presented as lofty objectives through which the thinking spirit manifests itself in the universe and through the which humanity endures so much suffering and torment. The answer, of course, has always been nuanced, ideological, and be the realization of moral objectives higher, of the moral law or, in Hegelian terms, the end of self-knowledge of the world spirit. All we know these variants. Dialectical materialism, for the first time, subordinated rationally this formulation of the question in a way which completely undoes the idea of any objective of the universe itself, solving the problem of the objective with the category of universal interaction. Humanity connects its thinking with this universal interaction and is generated, developed, and in some moment disappears in it. The notion of supreme end of human existence is rationally subsumed in the understanding of the need for its genesis, development, and death within and through this universal interdependence of all forms of movement of universal matter. The genesis, development, and death of humanity is objectively based on this infinite system of interaction. 21. In understanding this system one must look for the meaning and role of humanity in the universe. The interaction seeks the solution to this issue that, in its idealistic expression sounds like the question of the ultimate goal of human existence. The historical genesis of human history is fully explained rationally and materialist for science. The biological development of a certain breed of monkeys, work as a form of social interaction between the organism and its environment, such as a process of self-emergence of the human being, as a process characterized by self-development, is reflected in the ideological consciousness as ends immanent to the humanity. The teachings of Marx and Engels, their materialism historically, they gave us a fully rational explanation of human self-development that ended, once and for all, with the last refuge of idealism. The history human life emerged as a necessary process of self-development, a movement inserted in the internal contradictions of development, without needing no transcendence or transcendental purpose for its explanation. From this point of view it would be worth outlining the future prospects in a more concrete way than what has done so far. May humanity, together with the earth, will perish at some point is indisputable and cannot be disputed. The issue could come down to how it will happen exactly. What conditions make the end of the humanity is as inevitable as its genesis, within of universal interaction. Here a question immediately arises: is it possible somehow formulate different reasonable answers to this question? Is it possible to say something about this issue apart from poetic fantasies? 22. For this task we will try, first of all, to establish and summarize all the indisputable theoretical conditions, to see if they are enough to find a solution that be at least a little more concrete than the general idea of that, one way or another, the end of humanity is inevitable. The answer, of course, can be found in the path to a more concrete analysis of this interaction universal in which the history of the humanity and that, ultimately, legislates on the more or less distant perspectives of everything that exists. And so, first of all, the destiny of humanity is closely linked to the future destiny of the Earth and, in broader terms, with the fate of the solar system. This is, so to speak, the closest link of the universal interaction that directly determines the inevitable end of humanity. Most of the theoretical hypotheses about the end of human existence also resort to the idea that, in some time, in the darkness of the future, the sun will gradually cool and the planet's heat reserves will diminish, and humanity will have already begun the road to decay. This idea so far remains the only one conceivable, since the idea of the end of humanity as a consequence of a tragic accident, collision of cosmic bodies, etc., does not deserve to be taken into consideration, since, although not such an incident cannot be excluded, it cannot be taken as a basis for a theoretical understanding of the issue. It would be absurd to suppose that the genesis of humanity postulates about a need for iron, while his final is linked only to contingency. Here and there is a place for dialectics, both for the beginning and for the end. The contingency itself should be understood in the case of the end of humanity as the manifestation of a necessary process. In the idea of a purely collision. 23. Accidental there is no dialectic, the collision of celestial bodies is just one of the contingent events that could occur. 3. Here we would need a contingency that is not necessarily such. In this perspective, the necessity when it is stated that the end occurs, even although that completely unique and precise incident does not take place, through any contingent event. Engels, as is well known, accepted the hypothesis of gradual cooling of the sun and the earth as the main dialectical perspective. In this description, the approach appears like this, but inexorably the time will come when the decrease in the sun's heat will make it not enough to melt the ice that is pushed forward from the poles, when the human race, which is increasingly crowded more about the equator, eventually you will no longer find even there the heat for life, when little by little every last trace of organic life will disappear and the earth, a frozen and extinct globe like the moon, will rotate in the deepest darkness and in an increasingly deeper orbit narrows around the sun, equally extinct, and at the end will fall into it. Engels 1974 1883, 331-32. The solar system, it seems, can await this perspective, and humanity, considered abstractly, you must share your destiny with it. This is the necessary conclusion that follows from the conception of the place of the human being in the environment immediate of its existence, in the immediate surroundings of the universal interaction. 3. NDT, see the theory of Klein and materialism. Randomness of the old Althusser, derived in turn from the cosmology Epicurean. Here, there is a waterfall of atoms that fall from the void untouched until a random event produces a deviation, and a collision that causes another collision. 24. But a question arises, are there no facts circumstances that may invalidate this possibility abstract? Has this perspective not been outlined for a too abstract way? The fact that the sun and the planets will cool is indisputable. But surely the humanity, and in the future this will be more and more possible, will cease to be the obedient toy of circumstances external. Its power increases year after year. The humanity you will find increasingly new and current means to release reserves of heat, movement, and energy accumulated in forms other than solar radiation direct. The more humanity develops, the more and more deeper will be the energetic treasures, the more hidden they are and the more they accumulate and concentrate, the more powerful they will be, treasures that will be revealed before the humanity, transformed as a condition for its existence. And doesn't the prospect of the end of the world seem ridiculous? Humanity due to the lack of direct solar radiation? No. Does the following approach seem ridiculous? Humanity uses more and more energy from internal atomic structures, and the tendency is to access to more and more elementary particles, and the more it penetrates in the depths of matter, the more energy will be released from there, becoming increasingly independent of the available solar heat. and on the other hand, I would perish precisely due to the lack of direct solar heat available, precisely, at the peak of his power, I would freeze like a puppy on a frozen planet. Perhaps the development of the productive power of the humanity no longer eliminates the danger of perishing from a cosmic freezing, from the cold of intergalactic space? In any case, as a trend of its development, human power over the internal structures of the matter and on the motive energy enclosed in these 25 directly opposes the approach of disappearing for a lack of energy, movement, heat. The tendency of external nature is to deprive the humans to use ready-made heat, not created by them, from the sun. But the human being creates for himself the conditions of their existence, and the heat they receive from core of matter is no exception. This is also a condition of human existence, created by very existence of humanity, and without this condition, the human existence would have no place in nature. Therefore, the perspective outlined by Engels during the last century, in light of the most recent events of humanity, seems quite abstract and, therefore, invalid. It would be a complete absurdity for humanity, which already has endonuclear energy sources, will remain helpless in the cold in a million years, due to a simple lack of heat. It is true that you will receive less and less external heat. But it will produce more itself, extracting from within matter its concentrated reserves that, and this is theoretically indisputable, they are absolutely infinite in its smallest particles covered with ice, swirling through intergalactic space. After all, energy emitted by the sun is not lost without leaving a trace, it piles up, accumulates in other forms, and you just need to find the ability to extract it. And there is no doubt that humanity, especially under the threat of freezing to death, would be able to do so. Even now, when the threat of the sun's cooling is very far away in practical terms, they have already been done considerable progress in this regard. One can imagine what humanity will be capable of in the millions of years left before that moment. Worth take this factor into account to abandon such a hypothesis. 26. Humanity, clearly, will not disappear because of that approach initially described, neither due to the cold nor a simple lack of heat. It is necessary to reject this assumption. For now we have demolished the only hypothesis reasonable, a guess based on an understanding of the place of human beings in the document of reciprocity universal, but we have not offered any new hypothesis to replace it. In the same way, it is necessary to abandon the idea that humanity will meet its end as a result of degeneration or regression physiological. Physiology is of the same nature, and the being human is moving towards greater and greater power about the nature of the given matter of his activity. Extracting the energy accumulated between the particles elementals, freely converting a form of movement in others, one chemical element in another, both more like less complex than the originals and, at the same time governing one's own physiological development through a viable course, from the point of view of the new conditions, humanity evidently has all the potential to escape the fate of freezing until death, or a cold and hungry death. He apparently has the strength to create, at least in one small part of space, an artificial environment and maintain it, preserve it, and reproduce it, without the help of generous solar energy. This has already become a fully outlined trend in the development human. But what humanity, the thinking matter in general, is not in a position to support, despite its power over nature, whatever level reach this power, is the opposite state of matter universal to the cold of intergalactic space, a state towards which the evolution of the world leads so inevitably as that of cooling, the state of 27. Fiery and incandescent youth of cosmic matter, the glowing gas state of the young nebula engendered, a starting point for a new cycle cosmic. This fiery, vaporous condition, in which all elements transform into vortexes that rotate wildly and where it is fundamentally impossible to preserve any artificially created borders after that the human being could hide. Without a shell durable and heat-resistant capable of separating an environment artificial of that which subsists, of separating ourselves from this non-humanized world that evidently becomes on the absolute frontier, beyond which the existence of thinking matter becomes impossible. Maybe the humanity is capable of avoiding death on a planet completely covered in ice. This is an approach fundamentally possible. But no effort will save from death in the hurricane of fire that, in some point, will return its volcanic youth to our global island. Therefore, we should probably take as absolute limit the state of incandescent vapors by which any cosmic system will inevitably pass through. The course of the Great Circle, since the cooling of space universal cannot be understood as such an absolute limit for the existence of thinking matter. This for of course, it does not in any way exclude the possibility that, in certain cases, it may also be the direct cause of the death of humanity, just like the tragic collision accidental celestial bodies. The extinction, destruction, and disappearance of the thinking matter also remains, in this case, irreversible. The principles of dialectics and materialism, they are also fully preserved here. But the image concrete of this purpose turns out to be quite different. In view of everything, the limits of the existence of thinking matter are 28. They extend a little in time. The inevitable end will occur somewhat later from this perspective, although this something later actually means more than millions of years, and for this additional period, humanity, without a doubt, will be able to further strengthen its power over nature and reach heights that are currently impossible to imagine, even with the help of the most unbridled poetic fantasy. But, and this is central, a circumstance theoretically very significant, it is effectively included among the conditions to solve the problem, a circumstance that could go unnoticed by assuming that the humanity will perish from the cold on a frozen earth that will hovers around an ice-covered sun, but that we want to put in the foreground. This is a question about the circumstances in which universal matter in freezing pathways will necessarily transform into an incandescent nebula state, becoming a massive hurricane, reaching temperatures of millions of degrees Celsius, and gathering in its center all the radiated and dispersed reserves of movement, thus giving new life to the universal matter of cosmic space, expiring in the frozen desert of so-called death thermal. The origin of this new cycle of development of matter cosmic is the point at which matter, dispersed by means of irradiated stars and their intrinsic motion, concentrates again in the form of a rotating nebula incandescent, concentrating in its center all the particles and motive energy previously dispersed in the space. This turns out to be the absolute limit at which inevitably disappear all the conditions under which the thinking spirit can exist. The end of thinking matter coincides, in time and depending on the circumstances, with the beginning of a new cycle of development of matter in cosmic extensions. 29. From the point where the fiery rebirth takes place of dying worlds. This point where matter and motion, irremediably split due to its issuance, they refocus in some way and accumulate in form of incandescent clots, gases, and vapors hurricanes, turns out to be the point at which matter thinking must disappear absolutely mandatory. But this same question about the specific scenario of the end of humanity, of the disappearance of matter thinking, it also arises in necessary connection and inevitable with those natural conditions of that process by which the worlds that die of thermal death they are reborn in a new life. In other words, the conditions of a rebirth fiery of cosmic systems turn out to be, simultaneously, the conditions under which death of thinking matter, of thinking spirit, becomes absolutely inevitable. Both problems merge into only one. And the most interesting thing is that each of these processes considered separately, one abstracted from the other, they remain without having been resolved by science and, perhaps, and in this rests our hypothesis, are fundamentally irresolvable from a dissociative approach. We have established that the issue of the death of the thinking brain cannot be resolved outside of the conditions created by the development of systems cosmic elements, within which the history of the development of the thinking spirit, and we have reached the conclusion that the absolute inevitability of this death coincides with the beginning of the fiery renaissance of the worlds that perished by a thermal death. 30. Now we must examine the issue from another perspective. From that of the particular destinies of the cosmic systems. Doesn't this problem seem insoluble to unless we investigate those factors introduced by the course of the universal process of the thinking spirit, those conditions created with your participation indispensable? In other words, Doesn't it seem that both this and the another process are impossible to understand without considering the interaction with the other? Doesn't it seem that the process begins with a fiery rebirth of the worlds and ends in the conditions of thermal death? It cannot be understood without considering the active role of the spirit thinking in the great universal circle, in the same way that the death of the spirit cannot be understood outside of its links with this cosmic process. We need to analyze in more detail the conditions of the theoretical task, this time proceeding not from the problems of thought but from the cosmic conditions themselves, from the pure and immanent laws of self-development and death of the cosmic systems, within which it is born, flourishes and vanishes the highest creation of the universe, its spirit thinking. We also base our hypothesis on the idea that the destiny of the thinking spirit is conditioned by the destinies of more, cosmic, processes spacious. But this is precisely where we find ourselves faced with a question that until now has not been resolved, and that perhaps it cannot be resolved from that perspective that we have analyzed so far. This is the problem of called heat death of the universe, and can be expressed briefly as follows. All celestial bodies and systems known to science, through emission, gradually lose the 31 reserves of their internal energy, and they lose them hopelessly, gradually cooling in a vain attempt to heat at least 1/1000th of a degree its surrounding environment. In this gradual process, the matter in motion of heated celestial bodies dispersed into space intergalactic, turning into cold vapors formed of ice, whose temperature is comparable to absolute zero, and it only differs from this in its diminutive size in the process of disappearance. The process related to the emission of heat in the universal space can, at this point, be considered absolutely irreversible, so that it seems that there is a trend that points towards the fact that the entire universal matter, with its internal movement, is shared in absolutely equal parts in the sphere intergalactic, and the entire universe that, as a whole, is gradually moves towards a death condition thermal. That is, towards that stable balance that excludes any possibility of reverse transition towards a state differentiated. At the end of the last century, Rudolf Clausius came to calculate that 453 of the 454 parts of the motive energy active of the universal matter had been lost by the path 4. The remaining portion of active energy has already been transformed, according to his calculations, into a highly concentrated, in the singular self-identical state of thermal death. From this philosophical and theoretical point of view, this is, as Engels has already demonstrated, an absurdity that presupposes talking about origin of the world. But until now the reverse process has not been revealed or explained. Only one thing is clear: if this process had not occurred in 4, actually Engels maintains that it was Hermann von Helmholtz who calculated this value. 32. Somewhere and somehow, then the universe in its whole could not have existed, and, due to the infinity of time, it would have become long ago time in an undifferentiated nebula whose temperature in all its parts it would be absolutely equal, and whose movement would be distributed absolutely equally between all the particles of matter, which would be practically immobile and would not interact with their neighboring particles in any way other than purely mechanical. We only know the process that tends precisely to such a lifeless state of universal matter. The reverse trend that contradicts the current process, a process by which the reverse remapping of motion in the universe, although theoretically it is absolutely clear that such process exists and we cannot doubt its existence. Substantially, things can be presented this way. Matter, with the exception of an infinitesimal portion, the heat of the infinite suns of our insular universe fades into space and fails to raise the temperature of universal space not even a millionth of degree centigrade. What happens with this enormous amount of heat? Does it dissipate forever in the attempt to warm the universal space, has practically ceased to exist and has came to exist only theoretically, in the fact that the universal space has been warmed into a decimal fraction degree from 10 or more zeros? Engels 1974 1883, 334. It is clear in theory that this is not the case, that matter equally cooled intergalactic space in which any celestial body will gradually transform and natural, is concentrated, inversely, in clusters of highly incandescent gas. By doing so it generates new stars, new worlds, new planetary systems. 33. But how this happens in a real and concrete way remains being an open mystery. A theoretical question that, as Engels demonstrated, only can be resolved again if it is clearly stated, and if the way in which it is presented assumes a vision dialectical materialist of things. From the perspective of materialist dialectics, the question must and can only pose this way: when it has been demonstrated how heat is radiated to the universal space, is usable again. The theory of movement transformation raises this question of categorically, and cannot be overcome by postponing or evading the answer. It is self-evident, without however, with the formulation of the question, simultaneously the conditions for its solution. Engels 1974 1883, 562. We have formulated this condition before: the solution must be based on conditions theoretically indisputable, that the reverse process, the process of concentration of a dispersed movement in clusters of incandescent gas, takes place in some way, in some part, permanently in the framework of the universe, is understood as an internal condition of existence. And the question is to establish, discover this process. It is not surprising that although it has not been resolved, Engels continues, it will be a long time before we arrive to a solution with our humble means. But I know we'll resolve. This is as true as there are no miracles in nature, and that the original heat of the nebular sphere does not come miraculously transmitted from outside the universe. Engels 1974 1883, 562. It should be noted that even today, in the middle of the 20th century, the issue has not yet been resolved, nor is it had done at the end of the 19th century. 3-4. The claim that the general quantity, die Masse, of movement 5 is infinite, that is, inexhaustible, it is also ineffective to overcome our difficulties by taking every case separately. Also here, following this path, we will not reach the rebirth of dying worlds, with the exception of the aforementioned cases linked to the loss of energy. You don't reach the great circle, and you don't will come to him until the potential for a new use of emitted heat. Engels 1974 1883, 562. This question, therefore, should not refer to cases individual but must be resolved in relation to the great universal circle, Vyseobshchi, of cosmic matter, Morovoi. This great circle in itself, within itself, within its attributive and necessary cycles, must necessarily lead to the rebirth of the worlds dying in the form of an incandescent nebula. Therefore, we must seek to solve the enigma not only in a concrete and physical way, concrete astronomical, but also in a general philosophical way. In other words, the possibility and necessity of such a rebirth must be demonstrated and sought within, in the attributive and necessary form of the existence of matter universal, and not outside it, not in contingent events which concern only individual cases. Because in these separate cases the problem may even be solved, but remains unsolved in a general sense. Therefore, the problem, in general terms, can be summarized this way: physics and astronomy contain until now, data relating to the dispersion process of the matter and the movement of stellar bodies, a process that leads to the state of so-called death technique. The concept of thermal death is nothing else. 5. NDT, the momentum, also called linear moment, is defined in mechanics as the product of the mass of a body and its speed at a given instant. 35. That the theoretical expression of the tendency of the process related to the emission of heat and light in space intergalactic. But natural science research has not demonstrated even the inverse process, the process of rebirth of dying worlds, the process of transformation of frozen vapor into nebulae incandescent. An indisputable theoretical conclusion is that such a process is happening continuously, through some form spontaneous intrinsic to the very nature of matter moving. Without such a process, the existing universe could be preserved and reproduced eternally natural. This represents an absolute necessity, intrinsically raised by the movement of matter universal, and a condition for the existence of the universe. Without this process God would exist, the origin of universe, the first impulse 6 that guides matter from a practically immobile state of thermal death, and all that diabolical and mystical garbage. Apart from this, the idea that the entropy of the world cannot be eliminated naturally but, by contrary can be created, i.e. the idea of a death thermal energy expressed in thermodynamic terms, is equivalent to the denial of the universal law of conservation and energy transformation. This idea supposes, as Engels showed, that energy, active movement, is dispersed if it is not quantitative but qualitative. The law of preservation and transformation of energy assumes that this can only be preserved in the course of its qualitative transformations, and that this course can be a unilateral and irrevocable process in any of their links. All forms of movement. 6. NDT, here we can refer to the notion of cause first in Aristotle, and his notion of first unmoved mover. 36. Matter, in some way, transform reciprocally in others, they are reciprocally reversible. If this were not thus, then the universe that exists today could exist without the constant interference of forces supernatural, while the law of conservation of matter and movement would have become fiction. Therefore, the whole problem is to explain and show the path through which, naturally, can use the heat emitted to universal space, where and how this dispersed emission of matter and motion and in what ways it can transform into extraordinary agglomerations hot and compact, in islands of incandescent gas that they drag all the matter into their center, practically all the immobile matter dispersed from its surrounding space, and building from itself a body of future stars, suns, planetary systems, etc. Here we allow ourselves to present our hypothetical thesis about the where and how of this process, which returns regularly the universal matter of a state of death thermal to a state of incandescent gas clouds, process that is carried out with an inherent need to the very nature of matter in motion. The hypothesis consists of the following. Why not assume that this reverse process has place with the participation of thinking matter, of thinking spirit, as one of the attributes of matter universal, and that without your contribution, without your help, this process would be impossible and inconceivable. This conjecture is not affects or undermines, even in the slightest way, nor one of the principles, not even the most insignificant, of materialism and materialist dialectics. In reality, the thinking spirit continues to be the highest product of the development of matter, its necessary product, its attribute. The development of the subject brain's thinking remains entwined in the chain. 37. Of universal material interaction and is defined by this general interaction and as a whole. According to this presupposition, matter, as substance, remains primary according to the nature of things. The processes necessary for its development, to a certain extent, they engender the thinking brain as an attribute. The thinking matter of the brain, as the form supreme movement of universal matter, not engenders nothing supernatural. On the contrary, his death appears as a simple transformation into other forms of more elemental movement, his death emerges as the generation of new forms of movement subject. The only news to which our hypothesis consists exclusively of the fact that the death of thinking matter is necessarily connected with the transformation of the frozen matter of the intergalactic space in an incandescent nebula, and that this thinking matter represents a necessary factor in this process. Nothing anti-materialist, or even non-materialist, is used to propose this hypothesis. The thought itself, it is a natural process itself, and there is nothing surprising in that it takes place together with other natural processes and affects actively to the course of these. In fact, dialectical and historical materialism does not deny in any way the inverse impact of thinking about material processes. In the case that we present, this is one of the concrete forms of this reverse active impact. Nothing else. In this way, not only are the principles not questioned of dialectics and materialism but, for the otherwise, they are taken as fundamental for the hypothesis. Furthermore, a whole series of philosophical postulates and theorists of dialectical materialism acquire under these 38 conditions a much more concrete form of expression, not to mention the fact that the question of entropy of the world is essentially solved. In reality, if the thinking matter of the brain is the same matter, then thought, taken not in its narrow epistemological aspect but in terms of its place and function among other forms of movement and development of matter, is also a form of movement of matter. Moreover, is its supreme form. Movement is not merely a change of place, in fields superior to mechanics is also a change of quality. Engels 1974, 1883 531, then there is nothing outside the materialistic limits in the fact that the thought is considered, from the perspective of a universal process of qualitative transformation and quantitative variation of some forms of movement in others, as one of the links of a great universal circle, Vysiobshchi, of cosmic matter, moreover, as one of the forms into which other forms will transform and which, conversely, become other forms and contribute to their reciprocal transformation. In these circumstances, as the thinking matter of the brain is the supreme product of universal development, it is reasonable to assume that in the course of the great circle universal, in the mutual transformations of a form of movement of universal matter in others, this matter thinking occupies a special place and plays a special role, a role that other forms of less complex and organized movement. And this paper essential, proper to its place in the system of forms of movement of universal matter, as supreme form of movement, is outlined in our hypothesis. In reality, this role can be played this way. Humanity, or any other combination of thinking beings, at some very high point of their development, at the point acquired when the matter, of 39. More or less vast cosmic spaces within the which humanity exists, begins to cool and approaches the condition of the so-called thermal death, in this fateful point of matter and in which one way or another way, unknown to us, of course, living at the dawn of the history of human power, facilitates consciously the beginning of the reverse process, in compared to dispersed movement, a process that transforms dying and frozen worlds into the fiery and incandescent hurricane nebula emergent. Under these conditions, the thinking spirit sacrifices itself to itself and, in this process, is not capable of preserving itself. But his sacrifice takes place in the name of his duty to the nature. The human being, a thinking spirit, returns his ancient debt to nature. At some point, in your youth, nature engendered thinking spirit. Now, on the contrary, the thinking spirit, at the cost of its own existence, returns to nature, dying for a thermal death anew and incandescent youth, a state in which he is capable of restarting a colossal development of cycles that, at some point in space and time, will lead once again to the emergence of a new thinking brain, a new thinking spirit from its frozen core. From this perspective we understand the definition of thought as an attribute in its individual sense, and not just as a mode of matter. But, for the otherwise, we must be clear that it cannot be qualified as a universal attribute. Indeed, the concept of attribute includes the idea that the given form of movement of matter represents an absolutely necessary product of existence, for the therefore, an absolutely necessary condition, which does not can disappear, from its infinite existence. 40. In other words, a characteristic of thinking as an attribute presupposes that this, as a more high level of movement, is an absolutely necessary through which matter passes throughout the entire time, over and over again, in each of its finite cycles of its colossal great circle, a circle that reproduces itself over and over perhaps with a need for iron intrinsic to its nature. Consequently, the appearance of the thinking spirit in the work of the great universal circle is not at all something accidental that, pari passu, might simply not exist, but it is an internal and assumed condition of its own realization. If this were not the case, we would not be talking about attribute but only of mode. In fact, if one assumes that the thinking spirit is born somewhere in universal matter solely so that suddenly vanish sterilely without a trace, exploding for a brief moment on a cold planet only to be extinguished again, leaving only remains in its wake of a material culture that are dispersed with the same speed than the perpetual motion current of the universe, if one assumes such a destiny for the spirit thinking, we end up defending a very strange notion of attribute. In fact, in this case the thought turns out to be something just like mold on a cooling planet, sort of like the senile disease of matter, and not the most flower highest of creation, nor the highest product of universal development of the world. In this case the thought, although it is still followed calling it the highest flowering of nature, the flower turns out to be barren, a beautiful flower but absolutely infertile, flourishing somewhere on the periphery of the universal development only to fade away instantly under the icy gust or fiery breath and incandescent of a hurricane from the infinite universe. All the effective development of universal matter takes place here. 41. Totally parallel to the development of thought, completely autonomous from it, without touching, and its appearance has no influence on the fate of the universal development. The thought becomes an episode absolutely infertile that, other things being equal, does not it would have happened without harming everything else. But this role hardly corresponds to the place of the thought in the system of movement of matter universal. The highest form of this movement is not, it may be, its most infertile and useless form. There is much more basis in assuming that matter thinking, as the qualitatively highest form of movement of universal matter, plays a role very important in the process of the great universal circle, a role that corresponds to the complexity and eminence of her organization. Why not assume in this case that thought is precisely the qualitatively highest form in that the accumulation and productive use of energy is carried out emitted by the suns? That is, this same and last link that is still missing to make a true great circle and not a unilateral irreversible process of dispersion of matter and motion in space intergalactic. Why not suppose that matter in its development creates, with the help of the thinking brain, and in its form, those same conditions, which if present they ensure that the energy emitted by the sun is not wasted fruitlessly in the simple heating of space universal but rather accumulates qualitatively highest level of existence, and then be used as Rigger's hook as a detonator, causing the reverse rebirth process of worlds dying, in the form of an incandescent nebula. 42. Indeed, this qualitatively higher form of movement, accumulated in the form of material culture, in the form of power of thinking beings over matter dead, in the thought form and its products, in this qualitatively superior form of movement is transforms into a small fraction of heat radiated by the suns of cosmic space. Quantitative thoroughness of this part fully compensates for what it accumulates in a superior qualitative form, in such a way that nature itself, without the mediation of thought, cannot transform a dissipated and emitted mass into an infertile form. Humanity is now capable of releasing and separating those reserves of movement that, without their knowledge, would have remained united and dead in nuclear structures, so we propose a hypothesis according to which the future of humanity will prove to be able to free itself from its state limit an amount of energy that would be sufficient to transform the cooling matter of our cosmic island in an ocean of incandescent vapors. It has nothing amazing and mystical. The spiritual and material culture of thinking beings very rarely manifests itself in nature and requires extraordinarily specific conditions for your appearance, and when it does it proves to be that form of movement through which an accumulation occurs, concentrated heat emitted by suns, a heat that dissipates through other channels. Only under the manifestation of thought in nature this energy can be used as a means, as a method for fiery rebirth of the frozen areas of the great universe. In concrete terms, we can imagine it like this: in some climax of their development, beings thinking, executing their cosmological duty and sacrificing themselves, they produce a catastrophe-conscious cosmic energy that will cause a process, inverse to the thermal death of cosmic matter. That is to say, 43. Cause a process that leads to burning rebirth of dying worlds through a cosmic cloud of incandescent gases and vapors. In simple terms, thought becomes a necessary mediating link, thanks to which it becomes possible the fiery rejuvenation of matter universal, turns out to be this direct efficient cause that leads to instant activation of reservations, endless streams of interconnected movement, so similar to how a chain reaction starts, artificially destroying a small amount of the core of radioactive material. In this case, given the process, apparently, also will have a chain form, that is, a reaction that itself reproduces in a spiral shape, a reaction that creates, throughout its own course, the condition for its flow on an ever-expanding scale. Only in this specific case, the chain reaction extends not through reserves of radioactive material artificially accumulated, but through reserves of movement naturally accumulated in the universe, in reservations connected with the condition of death thermal in universal space. In simple terms, this act materializes in the form of a colossal cosmic chain explosion, and the matter from this, the explosive mass, emerges as the totality of the elemental structures, is dispersed throughout emissions throughout universal space. From the perspective of contemporary physics, this does not seem absolutely inconceivable. Indeed, it is evident that the smaller the destructible structure, the greater the energy reserves that are released during their destruction. The destruction of chemical structures, which takes place simply burning them, provides a dose comparatively small amount of energy released. With the 44. Destruction of the atomic nucleus releases energy incomparably greater. The more simple the structure to be destroyed, the greater the amount of energy that is extracted, which indicates that the smaller and simpler the structure, the more durable your connections will be internal, the more difficult it will be to destroy it, but the greater the energy obtained in the event that this is achieved. Chain reaction. If we outline the perspective of the development of science and technology in the future, the trend is clear: humanity is moving in the direction of a chain destruction of structures of matter, each time simpler and, at the same time, increasingly durable, releasing in the process an increasing amount of energy connected with these structures. No matter how big be the loss of energy necessary to destroy the first particle, that is, to start this chain reaction, this loss cannot at all be compared with the amount general movement that is extracted during the chain reaction. And the theoretical forecast is the following: 1 unit structural of infinitesimally small matter would obtain, in exchange, an amount of energy proportionally infinite during its release, an amount that would be enough to destroy a mass infinitely large amount of frozen matter and transform it in incandescent vapors. So the old formulation of the existence of a law of preservation of matter and motion enunciated by Leibniz finds its confirmation under a new light: if a small speck of dust were destroyed, then the entire universe would collapse. The infinite universe could not, of course, be destroyed by such an act, but, since that the destroyed structure tends to an infinitesimal limit in terms of its size and its complexity of organization, then the amount of energy released in 4. 5. This case would tend to infinity. The field of matter universal, assimilated by the process and included in the reaction chain, must therefore be limited by some border. It is now impossible, of course, to say which are these limits, just as it is impossible to indicate the measurement and qualitative characteristics of that particle whose destruction is necessary to trigger this process. But this process fully explains the possibility of transforming a final mass arbitrarily vast amount of frozen matter in a nebula incandescent capable of generating a new world. From this perspective, apparently, the hypothesis resists the fundamental criticism. Thought, as a result, also emerges as the connecting link in the great universal circle, through of which the development of universal matter is contained in the shape of the great circle, in an image of a snake biting its tail, the way Hegel liked it express the image of true infinity, as opposed to the bad infinity. The task, in this way, has been solved by observing all the conditions. No principle of materialism has been seen affected. Several theses of dialectics have even acquired a more concrete form of expression. Thought is conceived as a real attribute of matter, as the highest product of development universal, as the highest creation of matter that flourishes with the need in the real fold and also bears the fruits necessary from the perspective of universal development. The law of preservation and transformation of matter and movement has also been understood and concretely carried out. And along with this, it has been shown a possible path, in which the use of the heat emitted by the stars takes place in an inverse process, the process of the concentration of matter and motion in a hardened and heated nebula, in a mass. 46. Rotating gas incandescent. And what is no less important and interesting from the perspective of reciprocity of matter and thought, this hypothesis assigns to thought, to this thinking spirit, a role destructive in the course of the great universal circle, which in a large measure corresponds to its position on the ladder of the development. The entire development of spiritual culture and material, the entire history of the thinking spirit, leads to a null result, to simple death without leaving traces. The hypothesis based on the place and the role that the spirit thinking necessarily plays in the system of universal interaction of universal matter takes into account of the objective circumstances that arise in the universe, and they go beyond will and consciousness, providing a vision of that same goal, higher and end of the existence of the thinking spirit in the system of the universe, about which all kinds of religions have always speculated. This final goal is understood, in itself, as a consciousness inherently attainable, reflecting the place of the spirit thinking in the system of assumed objective conditions for the development of universal matter. And this objectively obtained goal is enormously larger and more majestic than all those pathetic fantasies that have been invented by the religions and the philosophical systems linked to them. The final and highest goal of the spirit's existence thinking turns out to be as cosmic and grandiose as it is sublime and marvelous. It differs from other hypotheses about the end of humanity not in ending death universal, perishing, dying, destroying represent an absolutely necessary result in any hypothesis, but only in that death is outlined here not as an end fruitless without meaning but as an act that in its essence is creative, like a prelude to a new cycle of life for the universe. 47. Such meaning for humanity and such meaning of his death cannot, evidently, be observed in no other approach. Death, in fact, is inevitable, and its inevitability cannot be recognized by no other hypothesis. The only difference that exists between the possible hypotheses consists only of the different interpretations of the objective meaning and role of the act of perish, from folding of the great universal circle of matter cosmic, of the place and role of death in the system of universal interaction. The suggested hypothesis is distinguished from the others with the advantage that the death of humanity, and the spirit thinking in general, is understood not as an act without sense, as in any other possible hypothesis, but justified as an absolutely necessary act from the perspective of the great universal circle of matter cosmic, which develops in accordance with its laws objective. That said, the thought is still an episode historically transitory in the development of the universe, a derivative, secondary, product of the development of matter, but a product that is absolutely necessary, a consequence that simultaneously becomes the condition of existence of infinite matter. In relation to matter and thought, a affective dialectic, a reciprocal dependence within the which the matter, although it remains primary and determining, the first in nature, is however conditioned by the inverse active impact of thought. Thought turns out to be a real attribute, and the thesis just as there is no thought without matter, there is no matter without thought acquires a real and concrete meaning. In this light the thought appears not only as the flower highest and most wonderful in the universe, but also like a fertile flower, which through its death engenders. 48. An absolutely necessary fruit, resulting from the perspective of the great universal circle. The death of thinking spirit becomes a genuinely creative, in an action that transforms the deserts frozen from intergalactic space, immersed in the gloom, in rotating masses of incandescent worlds, bright, warm and sunny, a system that becomes in the cradle of new life, a new dawn of the spirit thinking, immortal like matter itself. The death of the thinking spirit thus becomes its immortality. And somewhere else, in the future infinitely distant, new beings in which the nature has developed a thinking spirit will contemplate, as we do today, the worlds of stars, shining in the sky of their land, with the proud awareness that these worlds owe their existence to a thinking spirit that once disappeared, to a victim sacrificed. In the glow of the starry sky, the thinking being you will see a testimony to the power and beauty of the immortal even in the death of his own thinking spirit, objectified, sensually perceptible, but without fitting doubts his duty and power over the sensible world. The starry sky, like all the surrounding nature, it will be a mirror for the thinking being in which he will reflect his own infinite nature. Through the shine of the stars the thinking spirit will speak to itself, in a language that only it understand, of an eternally immortal thought revived in their products. And in the contemplation of eternal nature, the man, like any thinking being, will feel pride within himself, of the cosmic scale of his own mission universal and historical, of the place and role of the thinking being in the universal interaction system. Aware of the colossal scale of his role in the universe, the human being also discovers perception. 49. Of his highest purpose, the highest goals of his existence of him in the world. His activity is full of new pathos, before which the pathetic pathos of religion are they will fade away. It will be a pathos of the truth, of the true awareness of his objective role in the universal system. It is clear that to fulfill the universal mission of him and historically, the thinking spirit will only find its condition at the peak of its development and its power, point that we, the people of the 20th century, will obviously not live to see. Millions of years will pass, thousands of generations will be born and head to their graves, a true human system on earth, with its condition for activity, a classless society. Culture spiritual and material will flourish abundantly, with the help and on the basis that humanity must fulfill with his sacrifice before nature. For us, for the people who live in the dawn of human prosperity, the fight for this future will continue to be the only real form of service to higher objectives of the thinking spirit. And to the fight undertaken today, to the current activity that fills our hypothesis, nothing is added to it and nothing is taken away from it, only the proud conscience, which for now has a purely aesthetic, that human activity is become spiritual only through pathos of final goals, but that also has a meaning universal and historical, and materializes immortal goals determined by the entire system of universal interaction. And in light of this hypothesis, posed in a way completely new, the brilliant words of the dialectic of nature sound with a prophetic force even elderly, but either we turn to a creator, or we are forced to conclude that the incandescent raw material for the solar systems of our universe was produced naturally through transformations of 50. Movement that are by nature inherent to matter, and whose conditions, therefore, must be reproduced by matter, even if only after millions and millions of years and more or less by chance, but with the necessity that is also inherent in chance. Engels 1974 1883, 333. And with the help of our hypothesis we acquire a new basis for our certainty in this: matter remains eternally the same in all its transformations, none of its attributes can never be lost and, therefore, with the same need to iron with which matter exterminates its most elevated, the thinking mind, must produce it elsewhere and at another time again. Engels 1974 1883, 335. And therefore we can add that the thinking spirit it is not the sterile flower that blooms for an instant only to disappear again almost immediately, but it is both a condition for the existence of matter and a necessary consequence of this, that is, a condition intrinsically assumed, infinite and universal, of reality objective of universal matter. The thinking spirit is like that the real attribute of matter as infinite substance of universe. Bibliography. Hegel, G.W.F. 1977, Phenomenology of Spirit, Phenomenology of the Spirit, Oxford, Clarendon. Engels, Friedrich, 1974, Dialectics of Nature, Nature 1883, in Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Collected Works, Volume 25, 313-590. New York, International Publishers. 51. Thesis on the question of interconnection between philosophy and natural knowledge and social in the process of its development, historical, 1954. Source: Philosophical Thought in Russia in the Second Half of the 20th Century, A Contemporary View from Russia and Abroad. Ed. Marin Bykova and Vladimir Lektorsky, Bloomsbury Academic, 2019. Written with Valentin Korovikov. English translation from Russian, David Backhurst. Transcription, Andy Blunden. Spanish translation from English, Luke. Yo. Examine the problem on a historical philosophical level. Presented here is one of the most important ways to investigate the interrelation of the philosophy of materialism, dialectic, and the sciences of nature and society. This question is undoubtedly current, and its resolution depends both the further development of philosophy and science as the direction in which the content of philosophy. 2. It is a fact that there is the closest connection internal between the development of philosophy and the development of knowledge of nature and society, and that the whole problem is to understand the form's historical facts of this interconnection and its evolution. For him, historian of philosophy, it is above all necessary understand the history of the interrelation between, for 1. 52. Side, philosophy and knowledge of the phenomena natural and socio-historical on the other, and understand it level of the evolution of the historical forms of philosophy, in changing its theme. In other words, it is essential understand the internal need, zakonomemost, the fundamental historical trend, which has produced a historical change in the field of philosophy and, furthermore, in the forms of interrelation of philosophy with the knowledge of nature and society, despite the numerous contingencies and digressions, and despite the intentions of particular philosophers. 3. Above all, it is about understanding the social need of the emergence of philosophy as a particular form of knowledge, as a particular sphere in the division of intellectual work. We must understand the nature of those social needs that can only be satisfied by philosophy and not by other forms of social knowledge, neither by religion, art, law, or policy. Therefore, it is not only, and not so much, about investigate the causes of the emergence of philosophy in the same general terms that we use to understand the emergence of ideology, superstructure as such, but to understand the specific foundations of the historical necessity of its emergence, the foundations on which philosophy emerged and developed as a science, acquiring a theme and specific methods for solving their problems. In science, there are many different points of view about this issue. The opinion that is most familiar to us affirms that philosophy arises from the need for a general and synthesizing representation of the world as a 53. Everything, from our dissatisfaction with knowledge finite, particular, and detailed. In its blatant form, this view was developed by representatives of positivism in history of philosophy, see, for example, History of Philosophy of Louis probably Liuc, 1892. Without, however, this point of view does not stand up to analysis, because at the beginning of the development of philosophy the distinction between philosophy and concrete sciences has no place, this being distinction product of a much later time. In ancient Greece, we face a unified science and undifferentiated. In its origin, philosophy emerges immediately as theoretical thinking, perfecting in the course of understanding of natural phenomena and society. Here, logical knowledge as a whole opposes religious forms of conscience, spiritual exploration of phenomena that have an immediate meaning for the social human being. The need for the emergence of philosophy coincides totally and completely with the need for the emergence of scientific knowledge in general, as opposed to religious forms of consciousness. In this sense, it remains completely clear that philosophy at its birth can be anything other than a naive materialism sprinkled with elements of an equally naive dialectic. 4. It is characteristic of ancient philosophy to differentiate everything scientific theoretical knowledge, which due to its lack of development appears as something integral and unified, directly connected to a scientific philosophical system. But even in antiquity there is, in Aristotle, the attempt to discern the subject of genuine philosophy. 54. V. From then on the process of differentiation of sciences, including the process of dissociation of philosophy from other branches of knowledge. In this movement of knowledge, philosophy acts as a science of sciences, and maintains this quality as its characteristic attribute in the system of sciences until the appearance of dialectical materialism. Notice this specific situation of pre-Marxist philosophy represents one of the fundamental axes in the understanding the history of philosophy as a science. So, what are the causes of the separation of philosophy as the science of sciences and its constitution as specific field of research, relatively independent in relation to theoretical knowledge in your set? We can only answer this question if we take carefully considered, a. The state does not develop knowledge of the world, character hypothetical and speculative of many of its parts, and b. the battle that begins within philosophy itself, the battle that manifests itself above all in the appearance of idealism, as a transformed form of religion, adopting a theoretical way of asking questions and expressing itself in this way as a tension within the philosophy. The whole meaning of the idealist tendency in philosophy consists in the fact that, in one way or another, in one or another style of argument, starts from the insufficiency of scientific theoretical research about the phenomena of nature and society, of the thesis of inability of science, in principle, to achieve final, deepest, universal, and necessary essence of the 55 things. Parasitizing on historical immaturity and limitation of knowledge of nature and society, idealism insists on the need to travel paths towards knowledge of the truth other than those of analysis scientific theoretician of the phenomena of nature and society, that is, the paths of conceptions religious or speculative logical aspects of the essential, of the universal. The need to fight against idealism, and also against religion, fight that is never off the agenda in the course of the development of theoretical knowledge of the natural and socio-historical phenomena, creates for the materialism a question that does not entirely coincide with immediate knowledge of nature and society in the course of its theoretical analysis. One aspect of this consists above all in the need to defend, claim, the worldview importance of knowledge, acquired in the course of theoretical analysis of the phenomena of nature and society, and in battle against the conception of the worldview of religion and idealism. This defense of knowledge takes the form of an absolutization, of construction of the essence of world. 7. As is well known, the battle between materialism and idealism in ancient Greece gave us the philosophy of Aristotle, whose philosophical system already expresses and crystallizes clearly the tendency to transform philosophy into science of the first substance. On the one hand, to what extent does the research topic philosophy since the time of Aristotle becomes which bears the name of first substance, being in how much to be, in distinction and even in opposition to the substances that can be directly revealed in the 56 very phenomena of nature and society means of your theoretical analysis? And, on the other hand, what kind reality has that object, which is studied in a way mystified from the conception of substance first? The answer to these questions can only be given if we understand the need for philosophy to be nourished by from the development of scientific knowledge itself theoretical. This necessity does not consist at all in the fact that the scientific theoretical knowledge of the phenomena of finite particulars does not satisfy the need for a conception of the world as a whole. That kind of need can be satisfied completely and with determination with a simple summary of the most important about these phenomena. The need for a mode of investigation relatively independent, specifically philosophical, arises from the nature of the concrete, that is, from the use of a more exact term, knowledge theoretical. Scientific theoretical thinking arises and develops, as Engels showed, together with the investigation into the nature of its own concepts, without which it is generally becomes impossible. Scientific knowledge theory presupposes that we carefully address the same ways through which we reflect the world, the phenomena of nature and society, scientifically theoretically. The investigation of logical categories, such as way in which scientific knowledge is perfected theoretical of nature and society, which takes place parallel in philosophy with training and development of those same categories and on the basis of them, which occurs always and everywhere in the course of concrete scientific theoretical knowledge of the world. 57. By human beings, acts in the history of philosophy as its objective content and as its true subject. Careful understanding of this circumstance is only possible through philosophical thought when it reaches a very high level of development, precisely the level of self-conscious dialectical materialism. The need with which this occurs spontaneously opens a path for the same thought, and is historically connected precisely with the conception of philosophy as science of sciences, investigating the most deeper, more fundamental, definitive, universal, and necessary of being. 8. Historically, philosophical research on this specific topic has consisted of directly investigating the deepest and most elemental features and forms of the universe, aspiring directly to apprehend some kind of essence of the world that supposedly lies beyond, above, and below those substances, whose knowledge is achieved or could be achieved by principle in the course of a specific scientific theoretical investigation about the phenomena of nature and society. The understanding of philosophy as the science of sciences, as a system of categories that reflects, in its totality, the final and deepest essence of all things and phenomena, such as the science of the universal and the infinite in contrast to finite knowledge, it is characteristic, as has already been pointed out, of all pre-Marxist philosophy, including pre-Marxist materialism. However, of course, even here there is a profound difference of principles between materialism and idealism. For materialism, it is proper to recognize that all the categories that philosophy, or the sciences. 58. Philosophical, expressed as universal forms of knowledge of real phenomena of nature and of society, existing outside and independently of human beings, which are given to us in sensation, contemplation, and representation, and therefore, and only therefore, they are universal forms of these phenomena themselves. Idealism is characterized by understanding it backwards. For this, the categories of philosophy are not universal forms of the cognition of phenomena, given to the human being in the sensation, but forms that allow us to capture the infinite and universal essence of the world, which is not the theme of finite knowledge. Let's take a concrete example of this understanding. Hegel very clearly gives philosophy this role in relation to concrete, finite, knowledge when he writes, "The philosophy of nature takes the material that physics has prepared him empirically, at the point to which physics has carried it, and reconstitutes it so that the experience does not be your final guarantee and your basis. Therefore, physics must work in the hands of philosophy, so that it can translate into the notion the abstract universal that has been transmitted, showing how the universal, as a whole intrinsically necessary, proceeds from the notion. The philosophical way of putting the facts is not a mere whim, is not to start walking on your head to change after walking for a long time on our legs, or smear our faces with paint someday after seeing him daily. No, it's because the method of physics does not satisfy the notion, so we have to go further. Hegel, Philosophy of Nature, Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences, Introduction. Let us note, by the way, that one will never be free completely from this point of view as long as interpreting philosophy as the science of the world, of its most general laws. 59. There is no doubt that, in reality, both materialism like idealism in their philosophical systems, revealing the essence of the world, they expressed nothing more than forms universals of the same finite knowledge, nothing more than universal forms of theoretical thought of his era, expressed as universal spirit, Hegel, or nature, Holbach. In reality, both the philosophy of nature and the encyclopedia of philosophical sciences are in their content identical results of the generalization of the scientific theoretical knowledge that the human beings at the time of writing. In this relationship, the difference between Hegel and Holbach consists only in that the first, as an idealist, extracts wrongly their conclusions of thought purely speculative, while the second consciously generalizes the data that are given by the science and understands philosophical categories as forms universals of the world and, therefore, of thought scientific theoretical. 9. Philosophy did not become the science of sciences because philosophers apparently assumed that philosophy builds category systems regardless of finite knowledge, and attempt to construct general belief systems about the world as a whole, worldviews, independent of the development of knowledge of nature and society. This was not attempted even by the idealists, as demonstrated by the quote from Hegel. The philosophy became the science of sciences due to the fact that which evolved historically in the form of a system of concepts, reflecting the world as a whole, the world in its most general relationships. 60. This effort to create an image or system of the world as a whole presupposes that the totality of positive scientific judgments about the phenomena of nature and society do not provide, and in principle cannot provide a unified representation of the world, in all its connections. Therefore, the reflection of world in the human head doubled, appearing once in the aggregate form of finite knowledge, and a second time, in the form of one system or another, philosophical or religious. We will not talk about the roots and causes, social aspects of this phenomenon. They are clear enough, particularly in relation to religion and idealism, that directly insist on the thesis that no matter how rich let them be the sciences of nature and society, they never give, and in principle never can give, a comprehensive understanding of natural phenomena and of society. This shows more clearly, we believe, Kant, who sets limits to knowledge to leave free space for faith. It is essential to examine the epistemic causes and the foundations of the most important phenomenon in history of the philosophy of science. Why does materialist philosophy, even Marx shared with idealism the understanding of philosophy as a science of sciences, capable of constructing a conception of the world, of nature, and of society, to which the sciences of nature and society can't even come close? The fundamental cause of this phenomenon, we believe, lies in the general degradation of the level of thinking theorist on the investigation of nature and society at the emergence of modernity, in the 16th century, which it is the other side of the coin of the rapid accumulation of factual and empirical material characteristic of this era, and 61. Which has its objective basis in the development of production, beginning its capitalist stage. There is no doubt that here the development of the trial scientists on the content of the wealth of facts that are examined is given by what Engels calls the formal side of scientific research, that is, the theoretical thinking capable of using logical categories and elaborated. But since one cannot relate two natural facts with each other, or understand the connection between them, without theoretical thought, and since the question consists entirely on whether one's thought is correct or no, Engels, Dialectic of Nature, ch. 10, then, to the extent that theoretical thinking continued developing, it was infinitely poorer than the thought that consciously assimilated itself to the highest paradigms of theoretical thought developed by ancient and non-divisive science. Therefore, it was the philosophy of the early modern period that who was able to find a higher point of view on things, the ability to penetrate deeper into the theory of the same phenomena studied by non-philosophers. Precisely for this reason, the theoretical understanding of the phenomena of nature and society that occur in philosophy offers an incomparably more model higher level of theoretical understanding than the separate sciences, who cannot cope with the theoretical analysis of the facts precisely because every day too many are discovered facts, facts that must be regularized, classified, encompassed within the framework of a fundamental order, etc. From all this the illusion is born, which reflects a fact real historical, that philosophy in its nature is called to compensate for the insufficiency, the deficiency of finite knowledge. But this fact, conditional historically and therefore transitory, that the sciences of nature and society were based on this period. 62. In a spontaneous, empirical, and anti-dialectical conception of the objectives and means of the methods of thought theoretical, was perceived by philosophy, and this is absolutely natural in light of the total lack of historicism in the thought of this period, as a fact that does not express the historically transitory view of science, but rather its eternal and finite nature. This reading makes intelligible Marx's well-known saying of the introduction into philosophy of narrow empiricism of the natural science of the 17th century, which bursts into the philosophy as a powerful current of thought metaphysical, thus drowning out the dialectic of the ancients. This state of the interrelation between philosophy and science of nature and society continued until the emergence of Marxism. 11. Overcoming the dualism of philosophy and positive knowledge is one of the main achievements of dialectical materialism. Before the appearance of Marxism, as we have shown above, philosophy spoke of science possessing a monopoly on the interpretation of laws of the universe precisely because knowledge positive had not given a constructive understanding of these connections. He did not see his object of study as necessary connection with the object of related sciences, did not reveal in it the movement, the development and, consequently, not provided an understanding of the world as a all materially in development. So, for example, together with empirical history arose the distinct field of philosophy of history, and so on in the rest of fields. 63. 12. Marx and Engels showed that the basic task of natural sciences, and of science as such, when studying the socio-historical order that they faced in the century 19, was to collect all the best results obtained in the 2000 years of development of philosophy, which amounted to a paraphrase of the claim to think in correct form, grammatically, in the theoretical analysis of phenomena. Marx is an example of the application construction of philosophy to particular branches of concrete knowledge, particularly economics policy. And this is the best proof of the proposition that the positive knowledge is in itself capable of achieving, and is obliged to achieve, that same final essence of the object of investigation, below, above and beyond of which there is nothing to find for the simple reason that nothing else exists. But if that's how things are, then it would be extremely reactionary, from the point of view of the relationship between philosophy and science, placed together with economics politics of Marx another different field, that of philosophy of political economy. The latter would be nothing more than a reaffirmation abstract of the first. There cannot be two sciences of same. But this concerns the interrelations of the philosophy and all the particular sciences. As far in which any science approaches capital in its theoretical training and in its entirety, then it unnecessary a special philosophical investigation into the same topic. And on the other hand, if some science or another has a low level of theoretical training, then the task of philosophy it is not to compensate for your ineptitude by your own means, leaving it as it is and raising at its side a philosophical understanding of the object of the given science, but 64. Bring that same science to an appropriate level of theoretical development, to help you understand your object dialectical materialist, that is, understanding it in relation with development, in its internal, specific order. 13. But to the extent that the sciences reach a constructive method of dialectical thinking materialistic, to the extent that they are nourished by all the achievements of philosophy, will inevitably be led to the explanation of their mutual relationships, connections, perikadov, and to the possibility of offering in full the only image of the world as a unity in all its interconnections, so a purely philosophical representations of the world as a whole unified would be completely redundant, and the aspiration to create such a thing would be an outdated aspiration, and reactionary Engels expresses this thought in all his works. Main. What still survives, regardless of all previous philosophy, is the science of thought and its laws, formal logic and dialectic. Engels, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific Socialism, Chap 2. 14. Dialectic is not a monopoly of philosophy, it is present in any scientific knowledge. Exactly for this reason, the laws of dialectics are universal, and are studied by any science, whatever be its object, revealing its truth. Dialectical laws, in their purity and abstraction, can be studied and specified by philosophy only as logical categories, as laws of dialectical thought. Only by doing theoretical thinking, the process of cognition, its object includes in itself the study of 65. More general characteristics of the being, and not the other way around, as so often held. Philosophy is the science of scientific thought, its laws and forms, plus, of course, it's a science. Materialist who investigates the forms and laws of the thought in analogy with the corresponding forms universal objectives of the development of objective reality. 15. The importance of philosophy for the science of nature and society consists in the fact that philosophy replaces the spontaneity of knowledge with meditated and most perfect methods to approach the object of the investigation, teaches the integral and good use founded on thought, instills self-consciousness in the scientific knowledge. One cannot relate two natural facts with each other, or understand the connection that exists between them, without theoretical thought. The only question is whether the thought is correct or not. Engels, Dialectic of Nature, Chap 10. That is the question that philosophy science must answer, in which lies the meaning and necessity of its existence in the system of sciences. 67. Ancient Dialectics as a Form of Thought, 1965. Original, Antigna. Spanish translation from Russian, Rafael Pla Leon. Review, Maria Teresa Vila. The history of philosophy was established by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin first of all in the relationship of those fields of knowledge from which the theory of knowledge and dialectic, and this place he occupies, clearly, not only by order, but also by its meaning, which corresponds to it by its own right in the work of elaboration and exposition of the general theory of dialectics as a theory of knowledge and as logic of contemporary materialism. There can be little doubt about this if we take into account that Lenin formulated all of his fundamental postulates in this point precisely in the middle of the critical analysis of the historical philosophical facts, as conclusions resulting from this analysis. This is perfectly natural, since in the center of Lenin's attention is in this case the dialectics properly as a philosophical science, as a special science with a historically formed object, with a specific system of concepts and with the terminology appropriate to him, with his own language. He deals here with dialectics as a special science, and not as a method, which can and should, according to Lenin, apply yourself in any branch of knowledge, and by therefore, it is by no means carried out only in the form of a special philosophical theory, but also in the form of a concrete theoretical understanding of any sphere of knowledge. 68. That enters within the scientific materialist worldview contemporary. This is not about the task of the application from dialectics to the reworking of other spheres of knowledge, whether political economy or physics, psychology or mathematics, economic policy or the sphere of current political issues, but of the reworking of the apparatus of dialectics itself, that is, of the system of its special concepts, of their categories. Here the same situation occurs as in mathematics. A thing is the application of mathematical means to the elaboration of data from physics or economics, and another thing is the theoretical reworking of its own apparatus, which can and should be used later in any another sphere, and will be applied with more success the more rigor has been reworked in itself, so general. Try to confuse these two tasks and in the solution of both will arise a confusion, especially when the matter is not changed at all by the fact that precisely the application of the mathematical apparatus to the solution of particular tasks sooner or later leads to the need for its own improvement, for its own concretion. This is exactly how dialectics also proves the juice's vital aspects of reality, only through the process of its application to the solution of problems no longer especially philosophical, or, to be more exact, not only especially philosophical, but also of problems of any other sphere of knowledge, which, however, does not mean in absolute that the application of dialectic coincides automatically with the development of your own device theoretical. The achievements and failures of the application of categorical apparatus of science must be assimilated and included in the special concepts that you already have the science that were formed historically, only in at that moment it becomes clear whether or not they need corrections. 69. It can happen, which happens quite frequently, that historically developed categories do not need no improvement at all, but only of knowing how to apply them competently, that is, in a representation about the true content of these categories already developed in philosophy. In our days very often you have to hear it said that the categories of classical dialectics grew old, which need a radical reworking, taking them to in accordance with the newest achievements of science. But of done everywhere, and it often turns out that what has grown old it was not the determination of the categories, but that understanding of them from which they start in certain case. A typical case of this genre was the reasoning about the disappearance of matter, popular at the beginning of the 20th century. Lenin explained clearer than water then to the naturalists that these reasonings were caused not by the newest achievements of the sciences naturals, but because of the naivete of the naturalists in the sphere of especially philosophical concepts. Know the concept of matter aged, but you, naturalists, have long used representations aged on the content of this concept. That's why you give it to them with cheese, the representatives of philosophical systems that have long been left behind aged, passing off as contemporary their representations, even more archaic, about the subject. Absolutely the same thing happens today in relationship with other categories of philosophical dialectics. Now they talk about how Marxist understanding got old classic of mathematics as a science linked to the aspect quantitative of reality. Contemporary mathematics, it stopped being quantitative a long time ago, it went beyond 70. The boundaries of the category quantity and investigate the quality. To the direct question of, and what do you understand, precisely you, by stating this, by quantity and by quality, is followed either by an embarrassing silence or a response by which it becomes evident that with those words take into account anything but understanding elaborated by philosophy, that is, philosophically cultured, of the corresponding categories. Above all, that limit of knowledge and understanding of the quantitative aspect of reality that reached mathematics in the time of Engels and which since then he was really surpassed by her. That same limit with which she 100 years ago identified the concept of quantity in general. And the result of this philosophical naivete, that is, the absence of a simple knowledge of what is understood in philosophy, in dialectic, by quantity, is a misrepresentation about the relationship of quantity with quality, on the reasonable limits of the step of qualitative determination to its quantitative expression mathematics, etc., etc. Up to the conclusions that computer machines will sooner or later replace the human brain in the process of knowledge surrounding world. In other words, that the thought in principle and in the end is reduced without reservations to a set of operations cleanly mathematics, that is, again it reduces only and exclusively to its quantitative aspect, above whose limits mathematics does not cross, just like 100 years back, although he knows it and expresses it much deeper and completely than the mathematics of times Engels. Engels, giving his definition of mathematics, in ultimately it was clearly represented what the quantity, as a logical philosophical category, and its current refuters do not know this and start from erroneous and primitive. 71. Representations about quantity. And on top of this give these misleading representations by a step forward, and not just anywhere, but precisely in the field of philosophy, in the field of the categories of dialectics. These two examples clearly demonstrate that, before of developing the categories of dialectics on the basis of the achievements of contemporary science, in itself this task is necessary and profitable and philosophically justified. It is first necessary to clearly understand what precisely do you want to develop. Speaking of another way, understand the real content of the categories logics, which crystallized as a result of more than 2 millennia of development of philosophy as a science especially dedicated to these matters. In relation to the scientific definition of logical categories, philosophy has a particularly long experience, which includes both achievements and failures, conquests and defeats. With everything, the analysis of the failures and defeats of the philosophy in this matter is no less valuable than analysis of the routes that took her to the objective. For this reason, for the history of dialectics, of its principles, of its categories, of their laws, the analysis of the conception of Locke is no less instructive than the analysis of thought of Spinoza, and the metaphysician Holbach requires an analysis no less careful than the Hegel dialectician. The history of philosophy understood in this way, i.e., as the history of the development of all its special categories, and not as the empirical record of the opinions exchanged for different reasons, occupies that is also why the first place, both by order and by essence, in the list of the fields of knowledge, of which the theory of knowledge and dialectics must be formed. This place is also determined because dialectic is a philosophical science with its own apparatus of concepts formed historically, and because this device is a milestone. 72. Result and conclusion of a long historical process, of the history of philosophy as a special science, as special field of knowledge. Yes, by its very essence dialectics is a result, conclusion, summary of the entire history of knowledge, and in general not only of the history of philosophy. In any case, in the history of philosophy, in comparison with the history of any other science always retains that advantage that it itself is also the history of the emergence and development of those same concepts, in which the work must be expressed conclusive in the generalization of the experience of history of all other sciences, the history of logical categories, of the categories of dialectics. One cannot even undertake the task of dialectical philosophical generalization of any other sphere of knowledge, of the dialectical elaboration of the history of human thought, science, and technology, in which should also consist, according to Lenin, the continuation of the work of Hegel and Marx, without prior self-clarification of the content of all those concepts that emerged, developed, and for centuries were polished precisely in the field of historical development of philosophy, in the collisions of its specific history. For this reason, the critical analysis of the history of philosophy, of the history of all its own concepts, is also presents as a necessary premise of the entire remaining work of dialectical generalization of history of any other science, of the history of all the other spheres of knowledge. That is why the history of philosophy figures also first in the list of those spheres of know, that only as a result of the investigation, of the dialectical elaboration, from which the materialist theory of dialectics, understood as a theory of knowledge and as a logic for the development of all contemporary, scientific materialist, understanding. 73. Crudely speaking, to draw generalizations philosophical of the history of other sciences it is necessary already have a serious special philosophical instruction, that is, a critical understanding of the history of their own science, take into account all the experience that philosophy has in relation to this occupation, that of generalization philosophical. Otherwise this will not be an elaboration dialectic of the history of other sciences, but only an uncritical account of what is observed on the surface of the historical process, of what they think and talk about themselves, or of their own science, the economists, psychologists themselves and other specialists. And the matter does not change one bit because this uncritical story is produced using a philosophical terminology, is produced with the help of turns philosophical of discourse. The simple translation of the truths of physics or chemistry from the language of physics or chemistry to philosophical language will be very far away of being that philosophical generalization of the achievements of the other spheres of knowledge, for which Lenin prepared the philosophy. This is just a translation from a language to another language, not demanding from the translator any other ability other than knowledge of the two languages, of the two series of terms. The language of philosophy can be taken easily and quickly from a philosophical dictionary. Comprehension of philosophy, its problems, its concepts, and the ways of philosophical elaboration of the history of others' fields of knowledge you catch it that easily. For this you need to study not the dictionary, but the real history of philosophy, including the history of its correlation with other spheres of knowledge. Humanity until today has not conceived another method different from the study of all philosophy above for the development of the ability to think dialectically, wrote Friedrich Engels 100 years ago. This situation was maintained in Lenin's time and was 74. It also maintains in our days with all its force. By this reason is that there is the history of philosophy in the first place in the list of fields of knowledge that are necessary investigate to ultimately create the theory of dialectics, the theory of development in general, of logic with capital letter. Unfortunately, until today, works on history of the dialectic that we have are not even remotely close at the level required to fulfill the task established by Lenin. The history of dialectics must be history, precisely history, in the strict sense of this word, of all the fundamental concepts of this science, of logical categories. And this story is from profoundly dialectical in itself, the history of dialectic it is also the most obvious demonstration of one's own dialectic, and precisely in its stark logical form. Thus, deprived of unnecessary details and coincidences, it is that the history of philosophy must be presented. In it you must stand out, illuminate, the lines come to the foreground fundamentals of development, the intertwined threads that they span centuries and millennia to the present day, breaking apart sometimes, but coming together again, if ever they actually belong to the essence of the matter, to the solution of that task in pursuit of which men ever found philosophy. What type of task is this? This can also be answered only by the history of philosophy, and only it. The emergence of philosophy. Philosophy arises not from an intrepid curiosity of hours of leisure, but of an acute and true need to develop rationally in the acute problems that had society before him. Precisely for that reason. 75. Philosophy does not have in the first moments the thoughtful monologue of the wise man, in the superb solitude of the world contemplated. On the contrary, all of it is in the dispute, in the polemical dialogue, passionate, with the mythical and religious system of conceptions of the world and life. It is not necessary to have great sagacity to see in the philosophical poetic fragments of Heraclitus, the world, one in its entirety, was in no way created by the gods nor by men. War is the father of everything and in everything rules. He determined that some were gods and other men, some slaves and others free, the antithesis direct worldview of the convictions expressed classically in the verses of the singer of the primitive idyll of Hesiod. God, in fact, by law established both the beast like the bird like the fish to be devoured each other. On top of that he denied them the truth. He was so God sent the truth to man. Against the old truth of religious mythology the early philosophers raised the new sober truth, naked and without paint, born from the world of fighting daily and at all times of men, of the world of enmity and divorce, where nothing is save traditional, where the old gods are so powerless as the precepts of the life prescribed by them. The Greek of the time of Thales was put before the need to radically re-evaluate all previous standards of life and its foundations. Philosophy is then born as organ of this critical work. Without taking into account this circumstance it cannot be understood absolutely nothing of the essence of that problem to whose solution men were forced to create the philosophy. Intervening for the first time in the arena of social life, philosophy is not concerned at all with 76. Construction of logically thought-out systems of understanding of the world in general, as it could appear at first glance, divorced from the conditions social of its emergence, but it deals, above all, of the destruction of the traditional worldview, not adequate to the way of life that was changing in the most radical, to the conditions of the social being of men. Their own, positive, visions are formed directly in the course of critical reconsideration and transformation of that spiritual material that was bequeathed to men as a legacy of previous development. Naturally, in the first instance, philosophy is related to the limits of this material. It finds itself in very strong, although negative, dependence regarding this one. Philosophy from the beginning is elaborated in the limits of the religious form of consciousness and thus, on the one hand, eliminates religion as such, and from another, by its own positive content moves itself in the sphere idealized religion, translated into the language of ideas. Precisely for this reason, philosophy intervenes from the begin not as a peculiar science, not as a peculiar sphere of knowledge that clearly delimits an object research, a circle of special problems, but as love of wisdom or wisdom in general, she contemplate everything that falls under the visual field of the being thinking. Its object is confused with the object of the thought in general, the world in general, without any type of precisions or limitations. Naturally, here philosophy intervenes as an absolute synonym of scientific worldview in general, as a trend, it goes without saying. For an early stage of development philosophy this is inevitable and natural at the same time. Everything that exists on earth, in the heavens and in the sea constitutes its object, both the construction of musical instruments, like the meteors, the emergence of fish, the 77. Eclipses of the sun and moon, questions about the incommensurability of the diagonal of the square with one on its sides, the dependence between the winter season and the harvesting olive trees in autumn. Everything. All this is called philosophy, any thought about the world in general. At this stage, in general, it is not yet appropriate to speak of philosophy as a particular science, for the simple reason that there are still no other particular sciences. There are only shoots of mathematical knowledge, astronomical and medical, grown in the soil of the practical experience and completely oriented pragmatics. It is not strange that philosophy from the principle itself includes in itself all these scarce embryos of scientific knowledge and help them to develop on their land, seeking to free them from those layers of magic and quackery, with which, you can that even next to them, as the Pythagoreans did, were bound within the worldview mythological and religious. That is why the development of philosophy here also completely and entirely coincides with the development of scientific understanding of the world surrounding in general. Such a representation about philosophy, amorphous and not dismembered, will henceforth be very stable, drawing strength from centuries-old tradition. Even Hegel, 2000 years later, he preserves this understanding in quality of the most general and abstract definition of it. Philosophy can be roughly defined in general as a thinking consideration of objects. 3. As self-understanding is perfectly natural for an early stage of the development of philosophy, when still did not distinguish itself as a peculiar branch of knowledge, or, what is the same, when it is not yet known had detached the other sciences from it and, therefore, 78. Was confused with knowledge in general, with thought in general, with the worldview in general. But precisely for that reason within these reasonings, naturally, everything falls into successive component composes its special object, everything that remains responsibility for her, when she, like King Lear, doled out by pieces of her kingdom to her daughters, the positive sciences, the investigation of those universal regularities in whose frames exist and are transformed, both the being as thought, both the cosmos understood like the soul that understands it. It is very characteristic for the first thinkers that the very presence of these laws, which governed both the cosmos as for the soul, was something presupposed by in itself, as evident as the very existence of the world surrounding. This is perfectly understandable. Above all, our theoretical thinking dominates with absolute force the fact that our subjective thinking and the world objective are subordinated to one and the same laws, and that is why they cannot contradict each other in their results, but they must correspond to each other. This fact is the unconscious and unconditional premise of our theoretical thinking. Since philosophy intervenes here precisely as theoretical thought in general, this, naturally, take this premise as something that presupposes itself, as a necessary condition of itself, as a condition unconditional of the very possibility of thought theoretical. Precisely for this reason philosophy is opposed to mythical religious worldview, on the one hand, as materialismo is spontaneous, and, on the other hand, as dialectica is also spontaneous. Materialism and dialectics are here inseparable from each other, forming essentially just two aspects of one and the same position. 79. Of the position of thoughtful consideration of objects, of the position of theoretical thought in general, and, for that reason, of philosophy, which in general here it is not yet different from theoretical thinking, much less does it oppose it. At first glance it may seem that philosophy in its beginnings does not have to do in general with those issues which will later compose its special object, before all with the question about the relationship of thought towards being, from the soul towards matter, from consciousness towards reality, from the ideal towards the real. But actually precisely this question is at the center of his attention from the beginning, composing its main problem. The point is that philosophy here does not simply study the outside world. Intervening as theoretical thought in general, she really does. Investigates, but does so in the course of overcoming criticism of the mythical religious worldview, in the process of the controversy with this, that is, constantly interposing between themselves two clearly delimited spheres one from another, on the one hand, the outside world as it is he begins to conceive it, on the other, the world as it is represented in the present consciousness, that is, mythical religious. Furthermore, his own views are they form precisely as antithesis of the representations refuted by her. Precisely for that reason, destroying religion, philosophy, for its content positive, it moves completely here still alone in this idealized religious sphere, translated into the language of the thoughts. In other words, in the early days the philosophy clearly sees the real object of his investigation in the measure, and just to that measure, in which the real object is already expressed in one way or another in religious consciousness, in which it is already contemplated through the distorted prism of this consciousness. What constitutes this object? 80. Real religious consciousness. The real world? Of none manner. The further development of philosophy demonstrated sufficiently that the real, earthly content of any religion is always constituted by one's own forces and capabilities of man himself, presented as an object existing outside and independently of man, as forces and capacities of some other being different from itself. In religion, as later also in idealist philosophy, man becomes aware of his own active capacities of it, but as a certain object existing outside of itself. More than once Marx stated that this irrational form of awareness of a completely real object in the early stages of the development of spiritual culture is natural and inevitable. Man must first in his religious consciousness contrasting with himself his own spiritual forces as independent forces. God, the gods, the demons, the heroes, plays here the role of ideal image, according to which the organism social forms in its individuals the forces and capacities real. Education, the relationship with the already formed culture, is done through the integral imitation of this image ideal, and the assimilated norms of vital activity become conscious and received as divine commandments, as a legacy of previous generations, depositaries of the strength of an unquestionable tradition, of the strength of a higher law that determines the will and conscience of individuals. In the form of religion, man, the individual, is contrasts nothing other than the system of norms of its own vital activity, spontaneously formed from everything and made tradition. Precisely for this reason no one remembers and does not know how or when these rules are formed, for each individual have always been, their author of it is considered one or another divine authority, Jehovah or Solomon, Zeus, Prometheus, or Solon. The power of religion. 81. Always was and is the force of an uncritically assimilated, not subject to criticism and incomprehensible in its real sources. In general, this is the principle of the officialdom of a contemporary army: act like me, and don't think, the statutes were written by smarter people than us. The mythical religious worldview always has for this reason a pragmatic character expressed with more or less clarity. In it they find their expression above all social human modes of action with things, and not things own things. The thing is an external object, in general is perceived by this consciousness primarily as an object of application of will, only from the side in which it is useful or harmful, friendly or hostile. That's why the will d and int encion also intervene here as upper principle, both starting and ending, of the consciousness and reasoning. The theoretical interest towards things does not arise here by itself. Precisely for this reason all phenomena, events, and things in the surrounding world inevitably they are perceived and made aware anthropomorphically, only as objects, products, or means of realizing the will, the intentions, desires or whims of the man-like being. That's why so does the man, although he looks directly into the face of nature, he sees nothing in this face other than his own physiognomy. From here comes the illusion, similar to that creates, and thanks to which the mirror is created. Man who looks in the mirror is not interested as such properties of the mirror, but that image that thanks to these properties are seen behind the mirror. For the pragmatic religious consciousness, nature as such it has exactly the same meaning. It plays the role of a more or less transparent partition, after the what is that reality, which is also important. 82. Observe, the modes of activity, the forms of activity vital, the intentions and the ways of carrying them out. In the flash of lightning they immediately see only the shapes externals of the wrath of Zeus, in the green shoot of the rising cereals, the generous grace of Mother Earth Demeter, in a juicy monetary operation, the friendly Hermes service, etc., etc. Like a hidden secret after the phenomena of nature always remain here the int encion, the machuination, the will and the conscious action directed by them, the technique of this action, to which one must submit, in the measure of the possibilities, to know how to achieve the desired results. Against this universal principle of the relationship of conscious will towards the surrounding world is that philosophy intervenes, the theoretical thinking, from the first steps of his birth. More precisely, the intervention against this principle is precisely the first step of philosophy, is the act of its birth, the moment of the emergence of the theoretical vision of the world and of man, of himself, of the forms of his vital activity. It is understandable that a crisis was necessary, ruthless and without exit in the system of forms traditionally practiced and corresponding to their pragmatic religious representations, so that it awakened, the theoretical vision of world as an effective reality not only independent of any type of will, but even directing this will, even if it is the will of one's own Zeus. The first step of philosophy is precisely the critical consideration of the true relationship of the world of the acting consciousness and the will towards the world of reality independent of these, the cosmos, the nature, the being. 83. Above all, the clarification of that circumstance in which the mythologized man, represented for Heraclitus, Xenophon, and their supporters in Hesiod Homer, is the manon tropomorphizado, that is, the man who incorrectly transmits to nature his own image. It is natural the task that follows from here, separating what really belongs exclusively to man with the consciousness of him and the will of him, of that which belongs to nature, refine the representation of the nature of the traits of human vision, and return these features to man, detach them from external nature, from the sun, helium, from ocean, of the thunderous rays, of the fiery Vulcan and of others. The sun is the sun, that is, a sphere of fire, the ocean is the ocean, that is, a sea of water, and the man is man, that is, one of the living beings inhabiting of the cosmos. Philosophy, theoretical thinking, already in the early time assumes that task that in Anaxagoras solves his new omicron upsilon, intelligence. In the chaos of consciousness religious, the wheat of representations rigorously objective views about the outside world, she separates it from representations about the mode of vital activity of the very being that has this new omicron upsilon, man. She produces an initial classification, a separation of the elements, of which the worldview is composed pragmatic religious, dividing everything known into two strictly delimited fractions. In the first times it acts precisely as a separator that divides everything known into opposites that become extinct in it, without adding anything essential. Still here it moves completely only in this idealized sphere, translated into language of ideas. This clarification of the true contrast of the conscious will and the real cosmos, which exists according to its own laws, of that which will later be. 84. Called the subjective and that which will receive the title of the objective, is precisely the first differentiation established by philosophy as philosophy. The same time is also the first, most abstract, definition of its true object. For naturphilosophy, original and natural is the representation according to which man, possessing soul, he is only one of the many beings inhabitants of the cosmos, and therefore, is subordinate to all his laws, without any type of privileges or exceptions. This is pure materialism. Although spontaneous, although naive, but truly not so dumb, materialism that understands that achievement superior of the rational being is not the ordinary confrontation with the powerful resistance of the forces of the nature, but, on the contrary, it is the knowledge understand them and count on them, knowing how to shape the own action according to the laws, measures, and order of the cosmos, according to his insurmountably strong power, according to his logos, not created by any of the gods nor by none of the men. And this is the first axiom and commandment also of theoretical thought contemporary in general, that border that divided once and still today divides the scientific approach theorist of the spontaneous pragmatic relationship towards the world, summarized in its purest form precisely as a mythologizing religious worldview, with the sacralization, characteristic of the latter, of an insolent will and with the cult of a wise supernatural personality. With the ritual respect of the traditionally inherited and unsubjugated ways of life to criticism of representations. Precisely for this reason materialism is not only the first historical form of both theoretical thought in general, as of philosophy, as self-awareness of this thought, but also logically, that is, in the background of the issue, it is also the foundation. 85. First of the contemporary scientific worldview and of his philosophy, his logic. In the same organic and natural way, to the philosophy here spontaneous dialectics is also its own. This is linked to the very essence of that task, the need for which of solution gave life to philosophy, this first form of theoretical thinking. The point is that pragmatic religious consciousness distinguished by a total absence of self-criticism. His representation about the outside world and about the laws of the life of men has its only foundation in tradition, traced back to the gods and ancestors, that is, in an external authority, whose role is played directly one or another deified character, the oracle, the priest, the cleric. This representation about something here has the meaning of a self-sufficient and unquestionable truth, its verdict is definitive and unappealable. To authoritarian ways of life and stagnant, such an understanding of the world suits them better than no other, with the power of the rich you cannot argue. The matter is disrupted in conditions of democracy, in conditions of open consideration of all important matters in the squares, in the meetings of people with different and opposing opinions, who they mutually refute each other. Philosophy, born precisely as the organ of such a relationship, criticism, towards any opinion and judgment expressed, from the beginning itself finds itself needing to find the way to truth through the consideration of representations opposed to each other. The democratic controversy, the open confrontation of opinions, always grouped around alternative poles, this is the atmosphere in the which only true thought arises, theoretical and true philosophy, which deserves this name. In the form of philosophy, man begins with that first time to critically observe, as if from a distance, his 86. Own activity of constructing images of reality, the own process of awareness of the facts, about that the discussion arose. In other words, as an object of special consideration were given to all those representations and general concepts about which they tried to confront opinions. And such a turn of thought towards itself, towards form of his own work, is also a condition without which there is and cannot be neither dialectic nor thought theoretical in general. Dialectical thinking, just because presupposes investigation of the nature of one's own concepts, is proper only to man, and to man alone at a relatively high level of development, Buddhists and Greeks. The history of early Greek philosophy demonstrates this truth as in the palm of the hand. There is no and no there can be a specifically human thought, and above, dialectical, where there is no investigation of the nature of the concepts themselves, where the man contemplates only the external world, without reflect at the same time on the forms of one's own thought, of the very activity of construction of the images of this outside world. In other words, thinking specifically human in general begins his true story only there where not only thinking about the world takes place outside, but also the thought about one's own thought. Only here and only under this condition does it also makes it rational, that is, dialectical, while until now he does not leave the framework of those forms that are already typical of the psyche of the developed animal, of the frameworks of the called forms of reasoning. We share with animals all the types of rational activity, induction, deduction, and therefore, also abstraction, concepts generics in didoi, quadruped and biped, the analysis of 87. Unknown objects. Cracking a nut is already the beginning of the analysis, the synthesis, in the case of the clever mischief of animals, and, as a union of both, the experiment, in case of new obstacles and in difficult conditions. According to the type, all these methods, namely, all means of scientific research recognized by usual logic, are perfectly equal in man and animals. Only in degrees, according to the development of the corresponding method, they are different. The main features of the method are the same in man and animal and lead to the same results, since both operate or are satisfied only with these elementary methods. In other words, human thought establishes a difference in principle between themselves and the forms precedents of psychic activity only there and precisely there where it transforms itself, to the forms of their own work, as a special object of attention and investigation. In other words, where the process of thought becomes a conscious act, where establishes control of the rules revealed by the self-thought, logical categories. But this is precisely the act of birth of philosophy. Before this and without this there is still no thought specifically human. There are only forms of the psyche that are its prehistoric premise, that is, forms of gregarious consciousness, common to both man and to the animal. And as the last, and superior, phase of the development of this gregarious consciousness intervenes precisely in mythological and religious worldview, in whose overcoming criticism arises especially human thought and philosophy as an organ of the self-consciousness. From this it becomes perfectly evident how superficial and erroneous is the widespread, according to which the materialism of the ancient Greek thinkers it is appropriate to see it in that. 88. They investigate the outside world, talk about the outer world. They do this, however, not as materialists. Well, about the outside world you can reason and speak being a pure idealist, and on the contrary, can, and should, be a consistent materialist studying not the outside world, but thought. The authors of the Bible and Hesiod spoke and wrote about the outside world as much or more than Thales, Anaximander, Anaximenes, and Heraclitus, all together, and the real materialism of the latter consists in the fact that they offered the world a certain understanding of the relationship of thinking towards him exterior world, a certain solution, precisely materialist, of the fundamental question of philosophy, and they understood thought as man's ability to consciously build his action in correspondence with the laws and forms of the external world, with the logos of the cosmos, and not of according to the precepts of the prophets, the sentences of the oracles and their interpreters. To the theoretical relationship towards the world is truly its own materialism as a natural position, which emerges by itself, in the understanding of thought, at the level of investigation of the nature of own concepts. And precisely for this reason the dialectic is born as a materialist dialectic, as a capacity for ripening the tension of contradiction as part of the theoretical expression of the phenomena of the external world, as part of the concepts investigated, which reflect adequately the outside world. Of dialectics in a strict sense in general one can speak seriously only where contradiction becomes consciously established principle of thought occupied in construction of the image of the surrounding world and the conscious sense of this his work. 89. And it is not enough to verify the presence of contradictions, since the mythological and religious worldview join directly opposite images at each step and mutually exclusive, but regardless of what it does, without understanding the opposites precisely how opposites. It tolerates contradictions within itself and precisely because he does not consciously set them as contradictions, such as situations that destroy any picture of the immobile and stagnant world, any system of myths, of mystified concepts. Another issue is philosophical theoretical thought, which tolerates the tension of contradiction, clearly understanding it just as a contradiction, as a form natural expression of the relativity of each rigorously established representation and concept. But such a relationship towards contradiction becomes possible only there where consciousness stops mixing with the existing, dogmatically fixed concepts, and directs them a patiently scrutinizing look, only there where she contemplates its own concepts as from outside, as if it were another object distinct from itself. For this reason, properly speaking, dialectics is incompatible with a system of representations dogmatically established, since in relation to this system contradiction always intervenes as destructive principle, as a situation of disagreement within an established system of concepts. Therefore, a system of ideas dogmatically established always comes to feel the contradiction as index of discord within oneself, as destruction of their own statutes. The thought theoretical, then, that looks at the concept as something different of itself, as a special object of consideration, submitted in if necessary to modification, precision, and even complete change, maintains a relationship serenely theory towards contradiction. This sees in her not her 90. Destruction, not his death, but only the destruction and death of another object other than itself, and at the same time, he sees her as his own life. And this is precisely where the difference lies. Specificity of the human relationship towards the forms of own activity as if they were another thing, with respect to the animal relationship towards the same. The animal mixes with the forms of his vital activity, man on the contrary he contrasts them with himself. That is why the human psyche has an exit to the dialectic, while the animal one does not. This radical difference between the psyche of the animal and the psyche of man, which emerges clearly in the collisions of the emergence of ancient Greek philosophy, is seen as in the palm of the hand also in the well-known experiment of I.P. Pavlov, who consciously made confront the dog's psyche with a contradiction. This shows that the psyche of the animal highly developed performs easily in the task of reflect common differences between two or more categories or sets of singular objects presented to him, but momentarily comes to complete disarray so soon by degree or by force has to reflect the passage of one to another, that is, the act of disappearance of difference established with precision, the act of conversion of the contraries, the act of emergence precisely of the contrary difference, etc., etc. The psyche of the dog in this case acutely and visibly shapes intelligence. Dialectically uneducated man, intellectual activity formed in the conditions of traditional life stagnant, where from generation to generation they rigorously reproduce the same schemes of vital activity, elaborated for centuries and centuries, with the ritual character, and also the representations that correspond. Dialectics, therefore, becomes a necessity. Socially conditioned that imperatively demands its satisfaction, precisely in a time of changes. 91. Radicals, where men are faced with task of consciously developing oneself in the midst of conditions of his own life, to raise awareness rationally, that is, to understand what happens around you and why everything until yesterday seemed solid, strongly established, it turns out, and not from time to time, but by dint of some fateful necessity that daily and at all hours interferes in all their calculations and plans, hesitant, unstable, deceptive. There where all the signs suddenly become what contrary, where what yesterday was presented as the good, suddenly turns for them into endless troubles and misfortunes, where the ancient law, bequeathed by the gods and the ancestors no longer preserve them from the forces of evil. 2 words, where men feel trapped in the jaws of implacable contradictions, seeing themselves needing to solve them, and the old ways to solve them, used forever and ever, they express all their helplessness. Only then, and not before, is that the true need arises to understand clearly rationally everything that happens, why this is how it happens and where it all goes. Understand how to follow living, to what objectives to direct your vital activity, in what see solid support for your judgments and evaluations. The dialectic arises, therefore, above all as a form of a sober self-accountability of man placed before such conditions. To get rid of contradictions it is necessary to reflect them clearly and honestly, without deceiving oneself with stories and myths, but, precisely, as contradictions of reality, and not as contradictions of the good or bad will of gods and beings anthropomorphic, similar to gods. This is precisely what differentiates knowledge rational of the world of schemes traditionally religious of his explanation. The latter are easily unfold with contradictions, of which no longer. 92. You will escape and they are on everyone's lips, they declare themselves a matter of an unhealthy design, of an evil will, of an intention harmful to man of any intelligence superhuman and cunning beings, who plot evil against the heavenly protectors of the human race, be it with discord between the divine benefactors, guardians of the mortal fools. That is why mythology abounds in contradictions and in itself is also dialectical, since in the heavens project doubly earthly contradictions, real. But that convert this peculiar projection to the screen of the beyond into something mystically incomprehensible, for the ways of the Lord are unsearchable. Always they declare their cause to be the conscious design of the gods and their divine will, unattainable for the man. That is why rational dialectics begins with the sober and sharp fixation of the real contradictions of the life, of the world within which man lives, the being bearer, unlike the surrounding world, of conscience and will. Start by becoming aware of contradictions and with the will to face them. Of here we also understand the naturphilosophical character of the first theoretical philosophical constructions, of their materialism, the essence of which is that man with his consciousness and will is included in the vital cycles of a nature without gods, and, therefore, in his life he must follow his laws, his order, that is, thinking and proceeding according to it and not against it. Naturphilosophy of the first philosophers. Think and proceed according to the nature of the things. Precisely in this is contained all the wisdom of the first theoretical philosophical conceptions. Wisdom. 93. Coupled with the understanding that doing this is not that easy and simple, that thought and reflection require man intelligence, will and courage to look ahead in truth, no matter how disconsolate it may be seem. This creed, originating from philosophy, formulated later by Spinoza as his motto, "Do not cry, do not laugh, but understand," comes through with sufficient clarity to through the verbal trappings of any system early ancient Greece. In Heraclitus there is not the slightest reference to any peculiar logos, different from the universal logos, from the activity of the soul, of the animated being. The man-sense principle itself is included in the fire cycles of the nature, and, whether he likes it or not, he follows his inexorable movement of him. The rational soul, understanding this situation independently of it, acts in correspondence with the logos. The irrational, not perceive it, searches anxiously, strives in vain and stick to her thing, but she gets dragged anyway by the course of universal events. Wisdom also expressed in the aphorism of those times, desired destination leads, the unwanted drags, and with this there's nothing to do. Democritus' solution is analogous. The soul is a particle of nature, formed by those same atoms that make up anything else in the cosmos, perhaps just more mobile, and, therefore, its activity passes according to the same laws as those of existence of any other thing, of any other set of the same atoms. In essence, the same meaning also has the famous thesis of Parmenides, the idea and what she thinks. There was not and still could not be here the refined idealistic sense that the same formula will have later, in Plato, in the Neoplatonists, in Berkeley, Fichte, or Hegel. Here, of course, there was no. 94. Nothing similar. And even Hegel, so virtuous in transforming to all the brilliant thinkers of the past in predecessors of his conception of the relationship of thought towards being, he sees the need to verify that Parmenides' vision of sensation and thought may at first glance seem materialistic. 9. This is how it seems at first glance, and at second, at third, only if not interpretations formed very late are attached to it, since the question here was posed in a way perfectly clear as the question about the relationship of one of the capabilities of the dead, a tiny particle of being, towards all the remaining being, and resolved clearly and indisputably in the sense of the correspondence of knowledge with that which is in reality. Thinking reason, in contrast to the deceptive sight and the ringing of the obstructed ear, for its own nature is such that it cannot be deceived, cannot express that which is not in reality, but rather it is an expression of that which is. And what is? This resolved the reason. In general, for the pre-Socratics it is not characteristic own idea of the contrast of human thought, and another they did not recognize, the being. The thought and the idea are opposed not to being, not to the cosmos, but to the opinion, that is, false knowledge, obtained not through independent research and reflection, but thank you to the credulity that takes everything as true currency what they chatter about around them. Therefore, the categories of thought, such as being or movement in general, are judged and investigated here directly as determinations of the world surrounding man, such as characteristics or definitions of reality existing outside of intelligence and outside of man. And with the same objectivity, regardless of how they understood themselves and how they understood. 95. Ancient philosophers' own reasonings. The question here has already been established, in essence, around how express real movement in the logic of concepts, and not at all about whether it actually existed or no. As an empirically verifiable fact, yes, unconditionally, and I would not doubt this, no longer an opponent of Zeno, but Zeno himself. It exists, yes, but just as any other ephemeral, mortal, thing exists, like health or wealth, like success or harvest of olives. Today you have them, tomorrow you don't, but there is always that world, that cosmos, within which they arise and disappear without even leaving traces, of being. That which always was, it is, and will be. That to which reason must be directed, in contrast to vain opinion. This is already a clear analysis of the categories of the thought, analysis that unravels the contradictions in the composition of these categories, as soon as the thought begins to occur special, careful, and honestly. Contradictions of which it is full also all the spheres of vain opinions, but that there they are not perceived, because they simply are not. They look critically, they don't think of them as a specific object, different from itself, but they stubbornly insist on them, each one chiseling the hers, which in practice is not yours, but something mysteriously taken without knowing how or from where. This is common, but this is not the truth. It is precisely to Zeno that humanity owes a truth which became the directive motto of science in general: don't believe what you see or hear, investigate it. Can be that in the end everything turns out to be the opposite. Without this not even Galileo's thought would have been born. This our great Pushkin understood it clearer than water. There is no movement, said a bearded wise man. The other fell silent and began to walk in front of him. 96. Who was right? Who gets one right? Convoluted answer? It must be reasoned or thought, and Pushkin relates this example precisely with Galileo. In truth, every day before us passes the sun. However, the obstinate Galileo was right. That same Galileo who is busily transformed by the positivists into his saint, into an enemy of any philosophy. Of course, the presence of a serious social crisis, which drags everything into its orbits, has not yet explains that explosion of dialectical thought, linked to the names of Heraclitus and Zeno of Elea, and more, all the theoretical tradition awakened by them, every one process that entered history forever under the denomination of philosophy of ancient Greece, of the ancient dialectic, that authentic basis of later culture theory of Europe. Reflecting on this, no conclusion could be reached. Other conclusion than the one in relation to the conditions of the birth and flowering of dialectics philosophical did Hegel. Philosophical dialectics is born in Little Greece, even more precisely, in those city-states where, by some happy coincidence of circumstances, the question of what circumstances is quickly transmitted, precisely, to the historian, better than the historian of philosophy. This crisis produces under conditions of democracy. Be already decadent, incomplete, slave-owning, but democracy nonetheless, the regime where all the vitally important questions, all the fascinating problems were elucidated not in secret, not by a narrow sect of honorables, but openly, in the squares, in heated disputes and discussions, where each one had the word and could prevail, if this word it was reasonable and it convinced everyone. There is no reason to idealize, of course, this form of democracy. By no means did she give only a 97. Impressive flowering of the dialectical intellect until today, but also some other not so delicious dishes. Socrates, because of his excessive wisdom, according to the opinion of this democracy, he was sentenced to death precisely for her, and Aristotle was forced to flee his city native, under danger of analogous distinction. To do he dialectical thinking is not entertainment harmless even in the conditions of a complete democracy. This was also born as a sharp weapon in the struggle of worldviews, and to this day it remains as such. That is why the most consistent democratic movement of the history, the communist movement of our time, fighting unconditionally for the guardian dialectic of in any case, in your theoretical arsenal also some advice. Knowingly apply this method. The sophistry. And knowing how to apply it means also knowing its genealogy, and those unhealthy deformations, monstrosities of the dialectical method, with which, alas, he has enriched the history of its development and application. A of such lessons is demonstrated before us by sophistry, that vulgarized and turned into an object of market and particular interests the clean and brave dialectic of the pre-Socratics, these fighters for the worldview, scientist theoretician who rose up against the conception of world of the pragmatic religious current, against the mythology that explained all the events of the world by the whims of the will and conscience of anthropomorphic gods of wisdom and power superhuman, mythical, cultural heroes. From universal history it is known that the flowering of ancient Greek culture, creator among 98 other things also of dialectic, was as short as precipitate. Without managing to completely defeat the regime patriarchal gentleman of life, much less the memories about him, this new type of culture, still unexplored by men, very quickly discovered their contradictions, immanent to it, if we express ourselves in the usual philosophical language, which would soon destroy it, or, more exactly, that from within they would weaken their strength by point that it became easy loot for conquerors. And one of the pernicious features of the decline of culture resulted precisely in sophistry. It does not have to be represented, of course, only in white and black. The sophists also entered history as civilizers, like peddlers of culture intellectual already formed in the pre-Socratics, of the logic of theoretical approach to any issue, as well as its popularizers and even as discoverers of some weaknesses of dialectical analysis. This is so, and of all ways sophistry became a common name for very characteristic form of the disintegration of dialectical thought, and even served as a bridge for the which dialectic jumped to the opposite bank of the wide torrent of theoretical thought, on the edge of idealism. Between the pre-Socratic materialists and Socrates, Plato's sophistry is precisely established as a link of link, and at the same time division. From this angle she, evidently, is more than anything interesting in the history of ancient dialectics. Falling into the hands of popularizing peddlers, the pre-Socratic dialectic very soon lost the character of mode of assimilation of reality in its main contours, just as it was for Heraclitus, the Eleatians, and Democritus, and begins to become a technique of false demonstration of previously adopted theses and presented as a sample, begins to degenerate into a focus sui generis intellectual, in the art of winning in struggles. 99. Verbal, even, simply in verbal falsehood, in empty rhetoric. The sophist considered the level superior art of him the ability to demonstrate any thesis, the same as the direct opposite of it, using in this those real dialectical transits, the modulations of the concepts, which were revealed in the thoughts of the pre-Socratics. On this level the art of the sophists, circuses of the intellect, could be compared to art of gymnasts, who do what they want with their body. Thought intervenes here not so much as a function of objective knowledge of reality and the establishment of contradictions contained in it, as from its side formal, and precisely in the form of speech, opinion, of affirmation, that is, in its verbal form. The object of discourse, from the conversation, from the dialogue itself, to the sophist it interests him very little. According to the principle of sophistry this it could be anyone, that's not the point. The question is knowing how to discover the paradoxes, the contradiction in the statements of the interlocutor, putting him in a dead-end exits, dissuade him, make him say the opposite of what he had said a minute ago. Naturally, under this understanding the principal fundamental theorist of the pre-Socratics, the principle of correspondence of thought with reality, and speech with the real situation of things, regardless of this, generally declines from the sophistic thought. There is nothing to do with him here, it stops being interesting and necessary. Sophistry begins precisely where dialectics, as the art of analyzing the concepts that express reality, gives rise to the art of constructing discourse about reality. Naturally, the theoretical difficulties related to the dialectic of objective categories, such as the singular and the universal, the unique and the multiple, the part and the whole, being and non-being, etc., etc., imperceptibly becomes here the object of a 100. Play on words and the ambivalences contained in these words, that is, with the contradictions of a plane exclusively semantic. With this, properly, sophistry becomes deserving of his bad reputation, the fame of Herostrates for dialectics. And if Democritus was inscribed in memory as creator of the concept of Adam, sophistry is remembered under the aspect and genre of this anecdote. Tell me, let's see, do you have a dog? Dash yet. Dash she breeds. Dash yet. Does she mean that your dog is a mother? How else? It means you have a bitch mother, and you are the brother of the puppies. And it continues in this same spirit. Did you stop killing your own father? Answer yes or no. If a hair falls out, you stay bald. Dash no. What if you drop another one? Dash no. Dash and other further. And so as long as the interlocutor does not discover with bitterness that, with his consent, they have made him a bald, and to the question, and another one, he is forced to answer, yes. Of course, sophistic dialectic is a game, but a game with very serious things, and an irresponsible game, since it does not make a distinction between such concepts as baldness and welfare of the country, distracting them with a turned upside down, and so on and roasted, and therefore, in the issues the more serious the idea is formed, in the end, perfectly without principles. It is not surprising that the entertainments of the sophists will awaken in acquaintances' circles of Athens not only amazement, but also fear. Fear for the future of their polis, of its citizens, perverted by wandering philosophers, and on top of that they charged money for this. If we apply to the characteristics of sophistry the later principles of address classification philosophical, the most reasonable of all is to place it in the list of subjective idealism. For her there is no and no there can be a common truth for all. There is only one. 101. Mass of opinions. There are as many opinions as there are individuals. Exist. Everyone has their opinion. And each one has so much reason as the other, its opposite, since each one is trained, educated, and lives after his manner, and sees and understands the world to his shape. And what they take to be truth is just an individual opinion, that someone new impose on everyone else. One of the inevitable consequences of such a version of dialectic turned out to be the absolute skepticism regarding the possibilities of knowledge of the outside world. What he is like in himself I don't know, we know and we cannot know, and there is no reason to lose forces in useless attempts to know him, to define in the course of events even certain contours, regularities, even certain logos. Everything I can say about him, it's whatever it seems to me, and only to me. I like honey, for me it is sweet. My neighbor is sure it is bitter, it is not tasty. He can be. And I am right, as much as he is, our sense organs are not structured the same, so honey seems sweet to me and bitter to him. Other he says, like me, that honey is sweet. In words he is agree with me, but where do I know what is hidden in him after the word sweet? The words are the same, yes, but no one can say whether they express one and the same thing. The thought, fixed by the sophists in this form, in which individually realized thought exists for another, as a representation formed verbally, as speech, as a story, it is interpreted, however, as an expression of an experience narrowly individual, narrowly singular, of a state of the individual soul, or body. What is the difference? Unrepeatable, even if it were for the second time. The sophists, however, for the first time saw in word that peculiar element, that element in which realizes thought as that form in which, according to Hegel's expression, the spirit only finds itself for itself. 102. As spirit. In his eyes the thought and the speech were mixed, to which the circumstance also contributed that in Greek the word logos designates both the speech, as its meaning. As result, the logical philosophical aspect of the consideration of thought perfectly mixed in them with the linguistic, and discourse analysis, in essence, is replaced by a narrowly formal analysis, and the place of logic, dialectic, created by the pre-Socratics, is occupied by rhetoric, grammar, semantics, syntax. And not coincidentally, contemporary semasiology he carries his genealogy from Protagoras. The analysis of the categories, being, movement, continuity and discontinuity, etc., gives way to the analysis of the senses and meanings of words. Against such an analysis there is nothing bad to say, but since this one immediately comes forward after the solution of a philosophical problem, the relationship of thought towards the surrounding world, therefore this it is nothing other than your subjective idealist solution. So much in ancient Greece, as in our days. However, the subjective idealism of the sophists, expressed in the aphorism of Protagoras, man is the measure of all things, and precisely man as a singular being understood atomistically, as individual, in the course of the development of philosophy soon it is only a transitory form towards idealism objective, an undeveloped form of idealism as field in philosophy. Since the realization consequent of the subjective idealist principle is perfectly equal to a suicide, a self-destruction of philosophy as a theory, its inevitable conclusion is transforms here into an absolute relativism, a pluralism absolute of individual opinions that you do not know borders or limits, a complete skepticism, both in relation to the outside world, as in relation to the 103 own thought and in relation to another man. The category of objective truth completely vanishes, there is simply nothing to do with it. In his extreme conclusions, and the Greeks were good at going to the end in everything without fear, sophistry leads precisely to this end. The individual with his unrepeatable experiences are the only measure and the only criterion of both truth, correctness, and justice, and thought is reduced to the art of conscious verbal deception, the art of passing the individual for the universal, which in itself does not exist and cannot exist, to the ability to operate with words in such a way to impose one's own individual opinion on everyone others. The universal, the unique becomes simply an illusion, which has only the existence of word, and philosophy, art of eloquence, of rhetoric, of eristics, or of dialectics, already in the peculiar sophistic sense of this word. Likewise, the problem of the relationship of knowledge reached by thought towards its object, towards its prototype, towards the outside world, is removed from the order of the day for this position as an insoluble problem and falsely stated. This is exactly the same what neopositivism does today. But the problem itself does not disappear because a certain school in philosophy declared it non-existent. By that is that sooner or later the subjective idealist version of thought and knowledge gives way to idealism objective, which does not escape the problem, but rather raises again in all its acuity and tries to combat to materialism precisely in the question about the objective significance of knowledge. In the history of ancient philosophy this occurs as a turn from spontaneous materialism and dialectic of the pre-Socratics towards objective idealism. 104. Of Plato and Aristotle. As an intermediate figure in this evolution intervenes Socrates. Socrates Plato. Socrates is very close to the sophists, he too resolutely departs from the investigation of nature outside of man, of the naturphilosophical physics of pre-Socratics. All his intellectual activity takes place in the sphere of ethics, in its broad ancient understanding. Also coincident is his understanding of dialectics, for him this is also above all the art of discussion, in which he does not yield to the most crafty sophist, and the contemporaries do not coincidentally confuse it with sophists, which becomes evident in the comedy of Aristophanes the Cloud, where he is represented sitting in a basket chattering typical sophist speeches. Without however, here a completely different position matured. Different. It is necessary, of course, to count on our well-known philosopher Socrates is just a pseudonym under the which Plato is hiding, the author of the Dialogue Socratics. And of course Plato's Socrates is not all Socrates historically true. This is a Socrates corrected, improved, revised by Plato, but with full right, since the fundamental tendencies of his activity really led to the path of Platonism. They were men from the same circle, of the same disposition, of the same concerns, from the same circle aristocratic who saw in the thought of the sophists a threat to Athenian stability. The earthly basis of Platonism is, clearly, fear fully understandable of the Athenian aristocracy, which saw that the degeneration of democracy into anarchy. 105. Which had precisely in the activity of the sophists its theoretical philosophical expression, threatened the city with great misfortunes. The salvation of the native polis with its culture, Plato, representing, of course, not only himself, but also to a wide circle of his co-religionists, saw it in the affirmation of the authority of some system of solid principles of the ethical political range, of common norms of behavior and relationships towards events, that same unique and universal that was questioned by the thought of the sophists. The point was that the subjective freedom acted as something that led to Greece to the death. Yes, Athenian democracy really was powerless, discovering at all times his negative aspects. Yes, a city cannot stand where everyone goes on their own, like atoms, and where the common bond of citizens, their unity, guaranteed by common standards of conduct and thought, not it only begins to seem, but in practice it becomes fiction, and everyone's behavior is dictated for his particular interest. The activity of the sophists, their philosophy, began to take the side of these fatal consequences as a eloquent charlatanism, which hid within itself the interest particular that did not take into account the interests of the polis. Plato also intervenes as the most consistent defender of this principle. The sophist dialectic is wonderfully known by Plato, knows its destructive force, and that is why understands that this force is impossible to overcome if you do not is stronger than her, if her sharp weapon is not adopted, if this is not taken into one's own hands, if it is not erected as defense of a good cause, the good of Athens, the good of the whole, the good of the universal, the good of the unique. Dialectics must be not only a weapon of destruction, of dissolution of the general principles on which 106 establishes and can maintain moral and political glory from Athens, but it must also be a weapon of creation, a weapon of conservation and strengthening of these beginning. The interest of the individual must be silent where it deals with the interests of the polis, of the whole, of the universal, of the unique and the good of it. This is why this combatant pathos is fully explained, with which Plato attacks the force of his talent as writer towards sophistry and atomism. Democritus and Gorgias were for him the same filthy world, in them he sees the same theoretical philosophical foundation of the anarchy, divergence, arbitrariness. And it is that the projection of the atomism of Democritus in the sphere of ethics led to the same conclusions as sophistry, good of man understood atomistically, the best disposition of the soul of the individual, individualism. In ancient Greek atom means the same as in Latin individual. The wound can only be healed by it itself. Weapon that produced it, dialectic. And Plato takes it for arm themselves, taking into account the destruction of the false representations and at the same time the confirmation and foundation of the true ones. The main enemy for him it was the naturphilosophy of the pre-Socratics, represented in the figure of Democritus with his atomism, with its corporeal interpretation of being and the non-being, of the one and the many, of the divisible and the indivisible, etc., etc. Democritus was for Plato a mortal enemy. There is a war of annihilation here, war without compromise, and throughout Plato formulates conceptions of him as a direct antithesis to this odious doctrine. Even in mathematical matters, in understanding the essence of geometry and its relationship with sensible reality, Democritus's atom is corporal, three-dimensional, and representations geometric only abstract quanta of it, projections. 107. Two-dimensional images of the body. Plato destroys the body of two-dimensional figures, images, eidos. This is, incorporeal, they are for him the most certain reality and generic of geometry, more than the body, and with this he attracts to himself the sympathies of mathematicians, for whom the abstractions of the point, the line, the area, represent something primary, more than the three-dimensional body, more that stereometry. And in the thought of the geometer, the body is really formed and delimited by the area along the lines, etc., etc. These are not abstractions of the body, but those elements, primary elements of which the body is formed, of which union arises the body. Plato's relationship to mathematics is a very complicated question, but the fact is the fact. The Plato's idealistic illusions coincide here with those illusions that contemporary mathematics created for him, the account of him, on account of the essence of his abstractions and his relationships with empirically perceived reality. And since Democritus entered history not only as a philosopher, but also as a mathematician, who he advanced the idea, based on his atomism, of calculus infinitesimal, which solved the problem of calculating the volume of the sphere, the pyramid, and other figures, which he explained to the way the secret of the constant pi and the phenomenon of incommensurability of the diagonal of the square with 1 on the other hand. Plato presents combat on this plane. But Plato's main factual resource in his war against atomism and sophistry is, of course, the fact that millennia later remains as obstacle to materialism, and idealism subjective, and, at the same time, ground for idealism objective. This is, above all, the real fact of the mastery of the everything social about the individual. The system historically developed of culture, as opposed to the individual as hierarchically organized system of general rules. 108. That determine the activity of the individual in any sphere and that defines his behavior and thinking in singular situations, much more rigorously than the desires, opinions, and impulses of the individuals themselves. With the limitations dictated by these standards of the culture of life, norms of law, morality, and after also grammar, syntax and others, the individual is forced from childhood to count on something entirely independent of whims and conscious will, with something entirely objective. This singular objectivity, that is, independence from to the conscience and will of a separate person, differs quite essentially from objectivity natural. She is created by men themselves, beings endowed with conscience and will. Thought sees it as a product of them, which acquires an existence separated from them, objective. And since the individual relates to this singular world of norms in which course of his formation, for he becomes citizen, that is, representative of a culture given, appropriating them once ready, as something general, and then addressing them in each case separately, for him, these universal norms take on the meaning of a priori, given in advance, forms of their own activity. In general and in its entirety this is the same fact, the which later acquired the title in Kant of forms a priori transcendentals of sensitivity and understanding and in Hegel of absolute logical forms, that is, they did not arise from anywhere and under any condition. These forms of human activity cannot understood or deduced directly from nature. From the investigation of nature they cannot understand or the particularities of democracy Athenian, nor the caste regime of Egypt, nor the barracks. 109. Military of Sparta, this is understood by Plato magnificently. And here there is still not even an iota of idealism. From nature directly you will not unmask even a Regierungsrat, informant secret, the materialist also says with full right Ludwig Feuerbach. This is a peculiar objectivity, not natural, the objectivity of the postulates and the social institutions that preserve them. Is a objectivity, in essence, ideal, historically formed, that does not contain within itself not even a gram of sensible substance, such as, for example, the value or worth of the thing. The enigma of this genre of objective forms, which determine human activity, its evident ideality, that is, the fact that they have nothing in common with the bodily form, sensibly perceptible, of the body in which they are objectified, realized. This enigma always served as nutrient soil for idealism, whose classical form created precisely Plato, and the definitive species of him, Hegel. These alienated forms, embodied in the substance of nature, are in essence forms, modes, of human social activity, of the activity of the bethinking in nature itself. They simply do not they find each other, they are introduced into nature by formative activity of man, as, for example, in clay the potter makes a jug, and then the ideal image is only represented, of the jug that is in the worker's imagination is reproduced in a set of specimens similar to each other, which reproduce the same prototype, ideal, the same idea, the same intention, the same plan. Having this model before your eyes, it is easy also understand the logic of Plato's thought, the essence of Platonism, and incidentally also that of Hegelianism, for which the entire sensible world is only a colossal set of copies reproduced many times. 110. From one and the same incorporeal original, imagined only. Plato's system, and later that of Hegel, is really drawn from very simplistic activity schemes, formed and oriented to an objective, that is carried out by the social man, who fulfills in the substance of nature a certain form, which is not characteristic of this nature in itself, whether the form of the jug or the axe, the form of the value or the form, structure, of an artificial earth satellite, a standard grammatical or moral. In nature as such this form you will not see her. In the clay it is not written that she is obliged to become a jug. This is the supernatural way, socio-historical, realized in nature, of the being of the things, of their socio-historical determination, of their role and their committed in the system of human social activity. Since in relation to the individual the culture, that is, the historically formed system of norms of behavior and activity, intervenes as something determining of all his actions, therefore, this own individual with his body is interpreted in this system as a singular incarnation of the universal, of the norm general that expresses the interest of the everything, of the unique. Since the system of general rules, by which the human social relationship with nature is regulated, with everything bodily, including his own body, is truly contrasts the individual as a internally organized reality, as a reality, objective, existing outside and independently of the individual, with whose demands he is obliged to reckon not less, but more, and with greater attention, than with the desires of his singular soul, or his body. It doesn't matter, for therefore, to a socially formed individual, the conception of Plato and Hegel immediately seems more convincing, more appropriate to his life experience than the theories of the pre-Socratics. Here on Plato's side is the force of the fact recorded by him, but, as 111. In Hegel later, misunderstood, or, what is the same, falsely understood. But here suddenly a new cut appears in the object of investigation, whether the pre-Socratics and the sophists they tried to understand thought by investigating the mode of the relationship of the singular man, understood by them as completely corporeal, towards the nature in the same bodily way, towards everything else. In Plato, however, the dividing line between subjective and the objective already passes through the body of the man himself, dividing him in half, into body and soul. As an objective sentient being, man belongs to the same world of things outside it, and, therefore, the individual sensory representation of the things is a fact that belongs to the sensible world, material. To the outside world, and the sensitivity of the man, grouped in a category, is contrasted with thinking soul, as a disembodied, active, trainer. And if the sensible is the sphere of the singular, of the casual, the individual, the thinking soul belongs to the element of the universal, of the whole, of the one. This, in general, is the same as saying 2,000 years after Hegel. The rational grain of this position is contained in the description of the active side of the relationship of social man with nature, including the nature of the body itself, whose functions are all determined by the norms of the culture. Moreover, the more it develops. In the person of Plato, human thought realizes reflection is directed towards oneself, towards the system of those general norms, which like law regulate the process of thinking knowledge. As an object of thought here the thought itself appears, the categories, in which it undertakes the reworking of sensitive images. Originally this turn to yes could not happen any other way than 112. Outside in that of objective idealism, that is, in the form of the representation that the system of standards universals of man's activity is a reality independent, opposed to everything sensible, internally organized, on top of an ideal reality, devoid of the substance of sensitivity. In other words, in the history of ancient philosophy Plato does something similar to what Hegel did. In modern philosophy, in practice he investigates the social consciousness of his time, historically developed, with its spontaneous force imposing itself on the individual. He discovers the universal principles that draw in the analysis of consciousness. They are in essence uncreated, eternal, and immobile ideal schemes. Contemplating the actual practice of thought to him contemporary, Plato readily observes that man in the very act of understanding the singular fact, in the very act of verbal expression of this fact already uses a certain universal category, a certain universal point of view of the fact, through of which this fact is seen exclusively as it is understood. In other words, Plato establishes that circumstance that man in his active relationship with things, whether in a real action or in an action cognitive, always stands on the ground of a norm, universal concept, or category, developed in the practice, and that precisely the norm or category, and not the singular sensible fact as such is the true foundation of the rational position or conscience about the thing. And if the sophists reduce the problem of the universal to the problem of the meaning of the word, that is, to an exclusively semantic question about the limits of application of the word, Plato takes the question to another deeper plane. At first glance he also investigates the meaning of words, words such as good. 113. Justice, beauty, or truth, being or what multiple. However, here in practice a completely different research, much deeper. The exact definition of that sense that man gives to the word is for Plato only the premise of a true discussion about the essence of the matter, about the meaning of the object of the dialogue. The exact meaning of the word, according to Plato, can be established only according to the clarification of the sense of the object, which with this word is only designated, and not the opposite, as occurs with the heuristic, that is, with the sophists. But the object is related to the social activity of the man or with nature, always has for man an objective sense, which does not depend on whim individual of whom he speaks. This same sense of the object in the system of human social life objective idealism in general he also takes it immediately absolute definition of the object itself, due to its eternal, invariable designation and, moreover, given by the spirit in the system of reality. Inside the human activity the meaning of any object can easily be related to the common good as supreme principle. The idealistic representation twisted on the good of the social organism results also in Plato that supreme principle with which relates any singular representation and any opinion, that universal criterion, from which the veracity of this opinion. The thought, the thoughtful consideration of things, is interpreted in Plato as the ability to grasp the universal order of things, with which each singular fact, each posture, phenomenon, or opinion has to be related. In other words, in Plato's system things are taken from below as idealized, as singular incarnations of those genera and species that are expressed in a system of concepts and categories socially. 114. Developed, in the cosmovision scheme of consciousness social to him contemporary. Within this scheme each genus and species have a fully meaning determined, which expresses the immediately objective role of things inside the human world, inside the social being of things, that is, of their being for another, for the social man who produces his own life. Objective idealism, both in Plato and later in Hegel, it generally consists in directly taking the role objective of the thing within a social organism, the historical concrete form of its being, by a characteristic absolute, eternal, and immutable. In other words, the role objective, that is, existing outside and independently of consciousness, of the thing for man, not for the individual, but for the social man, total, stands out for its concept, by the expression of its immanent essence. Thus, within the system of social relations of the times of Plato and Aristotle, physical work is the task of slave, the worker is a slave. This provision of things do not take place in consciousness at all, but in objective reality itself. This historically transitory is taken for a form consistent with reason, for a form consistent with good. The authentic and true being of the thing heals in this way with its designation within a given, historically formed system of social relations between men and things, with their role in the process of realizing the ends of man. By how much the good functions as the supreme end, universal, with which any fact is related singular and unique, that is, the need idealistically comprised of conservation of the everything, of the entire given system of relations of men and things, for therefore, the category good loses its narrow character ethical and becomes the cornerstone of the entire system of concepts that express the genera and species of the things. The contemplation of all things under the 115 category of the good is also, for Plato, the principal superior methodological of the objective understanding, of the elaboration of that definition of the object that expresses its place and role in the worldview system. Therefore, objective idealism is indissolubly linked to the teleological principle. The ideal scheme of the reality also acquires in Plato the character of a pyramidal construction, in which the good constitutes the indeterminate supreme principle. All categories remaining genera and species are found here in a relationship of subordination, they intervene as stepping stones of the realization of the universal good. In the form of good Plato finds that general point of view stable, with which things are seen as they truly are, and not as they appear to the individual, and at the same time are the criterion with the help of which the value of individual opinion. This is possible because the individual himself with the opinions of him really is included in the system of reality and is conducted within this, in correspondence with that ideal scheme, which supposedly also clarifies thinking reason with the help of dialectic. In real life the individual relates to any something just as the concept of him demands, that is, his role and his socially human design, and not purely natural, expressed in consciousness. This concept contrasts both the individual and the sensitive image, directly natural, of the thing in consciousness. By how much the individual in his relations with things is really subordinated to this concept, in which expresses social power over things, as opposed to own individual as a force alien and independent of him, the concept in the end intervenes as the authentic being of things, otherwise ideal. Objective idealism mystifies itself, nothing else. That the practical human being of things, outside the 116 awareness. In this way, on the one hand, it escapes from absurdity of solipsism, and on the other hand, it again bears the question of the relationship of thought towards being to a properly philosophical plane, and here he faces the materialism. An ideal scheme of reality, which relates all kinds and species of things with the good as its own universal principle, such is the scheme, according to which the social man orients himself in true reality existing outside the head. It is not the force of pure reason. It is understood, the one that compels him to act according to the scheme, but the force of the organism social that is opposed to both the individual and the nature. That is why in the scheme of ideas of Plato also finds his idealistic expression inverted the human social reality of things, independent of the awareness. Dialectics in Plato also consists of knowing how to follow systematically the contours of that reality, within from which man lives and acts, consists of the art of rigorous classification of genera and species, of their differentiation and subordination of it. Thinking about genres and species, the philosopher has to do directly with that ideal scheme by which the world is built, with that scheme, within which each thing occupies a place rigorously determined and in which it acquires significance. In other words, in thinking it is that the ideal intelligent order of things. And as far as knowledge is concerned, Plato takes into account only rational knowledge counts, the knowledge acquired by reason with the help of dialectic, with the help of the art of grasp the rational order of things. The perception sensory is not knowledge, it is a fact that belongs to the sphere of the material, sensory objective. Other words, the theory of knowledge organically coincides in it. 117. With dialectics as a mode of thinking contemplation of things. From the subjective point of view, the dialectic consists of knowing how to ask and answer, that is, investigate things directly, not sensorially perceptible, but things insofar as they have already found their ideal expression in opinion, in determination. The dialectic traces the opinions of the interlocutor, which wander from one side to the other and, confronting them with each other, demonstrates that contradict each other at the same time, addressing the same things, in the same relationship, in the same way. Dialectics, therefore, consists of knowing discover the contradiction in the determinations of the object, and after this find the solution of this contradiction by showing how contradiction revealed becomes extinct in a higher genus, or, on the contrary, how a superior genus dismembers itself into opposites containing. In his dialogues, Plato demonstrates masterfully the fact that the exact definition and rigor of the term that means the object inevitably leads to the appearance of another definition that starts from the same fundamentals, but which is directly contrary at first. The contradiction between the concrete totality of the object and its rational abstraction is fixed by Plato, consequently, in this very way in which this contradiction is effectively realized in the thought, as a contradiction between two rational abstractions, which is why it would be useful for dialogues of Plato were reread by contemporary logicians, who see in the rigorous and exact definition of the terms the panacea for all misfortunes and difficulties of thinking knowledge. From the objective point of view, then, the dialectic is the immediate expression, more precisely, the incarnation of the ideal scheme of genera and species of reality. 118. Within which each object adopts only one meaning, a rationally achieved significance. In Plato there was and could not be a difference of principle between the dialectics as a mode of thinking knowledge, the logic, and dialectics as a doctrine of reality trapped by reason, the ontology, if we use this extremely conditional term. Your coincidence contained in the fundamental principle, in the very approach to the issue, arising from the discussion with the sophistry if the sophists as measure of all things they take the individual, for Socrates Plato, as exactly what Hegel formulated, man as thinking is the measure of all things. The thought it is precisely that capacity that allows us to see the things directly through the prism of universality. The man himself, since as an individual belongs to the world of reality sensorially perceptible, he is a thing like any another for thoughtful consideration. Himself, by states subjectively nuanced and due to their peculiarity of species, here becomes an object of contemplation supposedly from outside. A certain universal measure, a criterion expressed in consciousness in the form of sense socially legitimation of the word and the thing or object. And since both the word and the thing have really for man its meaning completely independent of individual and singular interests, particulars, Plato adopts a position from which he charges against the sophists with conviction. The thought, then, as a directly social capacity, it is taken by him as the ability to glimpse the meaning exclusively universal of things. In thought man must consciously separate himself from his vision closely individual of the thing, of its relation of 119. Selfish and interested towards this and reflect the thing in its purely universal meaning. Dialectic, therefore, is defined by Plato as the major and main of the purifications, such as the purification of everything individual, singular, casual, interested, selfish. The definition must bring the matter to its strict abstract universality, and only in the form of definition the thing becomes the object of thought, and not of sensory perception. And since the true concept, which expresses the socially recognized universal meaning of the thing, is really born from the dialectical confrontation of the different representations, each of which aims at a universal significance, it is easy for Plato be able to represent the act of birth of the concept as a product of the confrontation of a definition with another, that is, of thought with itself. The world of ideas appears in his imagination as a world built himself. The logical definition, verbal, from lambda gamma omicron, must be reflected, exactly defined, and then it must be seen as an object with which man must count as something completely objective and independent of the casual whims and arbitrariness individual. The subsequent movement must consist of clarification of the place of this definition in the composition of the idealized scheme, thought of reality. But the scheme of ideas in its entirety, in this fact is that the doctrine of Plato as an idealist is supported typical objective, is opposed to the individual as a system cosmovision of representations, completely independent of him, which finally expresses the interest and the good of the social organism. In this way, it constitutes an idealistically hypostatized point of view, impersonally universal, of that social whole, whose 120. Organ of self-consciousness turns out to be the thinking theorist. And since this universal point of view is realized directly through universal concepts, which express the objective meaning of things completely independent of the individual, in the composition of the social being, the concepts themselves universals begin to look like schematics, prototypes, self-sufficient ideals. With sharp antinomism, Plato also opposes the thought about one's own thought to thought about reality sensorially perceptible. In his philosophy they become the object analysis definitions, universal points of view already developed in their time, and not reality sensorially perceptible in that species of his in which was already expressed in the universal definitions. All those definitions, which were developed by the pre-Socratics as definitions of things, Plato contemplated as definitions of an incorporeal reality, trapped by reason, opposed to the sensible world. And in this way he becomes an object of analysis specific, nothing other than the cosmovision scheme of the historically formed reality, or, more accurately, constituted in the struggle of the different schools and directions of his time, by which the ancient society in relation to the world. Hegel, valuing Plato's role in the development of the ancient philosophical thought, he sees it in that once first made the union of the preceding, although neither he took her to the end. And really, it can be considered that the merit of Plato at the level of posing the question of logic is that he made the investigation and generalization of the previous development of thinking philosophical the cornerstone of the system. In essence, he is the first historian of philosophy among the philosophers. Precisely on this path he prepared the 121 terrain for Aristotle, this true summit by above which ancient philosophy no longer considered rise. Aristotle. The figure of Aristotle on the plane of our problem is of special interest. If Greek philosophy outlined all the spheres of knowledge from which compose the theory of knowledge and dialectics, the Aristotle system is the first conscious attempt at his kind of creating an encyclopedic summary of the entire set of theoretical knowledge. In his doctrine, the great and transcendent achievements of the ancient thought, this is a great fork of paths. In his doctrine they converge, as in a focus, all the fundamental trends in the development of philosophical thought of Greece, within them, the mutually exclusive, and immediately after disperse for centuries. The first attempt to give in Greece an organic synthesis of all the precursor principles, it was also the last. This led to a complete accuracy of expression, the internal incompatibility of the materialism and idealism, of dialectics and metaphysics, as principles of solution to the fundamental problem of philosophy as science. It is therefore no coincidence at all that the doctrine of Aristotle served as a common theoretical source for some philosophical directions, later divergent in principle. For the same reason, each of the points of view currently confronted about logic and about relationship of logic with ontology always has basis in considering Aristotle's doctrine as its own undeveloped prototype, and the author of it, as its 122 supporter and predecessor of him. Each of the points of view about these things he contemplates as substantial and interesting in Aristotle's system is that which in trend leads to itself, and everything that leads to the point of contrary view is valued as shell historically detached. Thus, a well-known tradition in logic considers directly to Aristotle father of logic, but in the practice is only a fully determined direction in the doctrine of thought. On the other hand, Aristotle is also the indisputable father of that direction in the science that leads to the Hegelian understanding of logic as a doctrine about the universal forms of everything the existing, that is, of that direction, which, according to the repeated testimonies of the classics of the Marxism-Leninism, served as a starting point for the dialectical materialist understanding of logic. This circumstance makes the analysis of the conceptions of Aristotle as difficult as it is beneficial. He can help to clarify the essence of the current discrepancies, but he immediately converts Aristotle's doctrine into object of discussion of current problems. The interpretation of the events of the past always reflects on the position in relation to the present. It is necessary to recognize that the system of conceptions of the Stagirite on the question of the relationship of the thought with reality is extremely contradictory to its interior. From top to bottom they cross at cracks that are impossible to silence. In this contain, in a more or less clear way, trends antinomian and mutually exclusive. However, One thing is undoubted: the formal division of Aristotle's works in logic, metaphysics, and theory of knowledge, which was made by its commentators later, does not correspond at all with the internal dismemberment of the Aristotelian system. This 123. Cord passes through the living body of the doctrine, and along with it shows a dismembered corpse, cutting the doctrine where it is impossible to cut it. First of all, it is clear that the works collected by the commenters on the Organon do not correspond in any way, case neither by volume nor by content, with the doctrine Aristotelian thought. And if we are to understand why logic, the doctrine about thought, and not one of the schools formed later, then in the Organon only an extremely insignificant part of the logic enters of Aristotle. On the other hand, those ideas that constituted more late the theoretical foundation of the formal conception of logic, in Aristotle himself they are not contemplated or based on nothing in the Organon, but in that same metaphysics, which, according to that conception, has nothing in common with logic in the strict sense of the word. Term. The laws of the veto, of contradiction, of the third excluded, and identity are formulated by him directly as metaphysical principles, ontological, of everything that exists, and in the analytics we talk about things such as necessity and chance, the one and the multiple, issues such as the relationship of the general with sensory perception, the difference between scientific knowledge and opinion, the four types of causes, etc., that is, again things that have no relation to logic itself. And Hegel was very right: that which our logicians usually extract from these 5 parts of the Organon, represents in practice the part smaller and more trivial. Aristotle himself never, not even in nowhere, uses the term logic in the significance that was later given to it. And this one doesn't. It is a simple terminological detail. The thing is that in your conception in general there is no place for such forms of 124. Thought singular, that represent in themselves something different, on the one hand, from the universal forms of everything existing, and, on the other, the forms of linguistic expression of this existing. We would uselessly search in his works for the representation of the concept as a form of thought. He knows the form of things, which is perceived by the soul without matter, and the form, structure, of spoken language. There is no peculiar thought form, a concept, not because power of differentiation was lacking, but because such representation crashes against its principles fundamentals, what they call concept in logic later school. In Aristotle it emerges directly and is seen as part of the spoken language, as term, as a certain denomination, upsilon rho omicron zeta. On the other hand, what Hegel calls concept in his science of logic, Aristotle he contemplates there where he speaks about such things as tau gamma omicron tau 8 nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, literally, word that expresses the essence, the substance of things, as nu alpha epsilon nu alpha iota alpha upsilon tau pi omicron upsilon tau alpha nu, literally, to be that which was, expression corresponding to the representation of the form as final cause, such as ent leche, etc. There is no concept of judgment in it either. Something different from spoken language, from the expression verbal of what exists. In general, the very term logical in its statute means no more than the verbal, in contrast to the analytical, whose principle is the correspondence of language and reality. He knows and he recognizes only 2 criteria of language correctness: on the one hand, the correspondence of language with norms grammatical and rhetorical, of the other, with the real forms and the situation of things. The representation of any other correspondence plane, of the correspondence of the 125. Discourse with special logical norms, with forms of thought as such, is perfectly foreign to it. It breaks with all his fundamental principles, with his philosophy. Meanwhile, school logic presents him as father precisely from this understanding. The principle of correspondence of discourse regarding of things is the fundamental principle of his doctrine on syllogisms, developed in the Analytics. The source of erroneous syllogisms he sees it in the observance of this requirement. The source from which erroneous syllogisms arise is the most natural and common, is precisely the property, and the application, of the word. In practice, as well as in a conversation, we cannot show our own things as they are in and for themselves, but instead of things we use names and signs. In the same way we began to think that what is precisely related with the denominations, it is precisely also related with things. If we talk about the real composition of the doctrine Aristotelian thought, of his logic, in the authentic sense of the word, because there is nothing more laughable than the opinion that this logic boils down to the doctrine of schemes of union of terms in spoken language, in syllogistic forms. Those abstract schemes of union of terms, in whose discovery and classification sometimes see the main achievement of Aristotle in the field of logic, do not play in the composition of his doctrine nor the role of object, nor that of purposes of his investigative attention. He starts from the fact that these figures are performed equally in the demonstration apodictic, as well as in dialectical reasoning, and in the strictly linguistic ties of discourse heuristic. In other words, with the help of it you can express both real knowledge and opinion pure about the probable state of things, and even a 126. Conscious linguistic deceit, an erotic focus, a chain of syllogisms, which refers to a premise preconceived arbitrary. In other words, he is not interested in those abstract discourse schemes that are perfectly equal both in the apodictic demonstration and in the dialectic, which starts from the probable, and in eristics, but just the opposite, those differences in knowledge that are hidden under this outwardly identical form. The syllogistic figures themselves, as such, as pure schemes of union of terms, have for him significance only as rhetorical figures. All his investigative attention is directed to the clarification of those conditions under which these language schemes are forms of movement of real knowledge and real demonstration, analytical, apodictic, that correspond to the things. And when the scholastic interpretation of logic Aristotle converts these abstract schemes into criteria really formal, then it gives these a meaning precisely the opposite of what Aristotle himself gave him. Taken by themselves, these schemes do not contain no relation to true knowledge, in they express with equal ease both truth and notorious heuristic lie. In Aristotle these become in forms of thinking knowledge only in the course of analytical movement of thought. Scholasticism removed from the agenda the problem of the veracity of the statements that enter the syllogisms, replaced the question of the correspondence of statements with things for the question of correspondence of the statements with the text of the religious revelation. The latter is, for the conscience medieval, synonymous with absolute truth in its certainty immediate. 127. Aristotle's authentic logic unfolds in two planes, on the one hand, on the rhetorical semantic plane, by another, on the metaphysical plane, that is, on the plane purely of the object. And if he speaks of forms of thought, then he contemplates them in two aspects. One aspect, the question of the expression of reality in the forms, in figures and diagrams, of speech, the other, the question of the forms of the very things it expresses speech. This duality is projected, for example, in the definition of the categories. On the one hand, these are genres superiors of the statements, and on the other, real genres of the be. Not in vain did the medieval realists find his favor in the works of Aristotle the same solid arguments than their opponents, the nominalists. In it Aristotle himself, in the duality of his definitions, is already contained the contrast of realism and nominalism. As an external thought form, immediately visible, in Aristotle everywhere speech intervenes, external or internal, its forms composites, their schemes, figures and structures. The shape very interior of the thought, that is, that content that is expressed with the help of speech is the form of the thing imprinted on the soul. Words, names, terms, and definitions they directly mean and express the general forms of things, but in no case concepts, as this is gives in later logic beginning with the Stoics. Between the form of the thing and its linguistic expression there is only the soul with its activity. And if the word expresses directly not the thing, but the impression of this thing in the soul, then he treats this impression as the being ideal of the form of the thing itself. The impression is the form of the thing, perceived without matter. Not by chance. 128. Aristotle compares the act of perception of the thing with the impression of a dye in soft wax. The thinking soul, according to Aristotle, is more perfect the less it has of itself, of its own and specific individual nature in the act of perception, while the softer the wax, the more accurately it will be inscribed on she the shape of the dye, the more perfect the soul, the form of the thing intervenes more clearly in it. The soul form is the ability to receive into it any form, not accepting anything of himself in it. This means that the soul is devoid of any kind of special form that cannot be mixed with the form of the thing in the act of perception of the latter. This means that the soul is as possibility any specific form, an absolutely plastic capacity, that same current form that is printed on it at a moment given. This approach to the question is directed with all his sharpness against the idealist's subjective principle, according to which man, in his perception of the world exterior has to deal not with things, but only with the results of the action of these things on the organs of the senses, about its singular and unique nature, initially refracting the external action. Precisely from here subjective idealism draws the conclusion that the man cannot know in general whether he exists or not in practice what he perceives, eliminating from this forms the question about the reality of the outside world. This premise of subjective idealism in general, Aristotle develops it in his analysis of the problem psychological. The solution of the question about the essence of the sensory image in the individual soul he exhausts it definitely at the level of psychological analysis, it is that is, in that same path in which it is resolved in reality this issue. The objective reality of both singular things like the general forms in the which exist, does not constitute a problem for him. 129. Philosophical, since on the psychological level he raises it and he resolves it as a consistent materialist. But the problem becomes more acute before him properly philosophical, the problem of the relationship of thinking reason as a universal capacity, as a form of forms, with authentic, reasoned reality, and of reasoned reality, of sensorially perceptible, from the universal, to the singular and the only. But it is precisely here that they appear before him all those difficulties, around which permanently tangles and falls, finally returning to that same objective idealism that did not satisfy him in the Platonic form. There is no doubt about the reality of the outside world, Lenin points out in the margins of the Metaphysics. Man makes mistakes precisely in the dialectic of what general and the singular, of the concept and the sensation, etc., of the essence and the phenomenon, etc. In other words, Aristotle's objective idealism is a direct consequence of his inability to deal with dialectics in the problem of thinking knowledge. Dissatisfied with the solution Platonic approach to the problem, he still takes into account magnificently all those difficulties that he revealed Plato. A materialistic solution to these difficulties he does not find, but in the attempt to solve them he draws exactly that problem that tends to leads to logic in its Hegelian understanding. Since thought is contemplated in Aristotle not only from the point of view of that external form, in which this is realized in the human soul, that is, from the point of view of the figures and diagrams of their expression verbal, but also from the point of view of the content and the objectives of his activity, is that the plan arises before him metaphysical of study, and with it, all the true philosophical difficulties. 130. The central concept of the objective logic of Aristotle is, as is known, the omicron upsilon sigma alpha, the essence, the substance of things. This concept is linked to problem of the true, objective definition, that is, the definition that expresses the actual genus and species of the thing, its place and its role in the system of reality. In other words, if in subjective logic Aristotle addresses the question of what relationship is the name, the denomination, the designation with respect to sensory things perceptible, at the level of objective logic this question he is no longer interested at all, and this is completely justified. Here another totally different problem develops, in what relation is the singular thing, sensorially perceptible, with respect to its own essence, the species with respect to the genus. Here it speaks not of the relationship of the meaning of the word that designates the species with respect to the meaning of the generic name, but of the relationship of the real species with respect to the genus of things. Nowhere does Aristotle mix the question of the relationship of the general with the singular and the unique, with the question of the relationship of the word to the unique thing sensorially perceptible, as he mixed it later, for example, the philosophy of John Locke. For such a superposition of the problem of the general and the singular with the problem of the word and the thing has its premise in a representation that was perfectly foreign to ancient philosophy, the representation according to which singular, the sensorially perceptible, is something more real than the general, the real and immediately evident is only the singular, and the general is only a product of the human abstraction activity. Socrates and Plato destroyed sophistry with the arguments from the real practice of society to them contemporary, that is, with those arguments with which 131. Which precisely the principle of idealism is refuted subjective. In this way Plato demonstrated that the individual, the singular, lives and acts within a certain whole organized, which dominates what law over it, establishes the frames and borders of his discretion. The universal, like law and principle of existence of the everything, intervenes as one more reality, and that everything, within which the individual evolution, remains unchanged, rigorously organized. Aristotle spontaneously starts from a vision dialectic of the reality within which man lives, seeing it as a single coherent whole, as a system within which each thing has its objective significance, regardless of particular circumstances, individual whims and opinions. So that one's own raising the question of the relationship of the general and the singular, of the genus and the species, of the species and the individual in it cannot arise as a matter of principle in a purely objective plane, in the psychological sphere semantics. The word or term, since this is not only sound, is for him the immediate designation of the true, objective reality, existing outside and regardless of the individual, or the things in his universal objective meaning. The objective reality of the general forms of things for Aristotle, it is as indubitable as reality itself. Of singular things, both one and the other exist for him. Equally outside and independently of the human soul individual, of his activity. The activity of the soul alone reproduces that which exists outside and independently of her. This is very pure materialism, however, with all those weaknesses, fatalities, from which materialism could not get rid, even Marx and Engels. This weakness is already hidden in the fact that at the category of objective reality comes to bear here everything. 132. That exists outside and independently of the individual soul, also including the collective reason of the social organism human, including universal forms, formed historically, of activity of thought itself. Of so that the psychological analysis of the soul that leads to conclusion on the existence of universal forms out of this soul, not only does it not solve the problem cardinal of philosophy, but precisely places it in all his sharpness. The universal forms to which subordinates the activity of the human soul, legal, ethical, artistic, and other forms of activity, are they contrast the individual as something situated outside of him, with which he must count no less, and in a certain sense, more, rigorously than with the forms of things sensorially perceptible. Psychological analysis stops at this fact. Individual, as a reality independent of himself, is also contrasts a system of knowledge, a system of universal forms of expression of reality sensorially perceptible, a system of concepts, historically formed norms, categories. The individual he himself does not create these universal forms of knowledge, he ready-made takes from other men, in the process of his formation of him. Acquiring knowledge, rules, concepts, categories, schemes and universal forms of activity of the soul, individual intelligence has to do not directly with reality in its meaning materialistic, but with reality already idealized, with reality as it has already found its expression in consciousness social, in definition, in verbal expression. The socially human appropriation of reality is carried out directly through the conquest of knowledge, through the conquest of concepts and universal categories. And right through the conquest of knowledge the individual acquires the universal meaning. 133. Social, of things, or, in other words, things in their directly universal meaning. The fact that Aristotle arrives precisely from here at a solution objective idealist of the fundamental question of philosophy, it is not clearly evident in his reasoning of the famous Book 12 of Metaphysics. Firstly, he states that the being of thought and of the object are not the same, taking into account the thought as a subjective activity of man, difference of the object as a sensory thing perceptible. This difference consists directly in that in one case the form is realized in the matter, and in another, in the word, in the linguistic determination. The issue, however, is that, he continues immediately after this, in some cases the knowledge is, the same as, the object of knowledge, in the field of creative knowledge, i.e., in the field of arts, Russian translators note, is the essence taken without matter, and the essence of being in the field of theoretical knowledge is the logical formulation 16, of the object, and the thought, that conceives it. In this consideration the basis clearly emerges earthly of its objective idealism, its definition pronounced perfectly in the spirit of Hegel, according to the which reason is the same as that which is thought for she. The difficulty that lies directly at the base of his inclination towards the side of Plato's objective idealism, it is related to the very nature of knowledge theoretical. Aristotle rigorously differentiates theoretical knowledge, the reason, of common knowledge, with which he relates the sensory perception, opinion, and intelligence. Knowledge common, including intelligence, perceives things as they exist in immediately empirical reality. 134. Both sensory perception, opinion, and intelligence always, as we see, are directed at what another, but towards themselves, only, in an accessory way, he points out in the same Book 12. The specific peculiarity of realized theoretical knowledge by reason, it is precisely contained in the fact that here the fundamental object turns out not to be the other, that is, the forms linked to matter, but rather forms as such, taken outside the matter, that is, the forms as long as they are expressed in a logical formulation, which in Aristotle means verbal. In other words, reason is directed not at what another, but to itself, not to the things simply, but to things as they exist in reason, in a set of knowledge, in its universal determination, within an ideal scheme of reality. Directly means this: the theoretical knowledge of the thing is contained in the investigation of different points of view on it, in the analysis of the determinations of its essence. If common knowledge perceives those forms that are present in things, in that combination of theirs in which are given empirically, theoretical knowledge tends to separate the necessary forms of things from the forms causal, to look for the cause, etc. Common knowledge has to do with forms as they are realized in the other, and simply fixes them according to the principle: Korosko is a man, bipt, educated, seated, white, healthy, etc., etc. In other words, the beginning of common knowledge is the beginning of simply empirical analysis and synthesis, which follow slaves behind sensible certainty, no matter how false and erroneous in itself. In contrast to common knowledge with its slave dependence on the other, that is, on the circumstances external to him, of the singular, the reason intervenes in the role of judge in relation to the empiria and with. 135. The opinion that expresses it. This not only gives you an expression verbal to the sensorially given phenomenon, but rather judges from the point of view of certain principles universals, proposing these universal principles in as a measure of truthfulness, as a measure of correspondence with reason. As a true judge, the reason applies to the singular a certain universal principle and does this with the objective of investigating how much the singular corresponds to its own universal measure, with its own universal meaning in the system of activity, with its essence or objective. In the end, Aristotle is faced with that difficulty in which Plato's system grew, in the face of the difficulty that it is fatal for any type of materialism, excluding the dialectical. This difficulty is linked to the true nature of the theoretical relationship with things, to the active role of universal determinations in the process from rational knowledge to character and socio-origin history of these universal determinations. The empirical judgment of the type Corisco is white is checks by comparing it with the prototype sensorially given, and, on the other hand, with the generally accepted meanings of terms. It is completely different with the judgments of that species that Hegel called judgments of the concept: this act is good, this house is good, etc. Here we speak no of the correspondence of the verbal expression with the fact singular, but of the correspondence of the singular fact with certain universal criterion. However, all the difficulty lies precisely in knowing where and how it is taken in individual intelligence this universal definition, and therefore which way can clarify its own content, the true meaning of words such as good, the beautiful, the cause, the essence, the whole, the part, etc. In other words, the whole problem boils down to objective meaning of the categories, those. 136. Universal determinations, through which the intelligence knows things. Its special nature is that with their help and based on them, we know everything else, and not to them, through that which rests under them. Aristotle sharply poses the essence of problem. That which rests beneath them in the expression verbal also intervenes as subject. Upsilon pi omicron kappa epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron. These are the singular sensory perceptible things. As such they can be neither prototypes nor criteria of veracity of universal determinations, since that properly exist and are expressed thanks to the presence of universal first principles. In the networks of the dialectical nature of the relationship of the universal with the singular is that thought is broken of Aristotle. On the one hand, the first essence intervenes as singular, on the other, as universal, on the one hand, as a form inextricably linked to matter, for another, as pure form in itself, as entleche, as that, thanks to which the thing is as it is. The genius of Aristotle on the level of this problem is discovered in that he does not stop for a moment in that flat point of view, according to which he universal is formed by way of a simple abstraction empirically, through the separation of everything equal that different things and singular phenomena have. To purpose, after that devastating criticism that was given to the absolute empiricism of the sophists in the Plato's dialogues, this point of view in general was already impossible, for Plato masterfully demonstrated that attempts to define the universal by simple means induction momentarily leads to a contradiction in the definition. Neither the good, nor the beauty, nor the essence, nor the cause intervene as they abstractly general in the world of facts empirically given. 137. And since theoretical knowledge has to deal with not with those more or less casual compositions, in which genera and species intervene in the composition of singular things and phenomena, but with those necessary relationships, in which these genres and species maintain each other in themselves, regardless of any possible composition empirical of these, Aristotle finds himself again faced with the same difficulties that served as a support point for Plato's doctrine. Under the genre of divinized reason, as eternal and immobile prototype according to which the activity of individual human intelligence, he also recognizes and mystifies nothing other than the fact of real domination of universal spiritual, social, development about the individual. The system of universal categorical determinations of reality, spontaneously formed in the development collective spiritual, is opposed to the intelligence individual as an ideal reality independently her. And since he directly reveals himself only through the joint development of knowledge, in whose path is that this is really formed, obtains, then, the well-known illusion of idealism aim. Starting from the psychological process, from the reflection of reality in individual intelligence, does not the emergence of the categories can be understood. They form only in the joint development of culture spiritual, and are opposed to individual intelligence as something objective, like those meanings of the words, which compel the individual with a force violent in the course of its relationship towards knowledge. That is why in the first philosophy Aristotle it also investigates directly not the things, but the things as they are already presented in knowledge, that is. 138. That is, contemplate and experience different definitions, theories, points of view, conceptions. That is why also his analysis of the categories with is often lost in the definition of words, in the clarification, which reaches the point of pedantry, of those nuances in which such words as cause are used, form, principle and others. In practice what happens here it is not a philological analysis, but the feeling of typical universal determinations, already crystallized solidly in collective spiritual development. To reach to the conclusions regarding the authentic meaning of the categories he moves by a careful observation of those difficulties, collisions, and antinomies that arose in the confrontation of various definitions of the categories, in the struggle of schools and conceptions. In other words, Aristotle's genius consists in which he seeks the objective definitions of the categories precisely where the categories actually arise, in the collective process of knowledge movement theoretical, and not on the level of knowledge of things by the individual soul. The individual soul, as long as it thinks, already uses the categories, is already related in some way to the universal reason. Actually the familiarization with the reason is carried out as a process of acquisition of knowledge. That is why Aristotle also considers that theoretical knowledge has its own knowledge as the object to which it is directed, to the principles of it, which cannot be in any way deduced from the simple perception of things by the individual soul. In the end, a finished conception is obtained, whose essence is that the universal determinations of things are achieved only through the investigation of the knowledge. Therefore, in the investigation of knowledge the thinking intelligence has to deal with 139. Also directly with herself, but as the result of this research involves nothing other than the divinized ideal scheme of true reality rationalized. Mystified here is that completely real fact of that the singular soul always has to deal directly, not with things as such, in their pure objectivity, but with things in their socio-meaning. Historical. In other words, between the individual soul, on the one hand, and the world of things, on the other, there is a certain intermediate link which is society with its culture developed. The individual in general relates to the nature through society, as a member of a human social organism, both in practical action as in theoretical perception. That is why in theoretical knowledge the individual soul begins to see clearly the world of things through the system of the categories of reason. The latter, at their time, they oppose it as an ideal object, which requires a special assimilation. Get familiar with the universal means converting one's own individual intelligence into organ of the whole, means assimilating that system of universal determinations, which, according to Aristotle, does not it is something other than divine reason. In other words, here we have to deal with the ancient antecedent of the Hegelian conception. Whom mystified form, it is carried out nothing less than the investigation of the laws of development of the entire culture spiritual before the Greeks, nothing less than the investigation of those collisions and contradictions in the deployment and resolution of which, the process of theoretical knowledge of reality. From this point of view it becomes understandable well-known Leninist statement about the real value of Aristotelian logic. Aristotle's logic is interpellation, search, path to Hegel's logic, and of 140. From the logic of Aristotle, who everywhere, in every step raises the question precisely of dialectics, they made a dead scholasticism, getting rid of all the searches, hesitations, ways of approaching the issues. In other words, the true conquest of Aristotle rests not on his elaboration of the schemes of apodictic knowledge, which he himself considered the embodiment of absolute truth, absolutely certain knowledge, but precisely in that same dialectic that he himself had placed in a lower range. Well, the dialectic in Aristotle's own understanding and definition is precisely the mode of research and experimentation, in pursuit of truthfulness, from different points of view general, the way that includes in its content the clarification and resolution of contradictions in the definitions. In short, it is also that same mode of posing the issues, on the basis of which they were elaborated both metaphysics, physics, and work of the soul, and all those brilliant works that they made. An epoch in the development of philosophy. If we don't go to distort the true physiognomy of Aristotle and take advantage of one of the contemporary conceptions of logic, then it is necessary to note that in its doctrine of it really intersect points of view not only different, but also directly opposed, on thought, about its forms, about the relationship of forms of thought with objective reality. Point from a materialist point of view on the relationship of the forms of the thought with the shapes of things in it constantly gives way to the idealistic point of view of reason as an activity directed only at itself. The ontological interpretation of the forms of thought is confused with its syntactic understanding, formal, and even grammatical. The thought is seen so much. 141. From the point of view of its objective veracity as from the point of view of its purely psychological form, etc. etc. Intestinal cracks also penetrate logic itself, objective of Aristotle. Inside its authentic logic, that is, within metaphysics, they fight among themselves not only the exclusive principles of materialism and idealism, but also those of dialectics against metaphysics. The magnificent master of dialectic as method of discovery and solution of contradictions in theoretical definitions cannot, without however, to understand the problem of the coincidence of opponents, and leads a stubborn fight against Heraclitus. It is true that the principle of the veto of contradiction, what he formulates here, means in him nothing more than the man it is not a sifter. The veto has no formal character that it will take in the Stoics. In Aristotle the veto refers, properly speaking, only to the existence immediate empirical being of the thing in potential, this already non-applicable. And this limitation, in the flexible understanding the relationship of possibility and reality developed by Aristotle, liquidates immediately, or, in any case, it substantially ruins the interpretation metaphysics of the veto. And not at all by chance the Stoics, who turned Aristotelian ideas into dead canons, they saw the need to correct Aristotle in this spot. To give the veto the character of a formal norm absolute, they rejected the contradiction, as coincidence of mutually exclusive definitions, also at the level of possibility. It is perfectly clear that the transformation of the Aristotelian version of the veto in an absolutely formal logic is organically linked in the Stoics to an anti-dialectical understanding of necessity, to the fatalism of his ethics and his physics. All this, 142, demonstrates once again that if you are going to consider Aristotle father of logic, then he will be father of Hegelian logic, not to a lesser extent, but to a much greater than, being the founder of that school specific in logic, which until today considers itself the only logic in the strict sense of the word, the only legitimate heir of Aristotle. Hellenistic philosophy. The development of philosophy after Aristotle is occurred in the historical conditions of destruction and disintegration of the old slave regime and its statehood. The deep internal link of the three fundamentals post-Aristotelian doctrines, Stoicism, Skepticism, and Epicureanism, with this fateful process for the world, Hegel already saw it ancient, and the young Marx, in his dissertation doctoral degree, he illustrated it with all the accuracy that was possible in the terrain of an objective idealist vision of history. With everything misleading about understanding the causes generals that caused the collapse of both the world real Greek, as well as its encompassing philosophical expression in Aristotle's system, the understanding of the fact that these are two forms of expression, according to Hegel, of a third critical moment in the process of realizing the absolute spirit in the world, and according to the materialist understanding of history it is about the disintegration of the social formation pro-slavery. In the characterization of the era that engendered the doctrines of the Stoics, the Skeptics, and the Epicureans, Marx already contains a general evaluation of that relationship in which these three schools are found. 143. Regarding the preceding development of thought philosophical. And if the disintegration of Alexander's world empire Magno, who in a short time artificially unified completely diverse elements, it is often compared to the fate of Aristotle's system, also destroyed by centrifugal forces in which contained mutually exclusive principles, this similarity of destinations, from the point of view of materialistic understanding of history, is totally understandable. The artistic image of the young Marx conveys accurately and deeply the spirit of the era open then of Aristotle. Thus, for example, Epicurean philosophy and Stoic were the happiness for his time, so the butterfly night, after the sunset common to all, look for the light of the lamps, which men light each one for himself. The slender edifice of the Greek world collapsed before the eyes of its inhabitants. Saving the everything was already impossible, and each one tried to save even one part of the usual world. It is not surprising that the system of Aristotle, this general philosophical scheme of ancient consciousness, will remain suspended in the air. He disintegrated that everything, whose good the system adopted as a universal, binding, principle, and is dispersed those elements that this principle cemented. The development of philosophy under these conditions could not be carried out in the form of total development later of the Aristotelian system. Aristotle starts from the whole and contemplates the individual human as an element truly subordinate to this all. The everything with its universal order is the premise of all its constructions. Therefore, in thought, the human individual is also capable of contemplate oneself as from the outside, from the 144 point of view of that universal everything, organon of which it is the thinking soul of the individual. On this basis he addresses the question of the relationship of universal with the singular as a matter purely logical, takes it directly in its form universal. The starting point of view is completely different. In his successors, here the question of the relationship of singular with the universal from the beginning anthropologizes. This is posed above all as a question of the relationship of the singular human individual to the whole remaining world, whose universal contours make it hesitant, turbid, unstable. That universal order of things outside the head, which Aristotle considered divine, he considered the measure and criterion of correctness of singular intelligence, began to hesitate. Its precise contours merged and were deprived of any divine meaning. In the order of things outside the head, the Greek of this time could no longer see a strong support for thought, as well as in the system of knowledge, where this order was expressed destroyed. It is here that the well-known representation of the Stoics, who crudely delimited their logic from the logic of Aristotle. If for Aristotle the word logos is the meaning of things, and the question about the meaning of things in the system of reality, in the Stoics, for sense of the word means that inner state of the soul, which is excited by the thing. Between the thing, its objective form, on the one hand, and the sign verbal, on the other hand, the Stoics establish a link intermediate that was not in Aristotle, the state physiological-psychological of the individual soul, that change that occurs in the soul under the action of the thing. The word, according to the Stoics, designates no longer the thing, but only the way things are experienced by the individual. This 145 position of the Stoics represents in itself a hybrid sufficiently eclectic of a physiological materialism rough with a very pure subjective idealism. The question of the relationship of the singular with the universal suddenly descends from the plane of the general logic, in which was raised and resolved by Aristotle, at the level of relationship of the sensory perception, of the experience, of the thing with the word, that is, to a plane of observation psychological semantic. If Aristotle sees the definition of reason as an expression immediate of the universal objective situation of things outside and independently of the existing individual, as immediate expression of universal objective forms of actually, in this he is perfectly correct. In turn, when the skeptics and the Stoics are faced with the fact that those forms objective aspects of the things that Aristotle presented in his system as eternal, as corresponding to the divine reason, collapse by a torrent of events, they directly derive the conclusion that Aristotle's definitions are pure verbal illusions, pure subjective phantasms, to which not only does it not correspond, but it never corresponded to them no objective reality. In other words, from the fact that a series of certain concepts of the Aristotelian system cease to correspond to the objective situation of the affairs, for example how much it changed, and that in objective reality it no longer you can see the shapes that correspond to these concepts, draw the conclusion about the nature linguistics of the concept in general. In Aristotle the sense of the word is objective. This means that unraveling the definition of the word that designates an object, can be done only by way of definition of the object, through the clarification of its objective role in the system of truth. 146. This is not the case with the Stoics. In them the word expresses no the object, but in any case that change that the object produced in the soul of the individual, that inner state of the soul that they also call sense of word. This famous Lechtin prototype of the representation logical formal of the concept, is precisely that is said with help and in word form like a phonetically determined sound. That's why for him Stoic is not directly important in the meaning objective of the word, but that sense that is relates in the soul with this word. In other words, Aristotle's view of relationship of the word and the thought is interpreted in a purely formal manner. In Aristotle, that which is spoken in the discourse is the object and its objective form. In the Stoics, that which is said, the Lechtin, in no case is an object, but only that as it is experienced by the individual, a certain subjective state of the sole individual. Such confusion of concepts is linked to the fact that the Stoics conceive of the individual as isolated, singular, as a subject of knowledge, while Aristotle, albeit in an idealistically mystified form, recognized as such the joint corporate name of the men, with which the individual relates through the acquisition of knowledge, through assimilation of the universal determinations of things. Since the individual is made the starting point of consideration, the Stoics also consider the relationship of this individual with the world around him. The link of this individual with natural things is realized through sensation and perception, and the link with other men, through the word, through the speech. And precisely for that reason, the question of the agreement of knowledge as such with the object is mixed perfectly in them with the question about the rules. 147. That guarantee the simplicity of the mutual relationship between the singular men. This organic blend rests also on the basis of all its logic, on the basis of the extremely formal interpretation of ideas Aristotelian. Their logic, they also call it dialectic, although it has nothing in common with the dialectic Aristotelian, contains two parts. The first phone deals with the signifier, with the means of verbal expression, of the parts of speech. Here are the letters of the alphabet as integral parts of the word, as physiology of the letter, as grammar, as canons of composition of phrases and words, of verses and phrases, and even as formal regularities of the correlation of the musical tones. The second part of his logic deals with the meaning, that is, on the content of the words, on the Lechtin, on the semantic side of the speech, and is called semenomen. Here we have it to do with the ancient prototype exactly formulated of contemporary semantic logic. These two parts of an external form unite into one single science on the basis that the fundamental concept common to both is constituted by the word as an element of human speech. From here, from the etymological meaning immediacy of the term logos, word, the Stoics is that they produce the denomination of their science, logic, as a science of the word, of verbal expression, of its shapes and structures. Thought and discourse, in this way, are cleanly identified already at the original point, and the doctrine of thought merges with grammar, with the rhetoric. Thought, according to the Stoics, is the same speech, only contemplated from the side of his semantic content, from the side of its composition semantics. 148. The representations around the content of the word and speech assume a character refined formal. By content one takes into account no longer the objective meaning, of the word and of the discourse, as in Aristotle, but that sum of traits that is transmitted by men to the word, transmitted partly spontaneously on the basis of the anticipation, of the prodeipsis, partly also via of an artificial arrangement. Precisely from the Stoics it is that takes its principle from the foolish way of composing contrived terms with traits pedantically enumerated. Related to this is also his idea of the logical table, an original dictionary of lexicons, where all terms are determined through a scheme of genera and species, the prototype of a hobby semantic with artificial language, which supposedly is in a position to dispel all problems and contradictions in points of view. It is on this basis that the Stoics carry out the revaluation and reconsideration of Aristotelian ideas, giving them the character of absolute norms of the discourse true, formally interpreting the doctrine Aristotelian law of syllogisms, the law of the veto of the contradiction and the excluded third party, which in its interpretation becomes antagonistic to dialectic. It is natural that if the doctrine of thought is fully formalized, the doctrine of forms universals of objective reality in Aristotle, which enters organically in logic, in dialectic, it separates in an eclectic naturphilosophical ontology, in a physics that displays mystical speculative fantasies about a universal fire that periodically repeats itself, etc. The place of the system rigorously thought out by Aristotle occupies a motley mix of materialistic and idealists. 149. All this allows us to conclude, the Stoic interpretation of thought and the doctrine of thought do not represent in any way a further development of the Aristotelian doctrine. This interpretation liquidates all those dialectical moments contained in the doctrine of thought, of its universal forms, of its relationship with the universal forms of reality objective. The merit of the Stoics is not at all in the further development of Aristotelian logic, but in those scrupulous investigations, often very retailers, that they dedicated to the problems of expression of reality in discourse, in words, with other words, the syntactic discursive reality of human thought. Thought is understood in them not so much from the universal logical point of view, but from the point of view of those forms in which performed by the individual subject, that is, in essence, psychologically. On this plane the Stoics did not few detailed observations on the actual difficulties and the paradoxes related to the problem of unilaterality of the use of terms, with the question of the relation of representation and discourse, of the one-sidedness of mutual understanding, etc., etc. However, in understanding the form's real universals of thinking knowledge, of the categories, they not only did not go beyond Aristotle, but made extremely worse what he had achieved, killing with the interpretation of him closely formal all the lively dialectical clairvoyances of the Stagirite. Where Aristotle sees both the need as chance, and therefore also the difficulty of understand their real correlation, the Stoics see only the need. Wherever Aristotle sees, he sharply expresses and then he investigates the presence of conflicting determinations of 150. One and the same thing, always trying to find for the contradiction clarified the concrete solution. The Stoics with their formally interpreted veto they close even the possibility of specifically investigating this contradiction. The veto of contradiction in your hands becomes an absolute a priori canon of correct speech and thus excludes in advance the dialectic even in its Aristotelian understanding. If for Aristotle the presence of two opinions found antinomially points to the need to investigate reality more consistently and deeply, to discover behind the opinions its true prototype, that same prototype that from one point of view looks thus, and from another, in a diametrically opposite way, then, according to the logic of the Stoics, to their understanding of the veto, such a path is excluded in advance. For them the third party is no longer given, and it is necessary choose between the two opinions, consider one as true, and another as false. This version of the veto is organically linked with the rampant empiricism of Stoic logic. The discourse must express correctly and in a simple way what that the individual immediately captures with his organs of the senses in the state of cataleptic fantasy, that is, after all, the individual experience of the object by the subject is in them the definitive criterion of the veracity of the discourse, of the veracity of knowledge. It is clear that such an interpretation of the truth test is, in essence, psychology, and logic is reduced in the end to the set of those formal canons that must be observed in the verbal expression of sensorially perceptible reality. For this very reason the logic, the dialectic, of the agora is merges in its real composition with what Plato and Aristotle called eristics, rhetoric and grammar, and the elements of Aristotle's true logic include them itself in an extremely eclectic and formalized way. No. 151. By chance in the logic of the Stoics one can already observe the trend of the nominalist tradition. With these refinements the Stoics also prepared Aristotelian logic for perception of it by the Fathers of the Church, took a step in that way in which the logic adopted that same figure that Kant 2000 years later considered definitive, established once and for all. It was not yet the time for materialistic conversion of Aristotelian logic at that time, for this there was no neither scientific nor socio-historical conditions. As result, the Aristotelian interpretation of the identity of the universal forms of reason and forms universals of being in the Stoics and in Epicurus just quit. In Epicurus the materialistic understanding of one and the other, in the Stoics eclectically unite the materialist interpretation and the idealist of thought and being. But neither Epicurus nor the Stoics, nor the Peripatetics can any longer pose the problem on an Aristotelian level. The ways of logic and of ontology branch off from this point for millennia whole to cross again only in the transit of the century 18 to the 19 and to merge definitively on a base materialist in Marx and Engels. Completing the review of the Greek cycle of development of philosophy, it remains for us to briefly characterize the former skeptics. At the level of our problem they are interesting only from one side. If Greek philosophy ancient outlined all those fields of knowledge of which must be formed the theory of knowledge and the dialectic, the skeptics, the latter historians of philosophy of antiquity, enumerated all these fields of knowledge and reclassified them, precisely as problems posed, but not. 152. Resolved. As problems bequeathed by ancient philosophy for a happier time for philosophy. These were the famous tropes of the skepsis, whose common conclusion is the lifting of judgment in general, the renunciation of a rational approach to the secrets of being, of the secrets of human life. The problems will piled up here about problems, weaving through yes in such a way that there is no hope of resolving even if it was only one of them, since they bind in a knot, and the whole knot is wrapped around the contradiction problem. Here are the famous 10 skepsis tropes, the 10 decisive problems bequeathed to the future by philosophy ancient. The essence of the first trope is thus expressed by Sextus Empirical: we cannot judge even about our representations, nor about the representations of others living beings, insofar as we constitute a part of a general contradiction, and as a consequence of this we are in need of solutions and judgments more than what that we can judge ourselves. We can say what a certain object seems to us, but we renounce the affirmation of how he is for nature. Since the contradictions, since we ourselves are structured in such a way that even the same object in two already living beings is expressed not only as two different, but as incompatible without contradiction. The second trope, the second insoluble contradiction in judgments, arises from the fact that of all beings alive, men are essentially the least similar to each other and therefore necessarily and naturally are contradictory to each other. We have bodies different, and to this are also added the souls, who are in permanent conflict with the own bodies. And if living beings in general 153 contradict each other because it has structured its bodies differently, therefore man contradicts itself, since it is composed of halves opposed to each other, of soul and body. And to this are added the difficulties created by the speech, by the word, by the logos. If even some of the dogmatists, being men with self-love, affirm that in the judgment on things it is necessary to give preference to them over others, men, we, of course, know that your demand out of place. For they themselves make up a part of this contradiction. This trope, please, does not need comments. And each man himself, even the dogmatic one, contradicts itself. Depending on the changes of state of his body and his soul he lives the same so different. And not only the state of his body and his soul, but also depends on external circumstances that the objects themselves seem to us one thing or the opposite. And the mix. There are no objects anywhere pure, as our judgment would like to represent them, our thinking. And of the changes that take place in things and in ourselves, everything is transformed into its opposite, into dependence on the correlation of dimensions and compositions. Quantity is suddenly transformed into quality, the opposite of the original, and our judgment contradicts the one we pronounced a minute ago. And of the relationships, in whose context a same thing. And how frequently or rarely that thing appears before our eyes. The rare can appear frequently, and the common, rarely. And we again fall into contradiction. 154. And of our moral postulates. Moral standards are not confluent, they contradict each other, and the judgment, guided by them, too. As a result, we do not know anything about whether could judge categorically, this is so, and this is not so. Only one thing we know for sure about the world and about ourselves, that both the world and we ourselves are dominated by contradiction. Here is something quite indisputable. This is unconditionally proved by the history of life and from the philosophy of ancient Greece. This is his indisputable resulting conclusion. About the world and about us, and, consequently, on our judgments, on our thought governs the dialectic. Like it or not, this is so. This is both the objective and subjective truth attained by the history of knowledge. This, apparently, is what Lenin meant when he pointed out that ancient Greek philosophy only outlined those fields from the knowledge of which the theory of the knowledge and dialectics. The theory of knowledge as dialectic. The logic of judgment as dialectic. As a logic that is not afraid of contradictions, but rather knows how to solve them. 155. Of Idols and Ideals, 1968. Original, in Krasno-Proletarskia, The Problem of the Ideal in Philosophy, Moscow, Publisher, E.V. Becharevnik. Translation into Spanish from Russian, Rafael P.L.A. Leon. Correction, Gilberto Pérez Villacampa and Ruben Zerdoya-Laurda. The problem of the ideal is complex and multifaceted. First of all, naturally, the question arises about the place which occupies the concept of the ideal in the theory of reflection. How can it be interpreted from the point of view of this theory? In any case, the reflection theory teaches us that is correct and true only that knowledge which reflects what is in reality. And in the ideal it is expressed not what is, but what should be, or what man wants see. Is it possible, perhaps, to interpret what is desired or what is due, from the positions of the reflection theory? In other words, can the ideal be true? Philosophy long ago saw a difficulty here and he's also been trying to figure it out for a long time. The materialists of past ages insisted on this problem in the course of his fight against the doctrines idealists of the Church, against the religious ideal, and tried to solve it according, on the one hand, to the theory reflection and, on the other, to the demands of real life. But, achieve this, only Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels could, and, precisely, because they were not only materialists, but dialectical materialists. Let's see how it happened. God created man in his image and likeness, says in a well-known book and man, because of this, he repaid God with a black ingratitude with irony. 156. Poisonous complimented the author of another book. And if we put jokes and stories aside, developed the same idea a third author then, it is necessary to say directly and clearly that man created God exactly as he created books and statues, huts and temples, bread and wine, science and technology. Therefore, the confused question as to who created whom and in what image he created is resolved in a simple and clear truth: man created himself and then created his own self-portrait of him, calling him God. So, in the form of God, the man knew and adored only himself, thinking that he knew an entity different from himself, religion. Ultimately, it was always just a mirror that reflected the man his own physiognomy. But in this case, one takes hold of this explanation. Fourth thinker, the author of the Bible, was, in essence, totally clear, only he expressed the same idea in relation to the illusions of the century of him. Yes, the man he really was created by the being depicted in the icon, for the icon is only a portrait of man, created by the own man. And if so, then there's nothing wrong in which the man tries to imitate the character in everything drawn on the portrait. And it is that the painter, drawing his own portrait of him, he carefully copied on it only the advantages, only the merits of the living, sinful man, and in the form of God man is represented exclusively from the best part of him. God only is a pseudonym for the ideal man, the poetic model ideal of the perfect man. The ideal that of himself created the man, the supreme goal of self-improvement human. And all the bad human traits, the traits malevolent and subject to improvement, were also drawn by the painter in another self-portrait, called devil. So God is not the naturalizing representation of the sinful and real terrestrial man, who is both. 157. God like the devil in the same face, in one alloy. God is man as he should be or become, as a result of his own self-improvement. The devil is the same man just as he should not be, just as he should cease to be, as result of the same process of self-education, that is, the human model of imperfection and evil. In other words, God and devil are categories, with the help of which man tries to separate and differentiate in oneself good and evil, the true human perfections of the atavisms of pure animal origin. That is why, contemplating the image of God, man can judge on which precisely from the real traits of his nature he values and which he exalts, godlike, and which he hates and despises as diabolical, trying to overcome them in himself. Thus, although man created both God and the devil and not the other way around, it was not God he created, but the devil who corrupted man. The legend about the creation and the original sin of man is a work art of great poetic sense, in whose form the man made the first attempt at self-knowledge, to differentiate in itself good and evil, reason and unreason, the human and the inhuman. So it shouldn't simplify religion, with its representations of what divine and the sinful, but it is enough to reassess the ancient tales, not believing them to the letter, in human moral categories. It is necessary to understand that, adoring God, man adores the best of himself, that religion created in the form of God the image ideal of superior human perfection, and that in the Christianity man found the superior human ideal, understood by all and accepted by all. And the atheists trying to prove that there is neither God nor devil, it turns out that they do the man a very bad service. 158. Depriving him of criteria for discerning between good and evil, wrong, between what is permitted and what is prohibited. Hi. The atheists responded. Although everything turns out quite logical, it is not at all. Really, the man projects onto the blue screen of the firmament only his own representations about himself, about the good and the evil, divinizing, that is, relating them to God, only the real features of him, and prosecuting, i.e. declaring diabolical hallucinations, the others. In any case, the man was forced from the beginning to oppose himself, his own active forces and his capacities, representing them as forces and capacities of some another being, to see them as an object outside of themselves and evaluate them critically, in order to, henceforth, appropriate only those that lead to evil. He was forced to this, precisely, because another mirror, outside the vault heavenly, he had not then, and without a mirror, to contemplate oneself it is self-evidently impossible. But, it is not entirely clear to us why and for what henceforth to realize the self-knowledge of man, under the form of the knowledge of God. So that look in the mirror of heaven when they have already been created much more perfect and clear mirrors, which reflect the man all the details of his own image. Sure, the religion is only a mirror, but a primitive mirror and, therefore, very opaque and, moreover, quite curved, whose surface, as well as the heavenly vault, possesses a perfidious curvature. This increasing it to dimensions cosmic, all that is reflected in it, and, as a mirror spherical, inverts the man who looks upside down in it, it reflects in a hypertrophic increased form everything before him stands and, to a certain extent, is similar under a microscope, which allows us to see what is not visible to the naked eye disarmed. But what is it that man treasures in glass of such an original microscope? What is it? 159. Precisely see in the eyepiece? Is the real good and evil itself himself, in the real man? If the matter were like this, then there would be no need to search better mirror than the blue sky vault. The bad of this lies in the fact that the refractor of the religious heavens reflects not real good and evil, but only the representations of the man himself about what is good and what is evil. And this is not remotely the same thing anymore. The man is capable, unfortunately, of being tragically wrong. Is this account? Then the magnifying glass of religion only expands the dimensions of his error. The unnoticed and modest seed of evil, taken by his resemblance embryo of good, grows before his eyes in whole mountains of aromatic flowers. And, on the contrary, the weak and immature germ of human happiness, taken mistakenly for the germ of the weed, becomes into a great thorny thistle, which exudes the poison of sin and perdition. And most tragic of all, man will see paradisiacal roses where solid thorns emerge, and will flee the smell of real roses, convinced that the senses deceive him, that before him there are only hallucinations, devilish temptations. Didn't he get by with Christianity? Didn't they pray men entire centuries before the cross, that barbarian scaffold, on which they crucified the man, the Son of Man? Did they not weep with shock, seeing the countenance of El Salvador haggard and covered in sweat crucified, to the joy of the Pharisees? Didn't they see them in this painting the image of supreme bliss and the divine honor? They saw it and prayed. Christian Church whole centuries strove to instill in people that the superior objective and the predestination of man implies the preparation for the life beyond the grave, towards eternal life, beyond the grave. The real is in the grave. For achieve eternal life more quickly and safely is necessary to behave according to forms and modes. Yet, 160. The objective of the movement is given, then it will be necessary to choose the path suitable to him, maceration of the meat and his temptations. He renounces the happiness of more here, submission to the fate and power of the possessors, prayer and fasting, the most reliable path to the grave. So he better man would turn out to be the ascetic monk in deplorable rags, tied with a rope, and the representation of the best man, poeticized by the fantasy. He looked at men from all the icons with the sad eyes of the Savior crucified. The path to he is the path to Calvary, to suffering Redeemer, towards self-destruction, self-flagellation, towards the liberation of the filth and vileness of existence land. And in the long centuries of the feudal Middle Ages, man adopted the Christian ideal and the ways of its realization, as the only exact and possible image of the superior essence of the world and life. Simply because the sacred species of the Savior was the exact mirror that reflected the man as his own figure, exhausted and covered in sweat from fear and suffering, the figure of the redeemed. Because, just as he be the real man, so will be the God of him. Very easy. This being so, the heavens of religion reflect man not as it should be, but as it really is, with all their pluses and minuses. But, the minuses are reflected in such a mirror not as less, but as more, and vice versa. In addition, in no way here are the paths chosen in dependence on the chosen objective, but, on the contrary, the objective itself is outlined in correspondence with the paths that man took. His direction was simply makes his way in fantasy to the end, to the point that he catches the eye. By the icon you can pretty much determine exactly what the real man is like and by what paths he walks in his life, where he is going, if it is necessary or not to go in this. 161. Address, on the icon you will not read it. The icon forbids even make such a question, for a reason it is an icon. He slavishly mirrors his own face to the man, presents it to him as it is in reality, but, and here is the cunning of him, encloses the reflection of him in the golden molding of respect and worship. For this reason, the icons and ideals of religion simply they are a way of coexistence aesthetic moral of man with himself, that is, with his own current modes of existence and vision. They are the secularization in consciousness, in fantasy, in poetic representation of the present being of man. In icon form, the actual being and consciousness of man are make an idol to be prayed and adore, and if the icon becomes an ideal in the eyes of the believer, the image of a better future, then the ideal, imperceptible to himself, he becomes an idol. Such is the mechanism of religious self-consciousness, its essence in no way the result of errors and misunderstandings. Well, the mechanism is assembled with the calculation that the man sees himself as a different being, forgetting that he sees only himself. Precisely in this is contained the difference specific of the religious form of self-consciousness with respect to any others, in the absence of consciousness about the fact that, in the form of God, man he sees his own image. If specificity, the absence of such consciousness, disappears, then, instead of religion we have before us another form of self-awareness, quite similar to that, art. Art is also a mirror. Until today the man, for example, in the theater, representing himself on the stage himself, comfortably seated in the audience, makes an effort to look at his own representation of him, something like the other side, as an object of awareness and assessment. Being aware of everything that happens on the scene, or in the screen, he becomes aware only of himself and, all the more. 162. Clearer and better, the clearer and better the screen reflects you his own face. But, unlike the religious mirror, the artistic mirror does not create, but, on the contrary, dispels the fateful illusion. This directly presupposes that man sees himself in it, yes, and only himself. That's why religion always gets angry with true art, with the mirror in which one sees only the one who really wants to see and become aware of himself, and not his fantasies. If the man is going to look in the mirror, realizing that before him there is nothing but a mirror, then he will conclude, no God, only my eye looks at me through a glass transparent in the frame. And if I don't like the physiognomy of the that he looks at me, then it means that I, ultimately, do not I am such, neither as I have believed until now, nor as I would like see me. Therefore, do not accuse the mirror of perfidious inclination to counterfeit, but try to make yourself just like you would like to see you, so, both in the mirror of art and in science, you'll look like this. Not before. And like you would you like to see you. Here is the difficulty, a mirror will not be able to tell you this truthful and sincere. Here another mirror is required, which it will present what is desired as real, it will reflect on its surface not the real situation of things, but dreams, and will draw not the real man, but his ideal, the perfect ideal man, the man, as he should be, according to his own representations about himself. But hasn't anyone tried to do this? Religion. Did not the Renaissance man find precisely in the gods of Greece, carved in marble, the traits of the perfect man? Or maybe the Christian ideal was just a misguidance. Temporary, consequence of a tragic error, which can you rectify and henceforth not be repeated? Can that men in the form of Jesus crucified, deify in themselves not what corresponds to deify? Can. 163. That it is necessary to draw a new icon, give yourself figuratively a new ideal, prototype of man perfect, and imitate the new God in everything? Much more if such gods, beautiful, strong features, talented, authentic of human perfection, and were once created by the powerful human fantasy and embodied in the marble of the ancient statues. The same statues as man, beginning to worship El Savior crucified, took as a representation of the harmful traits and sinful temptations of witches. The statues that with broken arms and noses broken, and even decapitated, they were left humanely beautiful. Could it be that man, if he began to compare in his life to being beautiful, wise, and powerful? And in the late 15th and early 16th centuries arose a new ideal, the ideal of the revival of ancient beauty, of the strength and intelligence of man. In the gods Greek men found their model in Zeus and Prometheus, in Aphrodite and Nike of Samothrace. Means then that in man himself the representations about good and evil, in itself the man began to take for beautiful what was previously taken as lustful deformity, for intelligence, what until the moment was treated as pagan folly and stopped taking weakness by strength, and vice versa. Two ideals collided, two images, two characterizations, two models of the perfect man. By the image of which of them corresponds to create, or more exactly, recreate the real man, sinner. But, in such a case, he asks himself, what and who bothers the signature David on the plinth of the statue of Michelangelo, that presents the beautiful, strong, and sagacious young man? Would not stay here of religion only names and denominations. And so what difference is there? How is it different in this case because of its real task and its functions a reflection of such an icon art? After all, didn't you hang up the phone? 164. Sistine Madonna entire centuries on the altar of the old little church, before changing her room for a lighter one and comfortable? Did anything change in her when he left the service? In a religious institution, to work in a museum of paint? The main thing, the thinkers reasoned, is not the names or denominations, engraved in the molds of the icons. The main thing is the understanding or not that the icons represent man, himself man, and in no way a being existing outside or before him under the name of God. The main thing is to understand that God is only a synonym and a pseudonym of man with capital letters, of the ideal man, for whose image henceforth it corresponds to train men. In short, if we correctly understand the religion, that is, not as a means of knowledge of God, but as a means of self-knowledge of man, then everything falls into place. For what, then, have art and science to fight against religion? It is necessary simply to divide reasonably obligations. Science and sober art, they will reflect what is there, and religion and art oriented towards the same task will reflect what should be, that is, create to man an ideal of his own self-improvement. What difference is there between baptizing this ideal with a name borrowed from the Bible, from saints orthodox, or a calendar without saints? The important thing is that the ideal was essentially drawn correctly to give man an exact address in the paths of moral, physical, and intellectual, and would not condemn it, as in the past the Christianity, to voluntary degradation, to the decadence physical and intellectual. To call it divine or not is indifferent to the all. 165. It seems that such reasoning could totally satisfy religion. It would be assigned a role entirely honorable and respectable in the division of labor. But the collaboration, it is not known why, did not work out. The religion, she indignantly rejected the new explanation of his role and refused to fulfill the responsibility proposed to her. By that, what precisely did not satisfy you about the reasoning alleged and its conclusions? Did she in practice did not play, until now, the indicated role, regardless of her own delusions? Or will it not be that this explanation did not cover, in terms of the mechanisms of religious self-awareness, something very important and main, without which there would be no religion? Certainly something was missing. And religion, refusing to the roles and functions proposed by benevolent people, I was right. She understood herself better than the interpreters of it. The secret was only that religion he never played and could not play that role that people so benevolent. She played precisely the opposite role, and towards the fulfillment of the latter were adapted all the mechanisms of the system reflected. And it is precisely this, the entire system of images religious at no time drew the man as he should be or should be transformed, as a result of self-improvement. On the contrary, she religion I drew him as he was and as he should be. She always gave the actual being of man as ideal, beyond of the maximum limits of any improvement possible, into which man should not and cannot enter. Representing man, religion represented him not as man, but as God, as a supreme being outside of man, before man, and above man, dictating to man precisely that mode of existence that he had hitherto practiced. From the point of view of religion, man with uppercase cannot and should not deal with any type of 166. Self-improvement. Self-improvement can and are obliged to do so, only men for separate. These are obliged to strive to resemble to the image of man, which is given here under the name of God, to an eternal, pristine ideal that does not give rise to doubts, to a pattern of perfection. And the pattern, okay to the very concept of him, it is not necessary to change in this sense. The Christian standard of perfection is similar to that rule Platinum, preserved in Paris, which was called Metro. Religion has always been opposed, as the most common heresy terrible, to the thesis that God was made by man through the image of him and likeness of him. Since in such a case the man, if he would change by himself, if he understood himself better, more exactly, the sooner he found the measure of his own perfection, would be entitled to precise also his patron. Then, he would be in the right to recreate God, in the right, even, to change it for one more convenient, to choose God because of his size, to build a new model of perfection. For this reason, as a form of religious ideal, man is proposes to him the image of his own before him. Religion always related the golden age with the past. In other words, the mechanisms of religious consciousness, in essence, they are adapted to represent yesterday as the example, and today's as the corrupted yesterday, as a result of the fall of man from God. Therefore, it leans towards the religious temperament those people who by force of one cause or another have to live day after day worse and worse, precisely that people, to whom progress does not bring anything, except unhappiness. And they are right, for them yesterday was better today and dream of making the future similar to the past. Its justness is precisely reflected in religion, and the ideal religious is only yesterday idealized. Idealized means herein represented solely by starting from the plus and meticulously devoid of 167. All the minuses, without which the pluses, alas, could and cannot exist. Due to the particularities of the religious ideal, it always terribly deceives the man. The attempt to form the future according to the image of an idealized past leads to the fact that, together with the desired plus, man whether he wants to or not reproduces the less in unison and inseparably linked to those. This is the case even when, as an ideal, one takes really beautiful and humanly deceiving images from the past, for example, the old gods. Sketches ideals of human beauty, strength, and wisdom. The Renaissance men misunderstood that unhappy circumstance, that reviving the old gods, that is, to form an image of the contemporary in the image and likeness of Zeus and Prometheus, Aphrodite and Nike, is impossible without also reproducing all those conditions, in which soil these gods could breathe and live, in particular, without establishing slavery, the mass of speaking instruments, on account of which lived and created their works the true artificers of the statues of Zeus and Prometheus, those men who they created the old gods in their image and likeness. That is, without reproducing those same conditions, the which, creating the gods, at the same time killed them and crucified on the cross of the new faith. And dearly man had to pay for knowledge whose conclusion was a simple and clear truth: if you want march forward, remove from you all the illusions of the ideal religious, no matter how tricky and wonderful. Do not look for the ideal in the past, even in the most beautiful. He will be more tragic the more beautiful he appears to be. Study the past not only from the side of the most, but also on the side of its inseparable minuses, that is, not idealize the past, investigate it objectively. 168. And the ideal, that is, that image in correspondence with which you want to shape the future, in other words, in correspondence with which you must act today, look for it another way. Which one? We are not going to fantasize. Let's try to review the experience that the man has already accumulated in his account. Let's review the history of the Renaissance ideal, its evolution in the conscience of the peoples of Europe. She is, by the way, very instructive. When over Europe, waking up from half a millennium full of medieval nightmares, the wonderful sun shone of the Renaissance, much began to be seen differently, before the eyes of the people. The earthly order of society feudal, as well as its reflection in the skies of religion, ceased to seem to men something that in itself implied. And the anti-feudal spirits above all expressed in criticism of religion. In the light of the clear morning sun, the men perceived in a completely different way the reproduction in wax from El Salvador, crucified on a construction of wood, smelling of dust and incense. El Salvador now they like it better not on the cross of Calvary, but on the attentive and tender arms of his mother, in the image of a plump and healthy infant, who does not suspect the sufferings that the future holds. In the shape of an infant from which may well grow both Heracles and David, or a new Prometheus. His eyes again saw the flushed marble of the Parthenon, the eternally young beauty of Aphrodite and Apollo, of Heracles and the discus thrower, of Diana the huntress and the mighty Vulcan blacksmith. The man began again to shoot the arrows of his dream, to fly towards the sun rising, to reign over the blue waves of the sea Mediterranean, breathe fresh air, to enjoy the power of his thought, of his hands, of his body healthy not ruined by fasting and prayer. 169. The youthful and inspired century of the Renaissance conveyed the courier of dreams to the century of Descartes and Spinoza, of Rousseau and Voltaire, the century of strict foundation of the marvelous dream, and he formulated exact theses in relation to the future and human ideals. Against the medieval spiritualist ideal, of the spirit immaterial, he advanced the earthly and plethoric ideal of him: there is no God, there is no paradise, there is no hell. There is the man, son of nature, and there is nature. After the grave, after death, for man there is nothing. By that, the ideal must be embodied here, on earth. The most consistent thinkers formulated it this way: the plethoric, earthly vitality of every living man. That each one does what is enabled by nature and delight in the fruits of his acts. Mother Nature is the only legislator and the only authority for man, his beloved son of his. In her name he announces to man the laws of the life. Only science, self-conscious thought, that she does not recognize any other authority, that she discovers the laws of nature, not revelation, which preaches from the embos and from the pages of holy scriptures. And if the ideal is not a useless dream, it is not a wish powerless, then he must express something real, sensible, and earthly. That natural desires and needs, that is, typical of each man at birth, of a body healthy and normal, human nature. The ideal expresses the natural needs of the human nature and, therefore, has at its side all the powerful forces of Mother Nature. Study the nature, study man, and you will obtain the knowledge of what she wants and where she tends, that is, draw the true ideal, the ideal of man and of that social regime that corresponds to it. With this answer the most serious thinkers were satisfied. Consistent, the materialists of the 18th century, La Mettrie, Helvetius, Holbach, Diderot. And the answer for them, 170, offered was clear to each of his contemporaries, burdened by the unnatural weight of feudal state and the church, precisely to satisfy the deformed and unnatural enjoyment of the monarchical court and of the bureaucratic clerical clique. In most nations the most natural rights were suppressed and values, both bread and the freedom to fend for themselves own hands and his own head, as the freedom of speak what you think and consider right. If only they were natural rights what the king trampled, the bureaucracy and the church. What kind of paradise could there be established in the beneficial soil of France? And then a new ideal was founded, in a formula energetic and understood by all, in a combat motto: freedom, equality, fraternity. Let each man do what he wants and can, to what he has defined nature, only that misfortune does not bring him to the brother of the human race of him, that he does not undermine the right of another to do the same. If this doesn't exist, then it must exist. And the miracle happened. They crashed down on the land of France the powerful thunders of La Marseillaise, the cornering blows of the discharges of cannon broke down the walls of the innumerable bastilles, the herd of priests scattered everywhere and bureaucrats and the people raised the tricolor flag of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The ideal, what is due, turned out to be stronger than the existing, despite the fact that the existing was protected by all the power of the state and the church, by the bastions of the fortresses and prisons, by the bayonets of the soldiers and the pens of academic scientists, despite that he was firmly handcuffed by the chains of ancient customs and traditions, sanctified by the religious morality, by art and law, established in name of God. 171. But, very soon it was discovered that the ideal is realized in the earth in a way that is not so easy and not so fast, as their authors thought. Events began to take an unexpected turn. It was necessary to repair the many bad plays. By what the ideal of the man free from all artificial ties, who becomes aware of himself as equal in rights between gender brothers, so clear and understandable to each one, it is not achieved in any way to carry out to the end between men of flesh and blood. Why the ideal, so human and marvelous, marches across the land between mountains of corpses, covered in gunpowder. And why the yesterdays, co-religionists and brothers of the ideal become soon into enemies to the death and send each other to the guillotine? Many will be satisfied with this answer: it is too strong old world resistance, too deep the perversion of men by millennia of slavery bodily and spiritual, too strong the past power on their consciences. They got corrupted and infected, even those who seemed to themselves and others crystal clear heroes of liberty, equality, and brotherhood, even Danton, Robespierre, even Saint Just, the apostle of virtue. And the events they became more and more malleable and tragic. Kings, aristocrats, and tyrants, whoever they are slaves revolted against all humanity, superior sovereign of the terrestrial sphere, and against the nature legislator of the universe. Exclaimed Robespierre. Cut off the head of the terrible tyrant Robespierre, enemy and monster of the human race. Their opponents began to shout, and the head rolled towards the bloody basket. The tricolor flag of the ideal escaped from his hands. Board of directors, who also proved weak to sustain it in top. Then she was caught by the artillery officer Napoleon. 172. Bonaparte. High he raised the waving banner and led the people behind her to the noise and smoke of battles. And one beautiful morning the men saw with astonishment that under the cloak of the revolutionary officer was hidden an old known, the monarch. They saw that, walking under the beat of drum half the world, they returned there from where they left in 1789, they saw that again, as before, surrounded the court of Emperor Napoleon rapacious bureaucrats, officials, lying priests, and ladies libertines to whom, once again, it is necessary to deliver the last penny, the last piece of bread, the last child. The working people of France felt doubly cheated. From year to year he grew fatter and more voracious, the new owner of life, the speculator, the banker, the industrial bourgeois. He received from the revolution and counter-revolution all he needed, complete freedom of action. And he knew how to use it to redo the life of the country according to the mold of its ideal, of its God, the gold, hard cash acquired on account of others. What had happened? Perhaps the marvelous ideal of enlightenment turned out to be just a mirage, a story, a dream unrealizable on earth? Perhaps life, practice, the reality, the existent again turned out to be stronger what the ideal? Apparently it was so. And on the ground of this disappointment, on the ground of feeling of total impotence of men before the world created by themselves, again as of old, the poisonous flowers of religion bloomed, again the priests cackled about the banality of hopes in earthly happiness. At that time, moral courage and intellectual so as not to fall into repentance at the foot of the cross, to remain faithful to the ideals of the Enlightenment. Get stung by the contemptuous mockery of the good-fed pancons, sensible slaves of the existent. 173. Lived and thought in these years André de Saint-Simon and Charles Fourier. Staying true to the principles fundamentals of the thought of the illustrators, these stubborn and impatient men tried to find and show humanity the paths to the marvelous future. The conclusion reached by them heirs of the advanced philosophy of France, as a result of the analysis of the situation created, coincided with the solution of the practical and sober Englishman Robert Owen. If they are right reason and science, and if liberty and equality are not empty words, then, the only salvation of the humanity from the spiritual, moral, and physical degradation that the threat turns out to be socialism. Humanity was placed by history before a harsh and inexorable alternative: either the man settles for the enslaving service of private property, this new and heartless God, and then he will be doomed to a savagery even more horrible than the medieval one, or he takes refuge in intelligence and organizes life on principles radically new, really, and not in words, are organized in a human collective amicable. Freedom, the equality, and brotherhood are real only in combination with rationally organized work. The organization of work, the organization of industry, here is the key for all of life's problems. The philosophers of the 19th century should unite to demonstrate multilaterally and fully that under the state current knowledge and civilization only the principles industrial and scientific can serve as the foundation of the social organization. Saint Simon proclaimed. In what consists, then, that human nature, according to the which corresponds to reorganize the present and organize the future? Now in the reasonings of Saint Simon a new motif appears compared to its predecessors enlightened. Human nature is at no time something invariable, given once and for all by Mother. 174. Nature. She constantly develops, more exactly, its essence consists in the development permanent, in exchange for what was given to the man by nature. Where, in what direction? To him superior improvement of physical forces and morals, for which only the organization is qualified human, such is Saint Simon's formula. This is not an abstract philosophical reasoning, but simply, a fact of which the observation of life can account, both of a separate man and of people's whole. It turns out that it is necessary to look at society before everything as a system of external conditions, within of which the perfecting of all the intellectual, moral, and physical forces. The abilities active of the human individual. The social system will be more perfect to the extent that it more fully guarantees the flowering of all individual human forces, the unfolding of all the possibilities contained in the man, and as long as it opens to ever larger masses the vast space for such authentically human development. Man himself, the living human individual, is the only measure by which everything can and should be measured. The rest. To man, then, no other should be added external measure in relation to him, no matter how beautiful and exact it seems, because she will always be extracted from the past. Until now men have walked on the road of civilization, receding into the future. His view was commonly directed to the past, and to the future they launched only rare and superficial glances. The genius of such a turn of thought was that the accent now became not on the conditions of man's activity finished and formed, but on the conditions of his development, his becoming, his future, which always, in every given moment, was yet to come. That's why he. 175. Ideal cannot be given to man as a finished design, as an icon, and the patterns must be measured by the measure of improvement of the living man, which permanently develops his possibilities. This brilliantly simple idea nipped in the bud the most vital tenets of the religious ideal, no matter what clothes adorned, to which in no way bothered the circumstance that both Saint Simon and Fourier and Robert Owen had nothing against flirting, so time to time, with terms such as God, religion, paradise, and others similar. So you simply cannot fool religion. Saint Simon and Fourier selflessly propagated their ideal, appealing to reason and the feeling of justice of the contemporaries. But his genius ideas too few dragged by that time. In the ears of the people voices did not arrive, and in the enlightened and well-fed public his ideas aroused only irritation and ridicule. He hum of organs and brass bands, adoring the heavenly and terrestrial gods, was heard louder and louder. The tragedy of the utopian socialists was a typical tragedy of heroes who arrived too early in the world. And not coincidentally the ideals of Saint Simon and Fourier in the minds of his disciples and followers very soon took on a cartoonish form, began to remember very strongly the ideals of Christianity. Both the disciples wanted to make these ideals understandable and affordable to a people educated in the gospel, and the Saint Simonist and Fourierist organizations in turn recalled religious sections. The idea essentially new, the idea of socialism, to be understandably preferred to appear before men in the patched-up rags of a new Christianity. It seemed that one more noble initiative was drowning. And the ideal of the Enlightenment once again became an icon, a crucified idol. But the life of the Renaissance ideal and 176. The Enlightenment was not over. It is true that he had some time to move from the soil of France to the dreary heaven of German philosophy, for, inhaling the air of the speculative heights, again returned to earth already with another countenance. Observing with his own eyes the misadventures of the beautiful ideal, men could not understand exactly the earthly roots of these tragic misadventures. And without understanding them, again they began to look for them behind the clouds. The lesson not it was sufficiently instructive and necessary new misadventures and new efforts of thought so that the earthly roots of the earthly handicaps will eventually be assimilated. While the French did their thing, the Germans they intently looked behind them and philosophized. The ideal of the French was adopted by them, immediately and unrestrained, wholeheartedly, liberty, equality, fraternity. What can be more desired and better? His goal was wonderful and captivating. But behold the media. The media used in Paris did not please the Germans, who did not dare to imitate the French. The guillotine, the cannon discharges against men alive, the fratricide, the bloody massacres were for they little seductive. At the University of Old Königsberg, living his orderly and virtuous life, obstinately reflected on the situation, created one of the most judicious brains of the Europe of that time, the philosopher Immanuel Kant. Him he was also moved by the French ideal, dreams about the united community of intelligent, kind, and fair to each other, respecting the dignity humanity in every neighbor, under the reign of freedom, the equality and brotherhood. However, Kant saw well that the beautiful ideal in life reality of each living being and of entire peoples clashes with the 177 associated forces of selfishness, self-interest, vanity, prejudice, stupidity and greed, the narrow individual and corporate interests of the passions and fears, traditions and customs, it is say, with all the retrograde force of the reality empirical, of the existent. And in the Germany of that time, which was no more than a great province of Europe, more exactly, a bunch of mouldy, lacking only capital, of only laws, of only ideas and states of spirits the correlation of forces between the ideal and the existent was far from favoring the ideal. The ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity here did not have for the moment no hope of winning in an open fight. And his supporters only had to reflect, think, compare, analyze, and do everything so that quickly the forces capable of subduing the existing would grow. And so it happened that, adopting all the premises generals of the French Enlightenment, the Germans attempted theoretically, on paper, to confront them with the forces of the existent, that is, to repeat in theory everything that the French tried to carry out in the streets with the weapons in hand, to see what was happening, what traps and mousetraps prepares the dark existing for the ideal. They dreamed of making the ideal wiser and more far-sighted than in France. I find such an order fully reasonable, he said later Heinrich Heine. The heads that philosophy used for thought can be mowed down afterwards for the revolution, he continued but the philosophy of in no way could he use for his objectives heads that were cut by a preceding revolution. First of all, Kant was concerned with specifying the composition of the ideal itself, delineate more exactly and concretely that secret human nature, whose interests the ideal represented. The philosophers of the French Enlightenment were absolutely right, when they began to see man as finality. 178. Supreme, as an end in itself, and they discarded the vision who considered it a means of realization of how many external and alien goals there may be, no matter how high and noble they were. Man cannot be seen as a toy, like an instrument, like a puppet in hands of someone outside of himself, be it the Pope, the King, the owner of power, property, gold, or knowledge. Including also the Godfather external, seated on heavenly throne. Kant was the enlightened and clairvoyant enough to realize what was the real prototype on earth by which she was traced the image of the capricious and obstinate biblical God. But the materialistic illustrators continued their Kant's analysis, they reasoned equally badly, when in the place of the unquestionable authority of the Godfather they also put the unquestionable authority of the Mother Nature, a world outside to which, as a particle his, belongs the body of the man himself, at the expense from hunger and cold, powerless over his own desires and sufferings, that is why, in principle, he is selfish and interested. So, if we deduce the ideal from natural needs of the human body, then the man again would be just a slave, just a toy at the service of external circumstances, from the force of his pressure, only a grain of dust in the whirlwind of the blind spontaneity. In such a case, it is unnecessary to speak of freedom of man. Man is only a speaking medium of his organic needs and his passions, only one point where the forces of blind necessity fall, not one iota better and not one iota more worthy than the one who is a slave of God. The difference in such a case would only be in the denomination, in the name of the external Lord. It doesn't matter if you call God or nature. Both in this and in the other case, man ends up as a slave to forces external to him, and directly slave and instrument, medium, of another man, of the one. 179. That it takes the right to intervene in the name and by indication of these forces, and intervenes as intermediary between God or nature and man. So the ideal, that is, the representation on the supreme objective and the predestination of man in the earth, it is impossible to deduce it from the study of nature, of the blind cause-effect links of it. Well then it would be more correct to simply submit to the pressure of external circumstances and organic needs from his body, linked like a link to a chain and the circuit of circumstances. The physicist, the mathematician, the anatomist, and physiologist, at best, can collect in his terms the man as he is, but not they can show him how he should be and in what image he should trying to resemble oneself. This is precisely why it is absurd, instead of the authority of the Roman Pope, to go to the authority of Newton, Lametrie, or Holbach. About how should to be the man, as opposed to how he is, the best naturalist can say as little as any provincial populace from mathematics, from physics, from physiology, from chemistry. It is impossible to deduce any representation about the purpose of the existence of the man in the world, on the predestination of man. Man, Kant continues, is free if he acts and lives in correspondence with the goal that he himself set, chosen in an act of free self-determination and not with the objective that someone imposes on him from outside. Only then he will be man and not passive instrument of another man or the pressure of external circumstances. That is, then, freedom. The action in correspondence with an object, that is, despite the pressure of the external circumstances, to which also belong the selfish needs of one's own flesh, particles of nature. Otherwise, man would not differ in any way from any animal. The animal, obeying the needs. 180. Organic parts of his body, he cares only for his satisfaction of him, for self-preservation, for himself and for the puppies of him. For no general interest of the species worries. The interests of the species are realized here as a completely unforeseen side product and unexpected, such as blind necessity, as a result mediated of the fight of all against all for their individual existence, for their selfish goals. And it is that man stands above the animal world only because of what he pursues, the interests of the species, of the human race, fully conscious, making his own gender his target, the interests of man with a capital letter, and not the interests of his person, Fritz, John, Jean, or Adam Adamish. It turns out that freedom coincides with consciousness' correct view of the end of the species as a self-finality. In each man separately the consciousness of this end appears per se with the very fact of consciousness, with the awareness of the fact that any other man he is also a man. Therefore, each man separately acts as man only when and only there, when and where he consciously, that is, freely, he perfects his own kind. For this purpose he is bound permanently, at every step, to repress in itself the motive selfish, animals, the particular needs of their self, and even to act directly against the interests of the own empirical I. Thus they acted, for example, Socrates, Giordano Bruno and other similar heroes, who voluntarily chose death, destruction of his individual I as the only way and mode of preserve and reaffirm in the consciousness of all others men their best self, those truths that they discovered not for themselves personally, but for the humanity. 181. From here directly follows the ideal of ethics Kantian, the moral and intellectual self-improvement of each man, that is, the conversion of each man into a selfless, and kind companion and fellow worker with all other men, whom he will see not as means to the satisfaction of selfish ends, but as the purpose of his individual actions. On this plane morality, Kant reconsidered the Enlightenment ideal. When every man on earth, in the beginning, even if it was in Germany, understand that the man is the brother of the man, equal to him in relation to his rights and duties, related to the free expression of the will, then the ideal of the French will triumph in the world, and without the help of bullets and guillotines, of Salvation Committees, social and other similar media. And not before, since if for the realization of the ideal men are taken who do not know repress selfishness, interest, vanity and the like reasons for actions in the name of duty before the humanity, considers Kant, then nothing good can be will get. It is impossible to deny Kant the nobility of his thought and the logic of his reasoning. And more still. The course of events in France confirmed, it seemed, all the saddest fears of him. Moral self-improvement? But if that was what whole millennia preached the Church, that same Church that in practice led to the moral corruption of the men, turning every man into a submissive beast to the celestial and terrestrial gods, in slave of princes mundane and spiritual. Exactly, Kant reasoned. But that means only one thing, that the Church itself disfigured the true moral sense of her doctrine. That's why it is necessary to restore it, reform the faith, continue and deepen Luther's Reformation. Then, the own Church will proclaim to men from its embos the ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity. But not in the 182 French form of expression, for such a form, that God does not he wants it, it can be taken as a call to assault against the existent, to the immediate realization of the ideal by way of revolution, by way of bloody violence about your neighbor, but as a superior principle of universal human morality, as an ethical postulate, coincident with what can be, if you want for course, read in the Bible. In the Bible it is said, thus that, all the things that you want men to do with you, so do you also with them, because this is the law and the prophets. This is how the world-renowned imperative categorical, act in such a way that the maxim of your will can always be valid, at the same time, as principle of universal legislation. In essence, it is here of the fundamental principle of revolutionary legislation French, formulated in the Bill of Rights of the Man and the Citizen of 1789, expressed in German. Liberty consists in the right to do whatever is not affects another. In this way, the realization by each man of his own rights has no other frontier than those that guarantee other members of society the use of the same rights. In his own way expression resembles, more than anything, evangelical preaching. And such a form, on the one hand, allowed openly to propagate the democratic ideal under the conditions of free reign of the Church and princely censure over the minds of men and, on the other hand, taught men to look at the legislation as something derived from morality, from shame, of voluntary fulfillment of duty, and not as the main cause of misfortunes, which is need to change first of all. With this reversal of thought, Kant also combined the ideal of the Enlightenment with the ideal of Christianity, the declaration of the rights of man and the citizen with the Sermon on the Mount, 2. 183. Robespierre with Christ. As a result, in the beginning liberty, equality, and fraternity was dulled its edge openly political, and the combative slogan that raised the Parisians to the storming of the Bastille was corrected in such a way that became a call to moral self-improvement, in a good desire, in the principle of goodwill. And anyway the Enlightenment ideal, shedding the bloody toga of the murderer tyrant republican of ancient Rome and dressed in clean frock coat from a moralistic school teacher, he was still alive. That's why, all the advanced minds of Germany at the time saw in the critique of practical reason the gospel of new faith, faith in the wise man, good and proud as the only God on earth. This is how all his scholars understood Kant. Brilliant contemporaries of his, both Fichte and Beethoven, Schiller, Hegel, Schelling, and Goethe. But his disciples soon reached beyond the teacher. The Kantian Fichte admitted, as a medium legal, also violence, it is not convenient to wait for the ideal of Kantian ethics reached the last little prince and poppy. It is enough that he seizes the majority of the nation, and the stubborn orthodox of the old faith can and will be must for its own good and for the general good submit by force to the subordination of their demands. Schelling and Hegel did not reject violence either, only without the Jacobin extremisms, without the bloody terror, without the guillotine and other tender toys. The incarnation terrestrial ideal for Hegel was made in Napoleon, commander-in-chief of the army of the revolution, hero of Beethoven's Third Symphony. I saw the emperor, this universal soul, he was riding through the city for a recognition. You experience a strange feeling, seeing before him such a personality, which here, from this point, seated on the horse, rises above the world and recreate. 184. The ideal was traced, the goal clear, and the thought was now concentrated more frequently on the search for the ways of its realization. To many it seemed that the question now consisted not so much in the investigation of the truth, as in the propaganda and disclosure of the principles already definitively formulated by Kant. Some placed their hopes in the power of art, others in the phatos of personal moral example. The cold rationality like steel, of the Kantian judgments it seemed already surpassed. The poets and thinkers fell more and more frequently in a prophetically inspired tone. One of the few who retained respect for the mathematical accuracy of the Kantian constructions was Hegel. In his early works, crowned by the famous Phenomenology of the Spirit, he strove to order logically the images of historical events universals, draw their fundamental schemes, separate the essence of the matter of the heterogeneous skin of the details, to understand those ways by which humanity he realizes his ideals and thought, he realizes his predestination. But the story of events past and present demonstrated with sufficient clearly that in the balance of the destinies of the world the beautiful soul, in which Kant trusted, weighs very little, incomparably less than the passions and strength of circumstances, education, example, and the governments, deposited in the other saucer. The preaching morality had not yet done anyone good, if he had not before it would have been good. The affairs of the ideal would go wrong if the only weapon in his deadly struggle with the terrible forces of the existing were only the generous phrases and exhortations. We would have to wait too long for victory, right? The Kantian ideal would remain to one side, like the ideal of church? Will he not lose his head like Robespierre? 185. In Kant and Fichte it turned out that way, even theoretically speaking. In Silver, their hopes were reduced to that in the soul of every man, even the most lost, burns with birth of the weak fire of humanity, there is a germ of the best I that makes him know the voice of the shame, and that every man, however vaguely, feel the pull towards the truth. The best me, according to the original and concocted terminology of Kant and Fichte, the transcendental self, is perfectly the same, absolutely identical in every living man. In the empirical self, this is the same me, only multiplied, repeated without any change, something like an infinite set of identical footprints, made by the same pattern. Each copy can be something lighter or darker, more precise or more diffuse than the another, but it's the same pattern anyway, just how multiplied. But where, then, in what particular hall of measures and weights, the first pattern is preserved, with which when necessary, any copy could be compared separately. Such a hall of measures and weights does not exist for nowhere in the outside world, reply Kant and Fichte. Neither on the sinful earth, nor in the heavens of the religion. The standard portrait of the best self does not exist at all. Margin of your own copies, such as a first image particular, situated outside of them. He exists in them and through of them, in their copies, recorded within each being living, in his soul. And people can only reconstruct the pattern in their imagination with those general features, which are present in the composition of each empirical I, composing his best self, clouded and disfigured for any other circumstance, for unconditionability of that material in which it is recorded. 186. On the other hand, all those traits that differentiate one living being from another, precisely for this reason it is not they enter into the composition of the best self. They emanate precisely on the disfigurement, depend on the deviations from the condition of that empirical material in which the copy was made. Such portrait pattern of the best self reconstructed in the imagination, is precisely what is called ideal. Of otherwise, outside of imagination, he does not exist. But existing only in the imagination, the ideal possesses practice, serves as a regulatory model of the real behavior of the man. The ideal serves in such a case as proto-image for the total definition of the copies of it, reasons Kant in Critique of the Pure Reason, and we have no other criteria for our actions other than the conduct of this man divine in us, with which we compare ourselves, we value, and thanks to this we rectify, never being, however, in condition to compare ourselves with him. Although objective reality cannot be presupposed, the existence of these ideals, the less can be done about this basis to consider them a chimera. They give the necessary measure to reason, which needs the concept of what is in its genre the perfect, for him to assess and measure the level and the defects of the imperfect. Otherwise, before the absence in the imagination of the ideal pattern of conduct truly human, man remains forever slave of what exists. He remains only as a point at which the external forces fall, only like a splinter, which throw from here to there the waves of the mundane sea, tied to the iron chains of external causes, as a slave to the conditions of place and time. From here also came a recommendation practice. He always blames the voice of duty and in no case to the pressure of external circumstances, in relation to the duty. He always and in all cases he launches it against the empirical trend of life, that is, real, directed. 187. Against duty. Acting like this is not easy, because it is necessary not only to know how to listen to the voice of duty, drowned by the noise of the battles, by the shouts of the chiefs, by the moans of hunger and pain, the scream of the offended self-esteem, wounded vanity and interest, from the wails of despair and fear, but also to still have the courage to follow this voice, surpassing in themselves the slave of all motives listed and many more. In the end we have that the entire empirical world both outside as well as inside man himself it turns out enemy of the ideal and never, under any circumstances, can be his ally. In empirical life the ideal never, for its own essence, can be realized. If the ideal had a resemblance to something, it would perhaps be with the bundle of hay before the donkey's muzzle, tied to a twig fastens to the jacquemin and placed on his neck. Always it will be ahead no matter how fast you move towards it, donkey. According to Kant and Fichte, the ideal is absolutely similar to the horizon line, to the imaginary line of contact of the sinful earth with the heavens of truth, which recedes into the distance exactly to the extent that they approach her. In reality, such a line does not exist, cannot be presupposed the objective reality the existence of the ideals. But as an illusion of the imagination it is necessary have it, otherwise there is no criterion on the direction correctness of the paths of self-improvement, by therefore, there is no freedom either, but there is only one prisoner slavery of external circumstances, of the conditions of place and time. Precisely for this reason, one cannot represent the ideal in the form of a finished result, of a product of attitudes and actions, in the form of an image of theoretical or practical improvement, that is, moral. Man in the form of an ideal can only have the 188 tendency towards the truth, but never the truth itself. And the ideal itself can be created not in the form of a model of perfection sensitive contemplative, but only in form of tendency towards perfection, in the form of regulative principle of actions, and not in the form of contour of the result of actions, contour of the finished product. But is not the reasoning of our philosopher to orthodoxy, to religious idolatry, to that form of service to the best self, which is carried out in Catholic processions? Will the difference be that big? Meet with God in the contemplation of icons and statues, accompanying all activities with corresponding body movements under the music of the organ, or in pure contemplation. In real life the ideal of Kant and Fichte is unrealizable, it is so beyond the grave as the ideal of the Catholic Church. So much there as here, after all, everything comes down to the tormentor procedure of appeasing all desires, inclinations, and earthly needs, to a severe asceticism. Will you seduce with such an ideal to a living being, who actively tends towards a full life here on earth? A living being he justly considers that a bird in the hand is worth more than hundreds flying. And what is the basis of Fichte's optimism, of this consequential hero of the categorical imperative? Relying on the victorious force of the ideal, on its inspired speech on the dignity of man, he exclaims, corner them, thwart their plans. They can take them, but what do thousands mean and again thousands of years in the annals of mankind? The same then a light morning dream on waking. In the annals of humanity? Completely possible. but while humanity revels in this light morning sleep, millions and thousands of living beings are covered by the sleep of death, from which 189. Unfortunately, he no longer wakes up. For man, and not for mankind, the difference between morning sleep and the dream of death is quite essential, and here it plays its role not a millennium, but above all a decade, and again another decade. So if for humanity the philosophy of Kant and Fichte is consoling, for the living man it is not. No way. Therefore, the man of flesh and blood is prone, once this philosophy is known, to return from back into the bosom of the old orthodoxy, which promises personally at least some reward for the sufferings he endured on sinful earth. And how as a result, man rejects Kant's proud thesis and Fichte, according to which man himself is the only God in earth, and he prefers to think that he was created in his image and likeness by a wise, good, and just Lord, Creator, Founder and Mayor, located outside of it. If the internal God, the best I, the I transcendental, is actually so defenseless that daily any prince, any fresco, any seller, any non-commissioned officer tramples on him, mocking the better I in other men and in himself, he will prefer faith in the outside God. The Catholic Orthodox God promises to reward good and punish evil even if after death, while Kant's God and Fichte does not even promise this. Martyr yourself, suffer, resist and overcome in you the desire for happiness and joy, and you will achieve the superior, transcendental happiness. You will enjoy the awareness of your own goodness. You will achieve peace in you yourself, you will think and act in correspondence with the voice of shame, and all other motives lose power over you. When such a total and unconditional overcoming of his empirical I is reached by all men upon the earth, and when each man separately learn to think and act as his tells you better. 190. And this is the same in each one, then discords, divergences, will disappear from the earth, disputes and contradictions. The state of everyone's war against all will give way to eternal peace, will reign the total agreement, total unity, full identity of all the I. All the I isolated as if they melted into the bosom of the same great human I, in a great unity of the pure spirit, as Fichte expresses himself. It is true that Fichte right here adds, the unity of the pure spirit is for me the unattainable ideal, the end, the latter, which will never be brought into reality. It's sensitive, the concrete, the objectual, the rough, the visible of the paradisiacal state of the great unity, to imagine it is impossible. This is just an abstract regulatory principle, theoretical speculative self-improvement of each I isolated, of each human individual separately. The total identity, the absolute one and the same, in which transparent ether, all differences between the men, between classes and professions, between nations and peoples, is precisely the man in general, humanity as such. Earth and heaven, time and space, and all borders of sensitivity disappear for me in this thought, and how come it disappears for me too? The individual. To him we will not return again. Fichte. Something very similar to the ancient philosophy of Indian sages, who more or less achieved the same state, the total loss of the self-perfection of the own self in nirvana, in non-being, in nothingness, in absolute death, where all colors languish, all the sufferings, everything. It's enough just to dive in self-sacrificing contemplation of his own navel, he judges and look at it for hours, as long as the light does not languish in his eyes. And if the realization of the unattainable ideal of Fichte anyway tries to represent visually, then it will look like this, all the remaining I that make up. 191. Mankind throws off their earthly affairs and plunges in the contemplation of his best self. They sit and watch to the depth of his self, delighting in the act itself of the contemplation of the absolute, infinite, colorless, and silent void, in which all differences are extinguished, empirical, where there is neither heaven nor earth, nor individual, and there is only the one great unity. It goes without saying that in this I there is no difference, consequently, neither divergences, nor fights, precisely because the very concept of I in general, I as such, yo-yo has been obtained by way of abstracting all the differences between the I empirical, real. We wanted to get the concept of true self and we obtained the void as limit and the ideal as the ultimate purpose of the self-improvement of each isolated I. Such a conclusion is inevitable if it is adopted in advance that logic, with the help of which it was obtained, all the construction of Kant and Fichte extends its roots to the bulk critique of pure reason, to the system of logical rules of the thought there exposed. The fat barona of the fruits of the Enlightenment, he exclaimed, and how can you deny the supernatural? They say, disagree with reason. But if the reason can be dumb, what then? In Kant, with his pure reason, something similar occurs, although you can hardly call her dumb. The reason pure does not dare to make a definitive judgment about what's supernatural, does it exist or does it not exist, precisely because she is wise enough and knows her own possibilities, self-critically assesses them. The critique of pure reason circumstantially exposes logic. Science on thought develops the system of rules, of schemes of correct thought. Kant previously wants to tune the instrument, and already then with the help of it finally solve, using it. 192. Thoroughly and carefully, all the damn issues for which the unfortunate fights for millennia humanity. First of all, Kant tried to take stock of all that had been done in logical science before him, to highlight in his theoretical baggage only the indisputable, only what definitely remained, and purge science of all dubious postulates. He decided to decant in logic that its imperishable core, which remained untouched by any discussion of those that took place in the space of 2 millennia, only the indisputable, only the absolutely evident to everyone, to any man, to whatever forward continue building on a foundation absolutely indestructible. This foundation, according to Kant's thought, must be totally independent of any partial divergence among philosophers as to what concerning other questions, the question of the nature and origin of thought, on the relationship between thinking towards things, senses and moods of man, his likes and dislikes, etc. Separating the sought from history from logic residue, Kant was convinced that there was not so much left, a series of perfectly general rules, formulated already by Aristotle and commentators on him. Hence his conclusion that logic as a science since the times of Aristotle has not had to take a step back, otherwise consider an improvement the removal of some details unnecessary and the clearest exposition, concerning more elegance than to the accuracy of science. Curious it is also that logic up to now has not been able to give one step forward and apparently seems to be a science completely over and done with. In the very approach to the matter, it is visibly manifested the claim, very characteristic of Kant, of to be above the fight, to be above all parties, to highlight what everyone was in agreement with. 193. Agreement, regardless of differences, altercations, and contradictions of all kinds, to highlight in the views of him only the identical and discard all the differences. Of course, if the truth were reached so easily, then, better logic cannot be expected. The set of such common logical postulates Kant groups it in the general logic. The borders of the logic are defined with complete exactness because it is a science that exposes circumstantially and demonstrates strictly only the formal rules of any thought. Only the formal ones means here the absolutely universal, absolutely unconditional, perfectly independent of what people think, what is the precise content of their thought, of what concepts, representations, images, and terms in it appear precisely. One thing is important for logic, that the thought expressed in words, in terms chained in a row as long as you want, you don't know contradicts itself, corresponds to itself same. Everything else does not interest logic and cannot interest you. Tracing the limits of general logic, Kant thoroughly investigate its possibilities at the outset. His competition is extremely narrow. By dint of the indicated formality, that is to say, of the indifference fundamental towards content knowledge, this logic remains neutral not only in the discussion of Berkeley with Spinoza, but also in the discussion of any of the thinkers with any stupid that has put into his head the most comical nonsense. She is also obliged to rule on nonsense a sanction logic, if it does not contradict itself. So a self-congratulatory stupidity in correspondence with myself itself, in the eyes of such logic, does not differ from the most. 194. Deep truth. And how can it be otherwise? Well, general logic does not contain and cannot contain any indication for the capacity of judgment, the capacity of submit to the rules, that is to say, to differentiate if something is subordinated or not to a certain rule. It means that another logic is needed, or even if it was a new section. Here it is no longer possible to ignore the difference between knowledge according to its content, question from which logic is obliged to ignore general, purely formal. And if the general logic formulates the most general and abstract rules of application understanding in general, then, the new section should specifically set out the rules of application of understanding to the assimilation of real experience of men, that is, its application scientific. And here the matter becomes significantly more complex. Science is built from generalizations, in relation to which she can present more guarantees serious than the simple reference to the experience carried out. Of otherwise, your generalizations would be worthless. That the infamous judgment all swans are whites, the first fact that falls threatens to knock them down like a house of cards. And trust such science was pretty insecure. Somewhat later an ingenious philosopher imagined a funny allegory, which illustrates Kant's thought. In a chicken shop lives a chicken, every morning the owner appears and brings him pimples to snack on. The hen, undoubtedly makes a generalization, the appearance of the owner is linked to the appearance of granite. But in a wonderful day, the owner does not appear with pimples but with a knife, whereupon he showed the chicken that he did not care for her. It would be superfluous to have a more serious idea about the ways of generalization. Judgments of origin and content purely empirical are accurate only with respect to 195. That experience from which they have been drawn. In no moment it is convenient to extend them to things that do not they have been through this experience. They are exact only with this clause, all the swans that, up to now, they have passed through the field of our sight, they are white. Theoretical scientific judgments must be fair without this clause. Hence the problem, is it possible, and if so, then, why, from past experience, for consequently, from a part of the experience, draw a generalization that pretends to a meaning also in relation to future experience? Because we are convinced that the judgment all the bodies of the nature have extension cannot be refuted by the subsequent experience, no matter how long it lasted, or how wide will it be spaced. The only answer that Kant finds consists in the following. The apparatus of our perception, sight, touch, etc., is built in such a way that all things of the outside world represents them before our consciousness as extensive, as determined in the space. Therefore, in our experience the thing can be included only as extensive. And even if in nature there are things without extension, and if they exist or not, we do not know, though we perceive as extensive. Or just not we perceive. For example, if we assume that our view is structured in such a way that we do not perceive any other color other than blue, then the judgment all swans are blue we would take it for universal and necessary, for correct in relation to any future experience possible. From here Kant comes to the conclusion that there must be a logic, apart from the general one, that treats especially on the rules of theoretical application, a prioristic, in its terminology, of the intellect. She must provide a 196 set of schemes, acting in correspondence with which we form theoretical judgments, generalizations, with claims to a universal and necessary character, in the limits of any possible and imaginable experience. This part of the logic can and should already serve as canon, if not from organon, of scientific theoretical knowledge. Kant gives it the name of logic of truth or transcendental logic. The logical forms, schemes, truly primitives of thought activity now no longer will be more the law of identity and the prohibition of contradiction, but the universal schemes of the unification, mixing of different representations, extracted from the experience by the individual. Kant found the radical defect of the previous logic in the fact that she in no way attempted to examine and analyze these fundamental schemes of work of our thinking, from the act of producing judgments. I would never be satisfied with the definition of judgment in general, given by those logicians, who say that the judgment is the representation of the relationship between two concepts. In this definition it is not indicated in which consists of this relationship. If such a question is not tilted, it will not take much insight to realize that the relationship that interests Kant is always a category. The categories, that is, the logical moments of all judgments are in essentially various possible ways of unifying the representations in consciousness. He writes in Prolegomena for all future metaphysics the concepts on the necessary unification of the representations in the conscience, that is, principles of judgments objectively significant. For example, the copula is in a judgment, expressing a relationship, has as its objective precisely to differentiate, from the subjective, the unit objective representations. The categories are fair and 197. Essentially those primitive working schemes of the thought, thanks to which in general it becomes a coherent experience possible, just as the experience is knowledge through perceptions linked to each other. The categories are, then, in essence the conditions of the possibility of experience and, therefore, a priori they are applicable to all the objects of the experience. We cannot even think of an object otherwise than with the help of categories. For all this, logic, if it wants to be a science about thought, cannot be anything other than a coherent system, table, of categories. Precisely, the categories make up the forms, schemes, of the production of concepts, schemes for the extraction of general conclusions from personal experience, that is, universal and necessary judgments, the set of which make up science. But here we come to the most curious about Kant's logical theory. The categories allow man to draw from his personal experience some universal truths, and the transcendental logic teaches you to act correctly before this. Yet before man stands still another task, for the solution of which they cannot help him or the general logic nor the transcendental logic of truth, the task, or problem, of total theoretical synthesis, the unification of all isolated theoretical generalizations in a single theory. It is a question here neither of the unity of the sensory data of experience in the composition of a concept, nor of the forms, schemes, of unification of sensible and contemplable phenomena in the understanding, but of the unity of one's own understanding and the products of his generalizing activity. And in Kant's logic a floor still emerges, a type of metalogical of truth, placing under his control no longer the isolated acts of generalization of experience, but the whole process of generalizations of experience. 198. With capital letters. Not isolated functions of thought, but all thought in general. The tendency to create a single, complete theory in relation to any object is natural and rooted. Thought cannot be content with the simple piling up of isolated generalizations, though each of them has a universal and necessary character. Thought always tries to link them into a theory finished, developed from a single beginning. The capacity that guarantees the solution of this task is called in Kant reason, as opposed to understanding, as the ability to produce isolated conclusions, particular, from experience. The reason as higher synthesizing, unifying, function of the intellect, therein lies its special task, tends to achieve unity synthetic, which is thought of in categories, up to the absolutely unconditional. The point is that only within such a synthesis completes each isolated and particular generalization of the experience becomes wholly just in the sense of universality and necessity. For it is only within each synthesis that one can stipulate all conditions under which a generalization can be considered indisputably fair. And it's just then the generalization acquires guarantees before the threat of being refuted by a new experience, by new and equally correct generalizations. Therefore, if the theoretical scientific generalization, a prioristic, according to Kant's terminology, must delimit precisely those conditions under which is accurate, and if the entire inventory of definitions, predicates, of the concept presupposes, correspondingly, the complete inventory of the conditions of its veracity, then the reason is necessary not only where it is a question of bringing all the concepts conceived to a single system, but also in 199. The act of each isolated generalization, in the procedure the definition of each concept. But this is precisely where the cunning of the affair. Given the attempt to carry out the complete synthesis, of the definitions of the concept and the conditions of its veracity, thought, with the inevitability contained in its nature, it falls into contradictions, antinomies, without output, basically unsolvable with the help of logic, both general and transcendental. The understanding, that is, the thought that accurately and invariably observes all the rules of the logic, falls into the tragic state of the antinomian not only because the experience is always inconclusive, not because the experience is always inconclusive, not because based on a part of experience try to make a generalization, fair with the relation to the whole overall experience. This was only half as bad. The misfortune is that even the past experience, if we are going to take it as a whole, if we are going to take it as a whole together, it will also inevitably be antinomian. Well, the understanding itself, if we investigate its let's say it thus antinomy, contains not only different categories, but also directly contradictory, in a way some compatible with each other without contradiction. Thus, in the instrumental of the understanding we have not only the category of identity, but also its pole opposite, the category of difference. Along with the concept of necessity, in the arsenal of schemes of the judgment's objectives, i.e., in the category table, also we have the concept chance. And so on. Furthermore, each category is as just as its opposite, and the sphere of its applicability is as wide as the experience. And any phenomenon observed by us in space and time, in principle can be assimilated both in one as in another category. I can investigate 200. Any object, and any set of such objects, however broad you want, both from the point of view of the quantity, as well as from the point of view of quality. I can see it as cause, of all events that happen to him, but with the same right I can also consider it effect, of all the preceding events. Neither in one case nor in the other I violated none of the logical rules. And as a result, any phenomenon depending, with what category precisely I think so, can serve as a basis for diametrically contradictory logical actions. Any phenomenon offers in logical expression two equally correct judgments, both from the point of view from logic and from the point of view of experience, and yet mutually exclusive. So relative to any object in the universe two points of view can be expressed equally justified and yet mutually exclusive. And, finally, we will obtain two theories, each one of which is created with absolute rigor, in accordance with both the rules of logic, as with the whole set of empirical data. For this reason, the thought world, or the world as we think of it, it is always dialectical, unfolded in itself, logically contradictory, which occurs who knows how much we intend to create a theory that includes as its principles all the particular synthesis, all particular generalizations. The inevitable antinomy, rooted in the very nature of thought, could be eliminated only by one way. And it is precisely this, removing from the head, from the instrumental understanding, just half of all the categories. Declaring one of the polar categories as legitimate and forbidding to use the other poles as legitimate and prohibiting the use of the other from today and for the centuries of the centuries. 201. But, to do this is impossible, without depriving of sense, at unison, also to that category, which for a reason we decided to keep even how to decide which one leave and which one to forbid. Indicate to all thinking beings contemplate henceforth all the facts of experience only from the point of view of their identity, of their equality and prohibit registering them sense of the difference. And why not the other way around? However, all the previous dogmatic metaphysics tried to do just that. She understood that otherwise it was really impossible to get rid of the antinomies within scientific understanding. And she declared, for example, causation a purely subjective, a simple denomination for those phenomena, whose causes so far we do not know, and in this way, need became the only objective category. Exactly the same proceeded with the quality, considering it pure illusion of our sensitivity, while raising the amount to the range of only objective characteristic of the thing in itself, etc. and etc. That is why Hegel called the aforementioned method of metaphysical thought. And it's really characteristic for pre-Kantian metaphysics, which tried to get rid of contradictions on account of the simple ignorance of half of the established categories, of the principles of judgments with objective significance, declaring them principles of content judgments purely subjective, of non-scientific judgments. Kant himself, finding the root of the antinomy of the thought in the presence of categories diametrically conflicting, in all fairness he considered that philosophy has no grounds for preferring one of the polar categories to the detriment of the other. But how then get out of such a dead end? The only way out that Kant finds is the recognition of the eternal antinomy of reason. 202. Antinomicity, logical contradiction, in essence is the punishment to the understanding for the attempt to exceed their legitimate rights, for the attempt to carry out the synthesis absolutely total of all concepts, that is, express a judgment about how the thing is in itself, and not only in any possible experience. Trying to express such a judgment, the understanding fly to those realms where all your powers are impotent. Laws and regulations. Commit a crime against boundaries of its own use, it flies beyond the limits of any possible experience. For this he will be punished with contradiction every time the theoretician boasts, thinking that he already built a theory, that he embraces with his concepts all the infinite diversity of empirical material in his sphere, and thereby embrace the thing in itself as is, independently and before its refraction through from the prism of our sensitivity and understanding. The appearance of logical contradiction is valued by Kant as an indicator of the eternal incompletion of the experience and, consequently, also of the theory in she based. The inevitable antinomy of understanding, which tries to perform the unconditional synthesis, that is, solving the task of reason, was named by Kant natural state of reason, by analogy with the thesis of Hobbes on the war of all against all, as natural state of the human race. In the natural state the understanding believes itself as if it were capable, resorting to the experience limited in time and space of developed concepts and theories that have unconditionally universal character. Kant's conclusion is this: an analysis strict enough of any theory, which declares the claim to an absolutely total synthesis, to an unconditional significance of his statements, always. 203. Will discover in its composition antinomies more or less cleverly masked. Understanding, illustrated with critical understanding of this circumstance, aware of their legitimate rights and without pretending to fly to transcendental spheres, beyond its limits for him, will always tend to a synthesis total, but it will never allow itself to affirm that it has already reached the synthesis. It will be more modest. And realizing that in relation to anything itself are always possible, ultimately, two theories equally correct, both from the point of view of the facts, the understanding will no longer tend to a victory complete and definitive of one of them and to the definitive defeat from the other, the theoretical contraries. Instead of carrying a permanent war with one another, they should institute among themselves something like a peaceful coexistence, recognizing each other's rights to the truth relative to a particular synthesis. They must finally understand that in relation to the thing in itself will always remain as eternal X, which allows diametrically opposed interpretations. But being equally wrong in relation to the thing itself, they are equally certain in another relation, in the sense that general understanding, i.e., reason, has within itself conflicting interests equally valuable and fair. Thus, a theory deals with the search for the traits identical, say, of man and animal, of man and the machine, and the other, precisely on the contrary, they are interested in the differences between one or the other. Each of they pursue a particular interest of reason and encompass their constructions into a non-contradictory theory is impossible because the identity is not the difference, it is the non-difference, and vice versa. And none of them discover the objective picture of the thing, taken in itself. 204. independent of its refraction through the prism of logically contradictory categories. In the natural state, the endpoint of the discussion is position for victory, of which both parties boast and, behind which, more often than not, follows an uneasy peace, established by the authority involved in the matter. In its legal status, the matter ends with an agreement, which, delving here into the very source of the discussion, it must ensure everlasting peace. Thus, based on the supreme a prioristic postulate and of the law of correct thinking, here intervenes the well-known prohibition of logical contradiction, a type of categorical imperative, only not in the field of moral, but in the field of logic. In the form of that logical imperative, Kant imposes on theoretical thought an ideal, which consists in the complete and absolute non-contradictoriness of knowledge, that is, in the complete and absolute identity of the representation sciences of all men on the world and on themselves. But Kant himself shows that the sought state of well-being is really unattainable, that it will remain for centuries only as an unattainable ideal of the scientific knowledge, that the non-contradictory of the knowledge is something like a blue bird, which leaves to be blue at the moment when the man is lucky to catch him. From here Kant draws a conclusion: by the means of science, by forces of theoretical reason, the question about the essence of man, and even more so about the ideal, cannot be solved. The theoretical reason here inevitably suffers a failure, becoming confused in insoluble contradictions. It is precisely for this reason that the ideal of ethics Kantian cannot be demonstrated by the logical scientific way. Here we must bow before practical reason and, for purely practical purposes, take for true. 205. That, apart from the world of phenomena, intelligible for science, there is also God, the immortality of soul, free will, that is, all those things that theoretical reason is capable neither of demonstrating nor of refute. Of course, Kant was not interested in short stories. Religious per esse. Both God and the immortality of soul concerned him above all as a way of foundation of the concept of freedom, this principle of organization of human life. The point is that science and logic, like the Kant understood, are absolutely incompatible with the freedom concept. In the world of phenomena, the which is investigated by science, absolutely reigns necessity, linked to an infinite and varied chain of causes and effect. If we are to contemplate the man with the eyes of science, as a minute particle of the world of phenomena in space and time, then no hope remains for freedom, more exactly, for the liberation of man from the railway chains of necessity. On the contrary, each new success of science will forge only a new link in the infinite chain, will show only a new thread by which the world of phenomena pulls each man as puppet in a puppet theater, determining, although the man himself does not know, each of his acts, each of his desires, each of his thoughts. And if science, which clarifies all the conditions and causes of the subjective events, is correct, then the concepts of freedom and ideal should be thrown away the head, like empty chimeras, like naive illusions, behind which hides simply the still unknown necessity. To man it seems free that action or intention of his, the cause of which he does not know, does not clarified, did not explain and did not express in a formula. 206. And the wider the sphere of the necessity, discovered by science, the narrower it becomes the sphere of imaginary freedom. The further away man arrives by way of theoretical knowledge, scientist, more completely and clearly is convinced that every one of his acts and every one of his thoughts is only consequence of the causal action of the world of phenomena about him. As a result, we have both the world of phenomena as the logic that ensures their knowledge, theoretical scientific, as the science that speaks in the name of the world of phenomena, result in principal enemies of freedom, even of the very concept of freedom, and not only real freedom. If the world of phenomena recorded by science is that only world reality in which man lives, then not only not now there is freedom, but that there can never be it, not even in nowhere. Science affirms, the world is as it is, and it is precisely as it should be done as an effect necessary of all its preceding states. And every separate man is also precisely such as he should transform, and be, in the conditions of the world existing. All this behavior can be explained to the point of final, and even more justify, from the point of view of the laws of science, mechanics, physics, optics, chemistry, physiology, etc. Well, the universal laws and necessary formulas formulated by science are not violated, as understood by itself, nor by the capricious prince despotic, neither by the official tyrant, nor by the villain lackey, nor by the plundering murderer, nor by the last shameless. All of them act within the framework of those laws. Of those limitations, which science places in the world of phenomena, in the existent. They all act whether they want it or not in accordance with all the laws of science. And if science is 207. Complete knowledge, in principle, it is understood, and not precisely today, of the world, then man does not has the right to be indignant with what exists, but rather is obliged to submit to it and recognize that everything in the world is arranged precisely as it should be. Which it is what it should have become as it is what should be. And the ideal, the representation of the supreme goal of the self-perfection of man, the categorical imperative, liberty, equality, and fraternity in such a case are only chimeras of the imagination, only empty dreams and anti-scientific fantasies, only poetry and belles lettres, incompatible with the scientific picture of the world. Science instills in man, be a slave to the existent. How is it that Kant gets rid of such a delicate situation? Through the demonstration that science, the reason theory, in no case gives end, the main thing, in principle can give man definitive knowledge. In reality, the world is not as science paints it, she can give only a mathematical description of the phenomena, that is, of those effects that the world real makes known through the sense organs of man, in his contemplation, in his consciousness, within his own eye. Nothing else. That picture, that the real world, the world of things in themselves, awakens in our imagination and vision, within ourself, in essence, depends on how it is structured this eye, and even how it is disposed of spirit. To put it bluntly, if he is ready for the well, then also the eyes will actively choose in the surrounding world of phenomena only those things, circumstances, and conditions that are important from the point of view of the good, and the eyes of the scoundrel they will also actively and orientedly choose and warn, they will notice around them, only conditions and pretexts to commit a new scoundrel. 208. But man can still restructure his of his own eye, leading him little by little towards a correspondence with his better of him I of him, with the voice of the awareness. Therefore, depending on their disposition morally man also theoretically perceives and aware of the surrounding world in various ways. Consequently, before such a subjectivist interpretation of the world of phenomena the moral orientation can, and even very decisively, influence the process of theoretical, scientific, logical, and mathematical, but not at every step, since 2 times 2 is 4 is equally correct under either orientation moral, but only in the fatal points of the reasoning theoretical mathematical, where theoretical reason is silent, only where it is necessary to choose between 2 arguments of the equally correct theoretical thinking and at the same time mutually exclusive time. The theorizing understanding, that is, the thought that exactly follows all the rules of logic, as Kant shows it, falls inevitably and systematically into such situation. Time and time again he falls into the situation of the gentleman at the crossroads, at the fork of 2 roads. Further exactly, permanently he leads man to such bifurcation and here he is silent. He proposes to the man 2 logically irreproachable solutions alike, and equally justified from the point of view of the whole past experience. Which way to turn in such situation, to the right or to the left? Toward where to pull the subsequent chain of reasoning logically irreproachable? Theoretical thought, taken by itself, is not able to provide here even a minimal innuendo. The man falls into the unpleasant situation of a donkey, standing between 2 equal piles of hay, without be able to decide on one of them. The in favor result as many on both sides as those against, and the balance. 209. Of logical reasoning freezes in the state of balance. Behold, tipping the balance to one side or the other is capable even a microscopic grain of sand. Such grain of sand turns out to be the voice of conscience, the evidence of practical reason, the authority of the beautiful soul. How low does not speak this voice, how little does not weigh the beautiful soul on the plates of the destinies of the world, precisely they will be decisive. This is how Kant saves the concepts of freedom and ideal, through the demonstration of the incapacity of the theoretical thought, of science, to give man a logically non-contradictory representation of the world of the phenomena. Science is in principle incapable of achieve the goal that she sets for herself, to make a synthesis without logical contractions of all judgments of the experience. Therefore, science cannot be entrust the solution of the question to the most important issues of humanity. Then, it is necessary in the most important points give the floor no longer to science, but to faith. Only faith, only the postulates of practical reason, according to the which exists both God and the immortality of the soul, as freedom from the iron chains of cause-effect relationships, can ultimately ensure the non-contradictory understanding of both the world and of man, as of man's place in the world. Only it can also save men from the dialectic, of the unfolding of the I, of the struggle of criteria, opposing conceptions and theories, of the eternal man's discussion with himself. In the end we have that man must henceforth rely as much on science as in faith. In science he must observe the prohibition of contradiction, tend to the absolute identity of all the isolated intelligences, that is, to the complete and absolute. 210. Correspondence of all the I in relation to all the important issues, understanding, however, that such an agreement, or identity, is only an unattainable ideal, the which in science, never and nowhere, will be realized. And if he, after all, wants an eternal peace both in the science as in life, then you must bow your head before the faith and adopt, starting from reason's purely practices, both to God and to the immortality of the soul, like free will. And this conclusion is absolutely inevitable, if we understand science as Kant understood it. Such science actually demands, as its complement and counterweight, the theoretically unprovable faith in the eternal and sacred, transcendental, principles of morality, conscience, duty before humanity. Principles that by themselves have no relationship with science and cannot be refuted or proven for her. The authority of the scientist, representative of reason theory, therefore, must be constrained and give rise to the authority of the priest of the new religion, reformed to the moral way, Protestant. In case of emergence of a discussion between two scientists of equal authority, or between schools of science, who argue with equal logic their found positions, the solution of the question about whose one of them is right, must be conveyed to the court of the new religion. And the Pope of morality, the Pope moralist, is going to decide which of the two equally logical leads to good and which to evil. And he will decide understood, not on the basis of logic, here is impossible to solve, here is the eternal dialectic, but in the terrain of morality, in the terrain of faith, in the terrain of practical reason. The moralizing priest thus becomes the instance superior in resolving scientific disputes, becomes an arbitrator, a representative of the truth. 211. Supreme. Is he the only redeemer from the nightmare of dialectic, to which man arrives led by the logic? Therefore, in knowledge they must act permanently two supreme criteria. On the one hand, the logical, the prohibition of contradiction, or expressed otherwise, the law of identity, and on the other, the moral, the categorical imperative. Follow the principles of logic, guarantors of the non-contradictory of the theory, and believes in the principles supreme morals, be scrupulous, good and kind towards men, towards the human race, and everything others will be added. Such is Kant's position. Many still today think precisely so. All the who think that the formal non-contradictory of the theoretical construction is precisely the ideal of theoretical knowledge, the supreme goal, towards which science must tend all the time, without achieving it, without however, never. If we are to adopt such an ideal of science, then, With iron ineluctability arises the need for moral regulator of thought. One or the other arises variety of religiously nuanced morality. Arises a illusion that the abuse of science and its fruits can be prevented with moral preaching. Although the bitter experience some time ago attested that the highest morality of men of science is powerless to prevent its inhumane applications, is powerless to close the road to the technically secured nightmare of Hiroshima and Oswenskim, not to mention smaller ones' nightmares and nightmares. The real impotence of the solution Kantianism was acutely understood by Hegel. Yes, the logic built on the foundation of the law identity and the prohibition of logical contradiction, which is properly one and the same thing, only expressed once positively and once negatively. 212. Negative, inevitably leads to dialectic, to unfolding and clash of two theses, ideas, theories, and equally logical positions, and in any case incompatible, to the eternal discussion of man with himself same. And since logic with all its principles it is not apt to free man from dialectic, then arises the need for some superior arbitrator, for a new God, a new Savior. The Savior is the God morally interpreted. God as beginning transcendental of morality and conscience. But what kind of God is this, if he is so impotent? And will he be a true one? Logic that makes such a God the necessary complement to him. Is that the true law, that is, the form, scheme, general development of thought, of science, of theory was, is, and will be the contradiction. That same contradiction that Kant proclaims dialectical illusion. So why, Hegel asks, are we compelled to venerate what is unrealizable, what is due, as the supreme and unquestionable form of thought, while the form real, scheme, of thought in development, the presence of the contradiction demands a solution, we see it as a illusion, like a fiction, even if it is necessary. It's not. Is it more reasonable to do the opposite? Isn't it better to call our things by their name? To the real law of the development of the intellect and morality, that is, to the contradiction dialectic, call it the law of thought and the unattainable fiction, to the prohibition of contradiction, to call it illusion and fiction? Well, taking a fiction for the upper foundation of understanding in general, for the superior a prioristic formal criterion of truth, Kant repeats in logic the same sin as in ethics, in doctrine of practical reason. Thus Hegel destroyed the two highest postulates of the Kantian philosophy, the categorical imperative and the prohibition of logical contradiction, with arguments of the history of knowledge and morality. The 213. Morality here is understood in a broad sense. In Hegel this includes above all relationships that encompass the family, civil society, and the state. History shows irrefutably that neither the prohibition of contradiction, nor the categorical imperative were those ideals in pursuit of which men they built the edifice of civilization and culture. Precisely the opposite, culture developed thanks to the internal contradictions that arise between the scientific theses, among men, through the struggle. The dialectical contradiction in the very essence of the matter, within it, and not the ideal found somewhere place eternally ahead and outside of activity, is that force of activity, is that active force from which the progress of the human race. The dialectical contradiction, the clash of two theses, which they presuppose each other and at the same time mutually exclusive of one another, is, according to Hegel, the law superior, real development of the creative thought of the culture. And the observance of this law is the correction top of thought. Consequently, the correct way of developing the moral sphere is also the contradiction and the struggle of man against man. Another thing, Hegel opined, is that the forms of struggle of century by century become more and more humane and that the struggle is by no means bound to become a bloody slaughter. And so, the ideal that loomed in the results of phenomenology of spirit, already had another aspect in comparison with the Kantian. The ideal is understood no longer as an image of that state of the world that should achieved only in infinite progress. The ideal is one's own forward movement, viewed from the point of view of its contours and general laws, which little by little, from century to century are drawn through a chaotic web of events and opinions, of the eternal. 214. renewal of the spiritual world, nullifying each state achieved by him. The ideal cannot consist of a placid identity absolute or unity of consciousness and will of all innumerable individuals, deprived of any contradictions. Such an ideal is the death of the spirit and not its living body. In every achieved state of knowledge and morality, thought discovers the contradiction, that takes it to the antinomian extreme and resolves it through the establishment of a new, subsequent, and higher state of the spirit and its world. Therefore, any stage determined is a stage of realization of the supreme ideal, of the universal ideal of the human race. The ideal is real here, on earth, in the activity of men. Hegel in this way helped philosophy to break with the representation of the ideal as an illusion, which seduces the man with his beauty, but he deceives him eternally, being an irreconcilable antithesis of the existing in general. The ideal, that is, the image of perfection superior, is totally unattainable for man. But, where, and how? In thought, Hegel replies. In the theoretical philosophical understanding of the essence of the matter and, ultimately, in logic, in the quintessence of such comprehension. At the heights of dialectical logic the man is equated with God, with that universal spirit absolute, which at first was carried out spontaneously and painfully in the form of the collective reason of millions of men creating history. The secret of the ideal consists of the idea, whose absolutely exact portrait is draws on logic, on thought about the thought. The ideal is precisely the idea in its external embodiment, visible and palpable, in its being sensory object. In the dialectical collisions of the process of external embodiment of the idea, Hegel endeavors. 215. Also for solving the problem of the ideal. And behold what do you obtain? Theoretical thought, whose ideal image Hegel drew in the science of logic, it is always dialectical. With him relates everything that was said above. Only the pure thought is always full of inner restlessness, of the tendency forward and upward, in at one and another time ripen and seethe for an imminent solution contradictions. However, pure thought exists only in the science of logic, only in the abstraction of the philosopher theoretical, in his professional activity. And it is that apart from the philosophical logic, the absolute spirit also creates the universal history. And here the thinking spirit contrasts the stagnant, immobile, and rigid matter, with the which the thinking spirit is opposed to the stagnant, immobile, and rigid matter, with which the thinking spirit and creator is obliged to count if he does not want to stay as impotent fantasist or a naive charlatan. Tireless worker, the spirit creates history universal, using man as an instrument of his own expression in the external natural material. This creation in Hegel's representation is very similar to the work of the sculptor, who molds his own with clay portrait. By doing such work, the artist becomes convinced that the enterprise was achieved only in part, and that the representation external in something it resembles it, and in something it does not. Comparing the finished product of his activity with himself, the sculptor sees that in the course of creation changes became more perfect than it was up to that moment, and the portrait therefore needs further refinement, needs fixing. And then he again throws himself into the work, sometimes limiting himself to particular corrections, to times tearing down without compassion what was done to arm the bits better. So also the creative spirit, the absolute, universal spirit, makes from age to age its 216. External representation more and more similar to himself, leads science and morality towards a greater correspondence with the requirements of pure thought, with the logic of reason. But unfortunately, as much as the spirit thinker strives, however high he raises his mastery, the matter remains matter. For that very reason, he self-portrait of the spirit of the sculptor, made in a natural bodily material, in the form of a state, of art, of system of particular sciences, in the form of industry, etc., can never have an absolute resemblance to the creator of him. He ideal, that is, purely dialectical thought, in its expression in a natural material always deforms in correspondence with the requirements of the material, and the product of the creative activity of the spirit always some compromise of the ideal with dead matter results. From such a point of view, the entire culture created by centuries is presented as an embodied ideal or as an ideal corrected for natural properties, and therefore, inescapable, of that material in which it is embodied. For example, as the only possible way in the human earthly conditions of legal expression ideal morality. Hegel legitimized the economic structure through he contemporary of civil, read, bourgeois, society and, consequently, its corresponding superstructure legal and political, the constitutional monarchy of Great Britain and the Napoleonic Empire. The also monarchical Prussia was interpreted by him as the natural prolongation of the idea, through the national particularities of the German spirit, also as an ideal. Such a reversal of thought was by no means result of the personal infidelity of the philosopher to the revolutionary principles of dialectic. This was the most natural conclusion of dialectical idealism. Other result could not give the dialectic without breaking with the representation that universal history and created by the 217. Pure reason, which develops its images by force of contradictions that ripen in it immanently. The highest mode of sensory object embodiment of Hegel's considered it art, and therefore the problem of the ideal in the strict sense linked it precisely to the aesthetic. Art, according to Hegel, has over all others means of external embodiment of the idea the advantage that is free when choosing the material in which the absolute thought yearns to make his self-portrait. In the real life, in economic, political and legal activity, the man is related to conditions dictated by the material nature of his activity. Another thing is art. If man feels that he will not be able to translate his ideal project into the granite, he pushes the granite away and begins to work the marble. It turns out to him insufficiently soft marble, he throws away the chisel and picks up the brush and paint. The possibilities of painting leave the forms alone, spaces of expression of the idea, and enters into spontaneity from sound, to the realm of music and poetry. That's how it is in their general contours the Hegelian picture of evolution of forms and types of art. The meaning of the scheme described is extremely transparent. The man, trying to translate the idea into a sensory natural material, moves to types of materials each softer and more plastic. He looks for that matter in the which the spirit is fully embodied and with greater ease. First the granite, at the end the oscillating air in resonance with the fine movements of the soul, of the spirit. After the spirit is reflected in the mirror of art in all the poetic diversity of him, he can, attentively, using the eyes and brain of the philosopher-logician, behold yourself in the outer expression of him and see the logical skeleton, the logical schema of his own image, alienated in music, in poetry, etc. The entirety of human aspect on a level of self-awareness. 218. Achieved no longer interests the logical thinking of the spirit absolute, and the man of flesh and blood is seen by him in the same way that, using an analogy contemporary, it is presented on the screen of an X-ray apparatus. The rigid rays of reflection, of rational knowledge destroy the living blood of the ideal, discover that he was first and foremost the evil shell external of the absolute ideal, that is, of thought pure. So be the century, not without sadness Hegel warns, so will be the current state of development of the spirit towards the self-knowledge. Man must understand that the absolute spirit has already used his body, his blood, his brain, and his hands to refee himself in the form of a story universal. And now he has a task, to contemplate this image purely theoretically alienated, seeing in it the abstract contours of the absolute idea, of the schema dialectic of logical categories. The present time in general is not favorable for art, for the flowering of magnificent individuality, Hegel repeats more than once. The artist, like all men, he is infected by a voice that loudly he heard around him, the voice of reflection of thought reasoner, and for the immediate vision of the world is incapacitated, as incapacitated is the adult to look the world through the naive eyes of a child. The happy childhood of humanity, the ancient kingdom of the magnificent individuality, has already been overcome and we will never again see. And what men call ideal in mode 1 is the future, but precisely the opposite, the irrevocable past of humanity. Contemporary man can feel the emotion of naively beautiful stage of his own spiritual development in museum halls, only on the assigned rest day him to free himself from the painful and unhappy service to the Spirit Absolute. In real life he must already be a professor of logic, now a shoemaker, now a burgomaster, now a businessman, and docilely. 219. Fulfill the function assigned to it by the absolute idea. Multilateral individuality and harmonically developed in today's world with its meticulous division from work, pity, it is impossible. In his sensory being objective, practical every man from now on must being a professionally limited jerk. And only in the reading treatises on dialectical logic and in the contemplation of works of art he can reach the heights of absolute spirit, being, and feeling equal to a deity. In this way, the problem of the ideal is thrown by Hegel completely and totally to aesthetics, to the philosophy of elegant art. Well, according to his theory, only in art the ideal can be realized and seen, but never in life, in the sensorial objectual being of the man of flesh and blood. The reality is prosaic and inimical to the poetic beauty of ideal, since as the philosopher well understood the ideal is inseparable, in turn, from the free, harmonious development of human individuality, which is incompatible with the prose and the cynicism of the bourgeois regime of life. Not Hegel saw a way out beyond the framework of this regime, to despite all his brilliant sharpness and the sagacity of his intelligence of him. Of course, such an exit in his time did not exist still in reality, and the philosopher experienced a profound and justified confidence in the utopias of any gender. Then, the conditions that guarantee the development harmonious and versatile personality in the form contemporary, and even more so in the future, of the world, according to Hegel's conception, they are already impossible. Were conceivable only in the infantile state of the culture of the world, in the framework of the old democratic regime of the city-state, and will never return or be reborn. Dream with them means falling into reactionary romanticism, it means hindering progress. Well, a community democratically organized group of men is now impossible. 220. By dint of the huge spaces of the state's contemporaries and the enormous time scales of its existence. Democracy, guarantor of complete flowering of each personality, it is possible only a small space and in a small cut of time. That's how it went in Athens. And with it fell into oblivion the golden age of art. At the present time, according to the logic Hegelian, the ideal regime is only the hierarchical bureaucratic structure of the state, supported, as in its natural basis, in the system of economic relations of civil society, that is, in an organized economy in a capitalist way. Such is the only regime that corresponds to the higher ideal of morality. In short, the end result of the revolution Hegelian understanding of the ideal is reduced to the idealization and divinization of all the empirical rubbish, to the slavery in the form of service to the ideal. But the story of the terrestrial embodiment of the ideal was not, happily, finished here. The uniform of the professor of the University of Berlin, although he was somewhat broader in the shoulders than the frock coat Kant's pastoral, in any case it was narrow for the ideal. And not by chance. Well, this was done in those same threads, the white threads of idealism, and, therefore threatened to fall to pieces in the first sudden movement in the street tumult of history. To give lectures on the nature of the ideal he was still useful, but it was useless to fight for the ideal. Here it was necessary to look for more resistant clothes. And as soon as the world again began to raise the head of the democratic society revolutionary, as soon as events called for dialectic, hitherto hidden in the shadowy rooms of the university classrooms, to life, to the struggle, to the barricades, to the pages of political newspapers and magazines, the ideal took on new life. From the rarefied atmosphere of the 221 mountainous heights of speculation one had to lower the perfect ground. Just the dull underground thumps of the new approaching revolution began again to shake the Gothic vaults of the monarchies European, and on the walls of theoretical constructions advanced philosophical, apparently counting on the previous experience, again cracks were discovered, they opened the holes of new problems. Through the cracks and holes, to the classrooms and corridors of the state universities, repository of wisdom officially recognized and canonized, began with more often to penetrate the fresh wind of the street, intertwining in the monotonous discourse of teachers the echoes of the fervent partisan discussions, the repercussions of forgotten melodies and states of mind spirits of the revolution of 1789, its slogans, hopes and heroic and optimistic ideals. Who had nothing to breathe in the atmosphere corrupted by Christian bureaucratic morality, in the air loaded from Russian or Prussian headquarters and offices, with anxiety breathed this wind. Each one, in whom did not die thirst for activity, acutely felt the need to radical changes, waited for the saving thunderclaps, whose lightning was already flashing on the horizon. The cool wind also broke through the quiet apartments of the Hegelian idea, reminding the men who apart from the brain from the temple of the concept they also have lungs that give air loaded with speculative heights cannot fill, and heart, capable to fight and feed the brain with warm blood, and hands that are willing to do a lot. That is why man must presently draw another ideal. Our ideal is not an abstract, emasculated substance, deprived of corporeality. Our ideal is the integral man, real, versatile, perfect, cultured, proclaimed Ludwig. 222. Feuerbach. Man instead of the God, the absolute, the concept. Here is the principle of the philosophy of the future, the beginning of the future overturned both in the sphere of politics, in the sphere of morality, as in the sphere of logic and of art. The enthusiasm was general. Immediately we became Feuerbachians. I remembered many years later Friedrich Engels with what enthusiasm he greeted Marx the new idea and to what extent he was influenced by she despite all her critical reservations can be seen reading the Holy Family. Feuerbach's idea was simple. Are not neither the Lord God, nor the absolute concept, nor the state, nor the church those who create man, as it seems to the religious philosophical consciousness, but that he is the man who created, with the strength of his brain and his hands, both the gods, terrestrial and celestial, as well as the religious bureaucratic hierarchy, and the subordination between concepts and ideas, as well as bread and statues, factories and universities, a fact that is necessary recognize directly and clearly and draw from it the pertinent conclusions. And precisely, it is not necessary create idols of his own creations. It is necessary to become aware of exactly the real relationship of man towards the surrounding world. And then understanding reality correctly, we will arrive at the true ideal. But what is reality itself like? Is that what do we have to see immediately around us? To think like this after Hegel could only a man naive and philosophically uneducated. Well, in life men justly worship idols of all kinds, and not only adore, but serves them basely. They sacrifice the happiness and even life, their own and that of their beings dear. One crosses himself and serves the gold, another the cape of the monarch or the uniform of the bureaucrat, a third party absolute concept, a fourth to the most ancient Jehovah or Allah, a fifth simply to a piece of trunk, decorated with feathers and shells. It turns out that the man first 223 creates the state and the concept, and then no one knows for what begins to revere him as Almighty God, as a being existing outside of man, alien to him and even hostile. This phenomenon adopted in philosophy the denomination of alienation. Counting on this, Feuerbach decided that the existent, as opposed to the ideal, to do, is the product of stupidity human, product of philosophical ignorance. Enough with blowing illusions of this kind so that existing to dissipate like smoke. The man will feel proud czar of nature, owner of the earth, and will leave to revere invented idols. Enough of the philosophers elaborate the details and minutiae of theoretical systems. It is necessary to pass to the propaganda of a clear understanding, already discovered by philosophy, of the real essence of man and a sharp critique of what existing. It is necessary to measure the existing with the measure of the human essence, demonstrating the absurdity of what existing. In other words, Feuerbach in The Fundamentalist repeated what the materialists said 18th century French. From here the young Marx started. For some time it also seemed to him that philosophy he had done everything, that he had created within himself a picture full of rational, true reality in opposition to the existent, and that the contradiction of the one and the other act in the world as the opposition from the reason of philosophy to the absurd empirical reality. To philosophy only has to leave the kingdom of shadows and direct it against the existing reality outside of it, to oblige the latter to correspond to the plan that matured in the brains of philosophers. It is necessary to carry philosophy to reality, and reality to make it philosophical. In the grandiose act of the death of philosophy the young Marx also saw, at the beginning, the essence and meaning of the coming revolution. 224. But wouldn't there be a simple return to the Kantian conception, already destroyed by the arguments of Hegel? No. Here were a number of new moments in principle, which took into account the devastating Hegelian observations. Marx, according to Hegel, he understood morality in a broader way. With her, as we saw, are related not only, and even not so much, the phenomena of the individual psyche, like the whole set of conditions that actually determine the man-to-man relationships, including political legal organization of society, that is, the state, and also the organization of domestic life, economic, of men, the structure of the society civil. For this reason, to the young Marx the divorce of the essence human with the existence of isolated men already from the very beginning it was not presented to him only as the divergence, the non-correspondence, of the abstract concept general with the polychromacy of sensory diversity. Only it was possible to speak of a divorce within reality, within of sensorially given diversity, although reality was still interpreted as a product of thought. It is true that not of men separately, but of all the preceding generations in their entirety, reified in the form of existing rules of their representations about himself and about the world. By essence of man comprised general human culture throughout the concrete diversity of its forms. Consequently, the contradiction between the essence of man, expressed by philosophy, and existence was assimilated by the young Marx not as a contradiction between the concept of man in general and the real situation of the matter, but as a contradiction of reality itself, contradiction between the whole of human culture general and its expression in isolated men. It was clear, and philosophy could consider it as an evident fact, that all the wealth of material culture and 225. Spiritual is man's own creation, his patrimony and property, and not of God or of the concept. But of here it was deduced that for the man with capital letters, it is that is, for humanity, the problem of alienation and reappropriation simply never existed. Actually, humanity did not give to any supreme being its wealth, for the reason that such a being in the world did not even exist, nor does it exist if men had supposed that the true creator and owner of human culture is not man, but some other being, then such a fact of the imagination was eliminated with a simple twist in the consciousness, with a purely theoretical act. Otherwise, however, the question was posed in relation to man with a small letter, that is, to each separate human individual. Well, he dominates only one microscopically small part of human culture, he carries himself only a pitiful crumb of his own essence. And when such a measure of the essence of the man applies to any individual separately, then it turns out that this is extremely miserable, poor, and naked. At the same time, each one is poor in his own, one, in relation to money, another, in relation to knowledge, a third, in relation to physical force and health, a fourth, in relation to political rights, etc. Thus, the abstract philosophical problem of the divorce of essence and the existence of man, seen up close, becomes the problem of the division of wealth material and spiritual among men, and even more, in the problem of the division of activity between them, and therefore finally, in the problem of the division of property within the society. The division of labor and property private wrote Marx are identical terms, one of they say referring to slavery, the same as the other, referring to the product of it. But the faster the problem of divorce between man and man was. 226. Understood precisely in this way, For its solution it was necessary to free the shoulders of the painful load of the idealistic prejudices, make a 180 turn degrees towards materialism in the understanding of human activity, that is, in the understanding of history of the society. On the other hand, the solution of the problem also required renouncing the understanding of property private as the only natural, rational, and unquestionable personal appropriation of wealth, material and spiritual, as the form of relationship of the man with universal human culture. More to the point, the further development of scientific thought would be impossible without the passage to the positions of materialism in philosophy and the positions of communism in the sphere social, because only on its basis could be resolved the acute and dialectically intricate problems of the present, both theoretical and political practical. Here was discovered the way to truly understand science, not only of the terrestrial adventures of the beautiful ideal, but, what was much more important and necessary to men, for the understanding of the earthly roots of these tragic events. Marx directed his sane gaze directly towards the earth, and he clearly saw that men were not running at all after the bluebirds of the ideal, but were specified, although this would sound very rude to the ears of the dreamers, to lead a painful daily struggle for bread, for a roof, for the right to breathe fresh air. He saw that it is not the ideals that so much urge the men, but the most elementary human conditions, life, work, and education, and the actual events of history as if they were rushing to reaffirm its correctness. The uprising of the hungry Silesian weavers, turned on practically at the same time that it was turned on in the mind of the young Marx. The truth, illuminated 227. Brightly with its radiance the earthly roots, the earthly conditions of all earthly revolutions. And Marx's thought became revolutionary, a time it became the idea of the revolution. Of the revolution, not in the name of illusory ideals, but in name of the very same and like no conditions earthly material in their development, education, and vital activity for all men and for each man on earth. In the name of communism. On behalf of the great task that combines in itself the true humanism with true materialism, oblivious to any idol, even an idol under the mask of a beautiful ideal. Even under the mask of God's construction, that is, of the idea, according to which it is necessary to contemplate one's own man as God, divinizing him and imploring him as an icon. Marx's path of development towards communism has nothing in common with that legend about him later the Neo-Kantians spread and that still today walk around the world. According to this legend, Marx already in the early youth, before any theoretical exam independent of reality, he kindly adopted the beautiful but unfortunately utopianly unrealizable dream of universal happiness for all men, and then he began to contemplate the world theoretically, through from the rosy prism of the ideal. Adopted a priori, trying to find appropriate forces and means for their realization. And since, according to what you are looking for, that you will find, he directed attention to the proletariat, placing on him the hope of being a force capable of to be fascinated with that same illusion, with that ideal a priori, but unrealizable. Marx became a communist supposedly only because the ideals of utopians, divulged among the English and French proletariat, better than others were coupled with his personal ideals. 228. However, the true story of the transformation of Marx from a democrat revolutionary to a communist, in theorist of the proletarian movement, of a Hegelian idealist in materialist, it was not like that at all. Since the first time, Marx investigated the real contradictions of the life, trying to observe how reality itself tries to resolve their own contradictions in his movement. It follows by itself that such a path in no case can be purely theoretical. Locked up in its own movement, Marx always found himself in the same sediment of life, in the very center of the processes contemporary socio-economic and political. He shock of the theoretical assimilation of reality, taken in the best examples of it, with reality itself, such is the Marx's method for solving all collisions of social life. Not coincidentally, the most important milestones of his theoretical evolution were at the same time milestones of the activity practical politics, of the revolutionary struggle of the thinker. The discussions in the doctoral club that brought together the more leftist supporters of Hegelian philosophy, he work at the Rhine Gazette, where he first collided Marx with material needs, with the interests of the different social layers, knowledge of the activity revolutionary of the German and French proletariat, which allowed the discovery of his revolutionary spirits and of his spiritual countenance, participation in the revolutionary movement of the working class influenced directly on the most important discoveries theorists of the founder of the communist worldview. Only so it is that Marx was able to detect what were the ideals that matured in the development of life itself, which of the existing ideals correctly expressed the needs of human social progress and which of them belonged to the genre of unrealizable utopias, for not correspond to no real need. And although at beginning of the theoretical development of him he understood reality. 229. Still Hegelian, he thought that the true general human needs as if they matured in the sphere of thought, in the sphere of theoretical humanity, in its entirety the point of Marx's view, even then, had nothing in common with what the neo-Kantians are trying to invent today. Marx he warned utopian ideas very early and related critically with them. The Reinigungszeitung, which does not recognizes even the theoretical reality behind the ideas communists in their present form, and consequently, still less can he desire its practical realization or, even if it were to consider them possible, the Reinigungszeitung will submit these ideas to a well-founded critique, declared him on behalf of the editorial staff of the Rhine Gazette. However, before such criticism was made, in the consciousness of Marx the same criteria were scaled and principles, on the basis of which he was preparing to issue a judgment on communist ideas and ideals. It turned out that these, in general, were not subject to the jurisdiction of the laws, edited in the name of the universal spirit, then, they have their jurisdiction in the stubborn. It turned out that the universal spirit itself was subjected to critical judgment by part of the laws of reality and accused of not wanting take them into account, while communism in such a trial is justified, despite all his youthful immaturity, all his logical theoretical ingenuity. Precisely, the communist ideas, spread in that time in the working environment, sharpened the attention of the young Marx towards the problem of the role of material interests in the development of the historical process. They demanded attention to itself due to the fact that the working class in the forthcoming events promised to intervene as of one of the most numerous and hardened detachments of the Revolutionary Democratic Army, and the Democrat Revolutionary feared that this detachment, if it tries to realize in the contest their utopian dreams about the 230 socialization of property, will destroy with his actions the unity of the forces of progress, and, with this, it would only make the reaction game. Communism brought the problem of property, the problem of the division of the goods of civilization between the individuals, in the foreground, while he considered the program of political and legal transformations only as a means of exchange in property relations, as a side issue and derivative. In this way the accustomed schemes turned upside down. Here is the crucial point in the development of the thought of Marx. Let's dwell on it in more detail. First, still in 1842, being Marx revolutionary democrat, he intervenes as representative and defender of the principle of private property, which is linked in his eyes with the principle of totally unconditional freedom of private initiative in any sphere of life, be it in material production as in the spiritual. And he rejects communism as a theoretical doctrine, the which is no more than a political reactionary already obsolete, to galvanize the ideal long since rejected through history, the corporate principle, the dream of Plato. Such an idea is unacceptable to Marx because it presupposes the law of the state, as certain impersonal monster, of indicating to each individual what and how to do that, without counting on his wishes, with reason and awareness. Because practically the right of manipulating individuals is monopolized by a caste of bureaucratic functionaries, who impose their little intelligent will to the whole society and who take their intelligence limited by reason, by the shaping of general, collective, reason. However, the fact of the wide diffusion of ideas communists Marx sees it as a symptom and theoretical form completely naive expression of some collision. 231. Real, which matures within the social organism of the advanced countries of Europe. And revalue communism as a current question that is extremely serious for France and England. and the existence of this collision unquestionably attests to the fact that the General Gazette from Augsburg, for example, use the word communism as an offensive word, as a scarecrow, as scarecrow. The position of the newspaper is characterized thus by Marx: she rushes into the race before the face of the convoluted contemporary events, and she thinks the dust she kicks up, just like the words offensive that she, fleeing from her, with her fear mumbles from her, between teeth, obfuscate and deprive sense of both the uncomfortable contemporary phenomenon as well as the complacent reader. The following acknowledgments are extraordinarily characteristic of Marx's position. We are firmly convinced that in truth dangerous not are the practical experiences, but the foundation theorist of communist ideas. So, to the experiences practical, if they are massive, they can respond with cannons. As soon as they become dangerous, are the ideas that take over our thought, those that thus subordinate our convictions and to which it is impossible free, without tearing one's own heart, are demons that man can win only by subservient to them. Ideas cannot be repressed even with downloads of bullets, nor with a torrent of offensive words. For other part, the practical experiences in carrying out the idea is not yet an argument against the idea itself. Yes, you don't like some other ideas, then, for refute them you must not rant against them, but think very carefully, clear that real soil on which they emerge and spread. In other words, it is necessary to find the theoretical, and therefore practical, solution of that real collision, of that real conflict, within which they are born. Demonstrate, even on paper, by which means. 232. That strained mass social need can be satisfied, which expresses itself in the form of such or mascules ideas. Then, and not before, the unpleasant ideas for you. And on the contrary, sympathy and dissemination receive only those ideas that are correspond to real social needs, matured independently of the ideas in categories more or less large populations. In the opposite case, the most beautiful and deceptive idea does not find access to the consciousness of the masses, they remain deaf to the idea no matter how much you advertise it. Such is the essence of position of the young Marx. He understands himself he is not yet a consistent communist, but simply an intelligent and honest theorist. And in 1842 Marx moved not to a formal analysis of contemporary communist ideas to him, they themselves were too naive to be logically refuted, and nor to a critique of the practical experiences of his realization, these were too powerless and little successful, but to a theoretical analysis of that collision within the social organism, which gave birth to these ideas. Precisely for this reason the criticism of communist ideas, insofar as it was conceived theoretically, it became naturally in critical analysis of those conditions real life, on whose soil arose and spread the ideas that interest us. The fact of the diffusion of communist ideas in France and England is revalued by Marx as a symptom of the real collision within the social body, precisely in those countries where the private property acquired the maximum freedom of development, where the limitations were removed external, legal, the critique of private property, of the earthly basis of such an uncomfortable phenomenon as it is communism. Such a plan of critical analysis becomes for Marx essential, becomes the fundamental theme of his manuscripts. 233. Economic Philosophical of 1844. Here he comes to the conclusion that those factual empirical conditions, on whose soil communist ideas grow, represent itself not a closely related Anglo-French phenomenon national, but the necessary result of the movement of the private property as an international principle and universal organization of all social life. Communism, in this way, is the consequence necessary for the development of private property. By consequently, its further development, its extension to new spheres of activity and to new countries can only lead to increased size and sharpness of collisions, and with this the expansion of the empirical base of the communism, to the increase in the mass of capable men to be encouraged by communist ideas and to see in them the only possible way out of the dark antinomies of private property. The young Marx accepts communism utopian, still immature, as an ideological current arisen naturally from the property movement private, even though his positive program continues being unacceptable to him. The positive program is still very strongly infected by the prejudices of that same world, negation of which he was. Born out of the private property movement in quality of its direct antithesis, initially spontaneous, crude, as Marx calls it, communism cannot be other than that same private property, only that at the same time reverse, with opposite sign, with negation sign. He only leads to the end, to the consequent culmination, all the necessary trends of the world of property private. And in crude communism Marx sees above all a kind of magnifying mirror, which returns to the world of private property the true image of him, brought to his extreme expression. Communism, in its first form represents only the generalization and consummation of the 2, 3, 4. Private property relationship. In the early days he intervenes as universal private property. Despite everything, taking into account the character rude and irrational from the primitive form of the communism, the extreme abstraction of its program positive, Marx already contemplates it here as the only possible first step on the road to overcoming alienation, created by the movement of private property, as only way out of the situation created by this movement. Marx's conclusion is this: although communism rough as such is not the goal of human development, it's not the way of human society, for all that. Precisely communism, and only communism, represents the phase of fact necessary for the next stage of historical development in the process of human emancipation and recovery. Communism is the necessary form and the dynamic principle of the future immediate. But in such a case, a justification is required. Rigorously logical and the development of the idea of communism. To his aid, naturally, must come the Hegelian logic, and behold, using it, it is not difficult to show that communism, as a denial of the private property, is as rational as the principle of private property. The logical philosophical demonstration of the rationality of communism was made by the Hegelian Moses Hess. He brought out, inferred communism for all the rules of Hegelian dialectical logic. He interpreted it as a dialectical negation of the property principle private. He deduced it as logically as others deduced the rationality of private property. In such a situation, Marx was forced to direct the attention to those points of Hegel's doctrine which they had remained in shadows, because they seemed something totally out of the question, something to doubt would be absurd. And indisputably it seemed above all the 235. Hegelian conception of the relationship of the spirit with the empirical reality, thought with practice. The problem of property, which communism brought to the fore as the most acute problem of the currently, it was an insoluble principle from the positions from the orthodox Hegelian vision of the role of spirit in history. More precisely, here two solutions were obtained equally logical and at the same time mutually exclusive. The Hegelian conception of the relation of thought with reality was linked, and it went equally well with both communism like anti-communism. Such is the real problem, colliding with which Marx was forced to proceed to a settling accounts with the Hegelian dialectic. Precisely, the problem of communism, recalled Marx later, compelled him to raise again the question of the relationship between spiritual development, equals theoretical moral, of humanity and the development of its base material, technical material relations, and property among men. The corresponding investigations opened to Marx the door to a new field in principle. They opened a new phase of development in world science. My investigation led to the result that both the legal relationships such as forms of state cannot understood by themselves or by the so-called evolution general of the human spirit, but rather lie, for the contrary, in the material conditions of life, whose whole summarizes Hegel, following the precedent of the English and French of the 18th century, under the name of civil society, and that the anatomy of civil society is to look for it in political economy, Marx recalled subsequently. This was materialism in understanding the process historical. Precisely, through an analysis judiciously scientific, objective, of the state of affairs. 236. In the sphere of civil society Marx came to the conclusion that in the form of communist utopias in the consciousness of men expressed a need real, mature, within civil society and became convinced that there was taking place not an ordinary crusade of a sect of gentlemen of the ideal, intoxicated with dreams about the universal happiness, but a real mass movement, summoned by the conditions of the development of the machinery industry. For us, communism is not, it is a state to be implanted, an ideal to which hold on to reality. We call communism real movement that annuls and overcomes the state of affairs current. The ideals of socialism and communism utopian were thus not simply refuted, but critically revalued and assimilated in its content rational and, therefore, entered history as one of the theoretical sources of scientific communism. Thanks to Hegel, the young Marx from the very beginning had a judicious distrust of any ideal that did not was subjected to criticism from the point of view of logic, that is, from the point of view of reality, since the logic was understood here as his portrayal absolutely exact. He immediately turned to the analysis of the real contradictions of social development to him contemporary. It is true that such contradictions expressed by Marx initially through the categories of the Hegelian phenomenology of spirit and the essence of Feuerbach's Christianity, through the concepts of alienation and reappropriation, essence of man and essential forces, objectification and de-objectification, etc. However, the muddled terms were not at all absolute, as they still sometimes think, mere game of words. In them was the balance of experience secular, by far the best, in the investigation of the problem and, therefore, the real facts, being expressed through them, instantly burst into a 237. General historical and theoretical context, turned, with such edges and facets that, otherwise, would remain in the shadows, in the mist of prejudices, hidden from the just common sense. The philosophical approach gave Marx the possibility of encompassing and distinguishing, above all, the universal contours, important in principle, of the reality unfolded through its contradictions internal, and thus, from a correct point of view, look at the particularities and details that hide the true picture to the philosophically unarmed eye that prevents it from seeing the forest behind the trees. Without the categories of dialectic materialistically valued, it would be impossible to transformation of communism from utopia into science. And, in fact, it was precisely philosophy that helped Marx to clearly formulate the fact that man is the only subject of the historical process, and that the work of the men, that is, the sensory object activity, which transforms nature according to its needs, is the only substance of all the modes, of all the particular images of human culture. And then, it became evident that the so-called human essence, which intervenes for an isolated individual as an ideal, as measure of its perfection or imperfection, represents in itself a product of the joint, collective labor activity of many generations. This sum of productive forces, capitals, and forms of social relationship with which each individual and each generation find themselves with something given is the real foundation of what philosophers have represented as the substance and essence of the man, elevating it to the apotheosis and fighting it. We read in the German ideology. And in the theses on Feuerbach Marx wrote, the essence of man is not something abstract, inherent to each individual. It's in your reality the set of social relations. This form, the philosophical expression of the divorce between the essence humanity and the existence of isolated men accused. 238. In a general way, the contradiction in the established system division of labor among men, within the set of all social relations. And when with the famous human essence was torn the religious cloak and philosophical speculative, then, before the thought is raised a problem to its full stature, to analyze it in all her bare nakedness, free of any kind of delusions. But, with this, the problem of the ideal becomes presented on a totally new plane, on the plane of the analysis of the division of activity between individuals in the process of joint human social production of his material and spiritual life. Philosophy, as we have seen, sharply recorded in its categories that the historically established system of division of labor, and also property, among the men, the human essence, necessarily transforms each isolated individual into a being professionally limited, into a partial man. As a result, each man creates with his labor only one tiny bit, a fragment of human culture, and only this possesses. All the rest of the wealth of the civilization is maintained for him, and that opposes him as an alien force, and, under certain conditions, also hostile. Man creates the most extravagant representations regarding the true nature of this force, the pressure of which he constantly feels, sometimes that he calls God, or absolute, moral order and destiny. Along with that, a fact that parallel to the philosophy established political economy, the division of work becomes more and more divided, each time a minor share of cultural richness corresponds to each man separately, the more defenseless he is before the collective forces of humanity. It means that the force collective spontaneity of men grows on account of the active forces of the individual. Or, expressing himself in language philosophical, the measure of the alienation of man grows. 239. Together with the growth of that world of riches which he himself produces and reproduces with his own work, which he creates out of himself and against himself. Hegel, becoming aware of such a perspective of development of civil society, bowed his head before her as before a necessity dictated by the laws of spirit universal, a logic of the universe. In favor of such conclusion supposedly testified to the whole story cultural precedent. And while philosophy propagated idealistic understanding of history, he could not be object to Hegel. The universal spirit was cut by the measure of the real culture of humanity, although the taken by his own creation, and therefore rational. Of otherwise, on the soil of idealism, one could not even raise or resolve the issue. The same question was posed in a different way in the terrain of materialism. Here the thesis of the alienation became a formula expressing the presence of an increasingly exacerbated contradiction of civil society with itself. In her, algebraically generalized, expressed the fact that then the conditions under which each partial individual is in a permanent state of war of all against everyone are shattered conditions, torn apart spheres of the social division of labor hostile to each other and, with everything, strongly linked by a rope, by a destination. Such a civil society does not possess any means of resistance against the created situation and, therefore, the tension of the contradiction between the private character and the human collective of the activity of each isolated individual grow without hindrance. From this follows the conclusion that one fine day the tension will reach the critical point and, every thunderbolt, it was precisely this conclusion that did Marx. That division of labor, which caused that contradictory antagonistic situation, is not eternal. She has 240. Its limit and will fly from within. Well, here with invincible force acts, totally independent of reason and moral, the mechanism of economic relations. By that, neither the moral limitations, nor the most rational, nor bureaucratic police measures can avoid the process of self-destruction of civil society. The only thing that the spirit can do in such a situation is to help man, caught in the nets of contradiction, to find the least painful, quickest way out and rational of such a situation, a way out beyond the limits of the form of division of labor, property, natural for the given society. And lo and behold, precisely in the proletariat, in the class of workers' wage earners, Marx saw the men who most strongly that others suffered the jaws of alienation, the pole of the contradiction on which he concentrates relentlessly the charge of revolutionary energy, while in the ideas of the utopians he discovered the awakening of the self-consciousness of the proletariat, still naive and loosely formulated logically, but instead profoundly accurate in its contours, fundamental, coinciding in the main with the direction purpose of things. The solution of all collisions was only possible only on the basis of the communism. However, communism itself still needed be duly grounded in theory, become scientific in every sense of the word. The way for the solution to the task was once again enlightened by philosophy. In quality of final conclusion, she demonstrated that the answer to the question of where and how does the development of social relationships had to be sought in political economy. Just a political analysis economic could clarify how those contours of the future that were absolutely, shall we say, invariable, independent of any ideals. And Marx. 241. He joined the political economic investigations, temporarily setting aside philosophical problems specials. For in the general abstract form these were already clear, and the complete solution of them, concretely developed, could be obtained only after of a political economic analysis, and only on its basis. Among these problems was also the problem of the ideal. This was not removed. Just that it was put in its proper place and in its proper relationship. Precisely, on the basis of research carried out in El Capital is that its concrete, materialist solution was consummated and, also dialectic. Analyzing the anarchy in the organization of the social production of the material and spiritual life of the men based on private property, Marx established that to it also corresponds a certain type of man personality. His dominant trait professional cretinism inevitably results. And I have here because, on the one hand, the mercantile capitalist division of the spheres of activity, of property, has the tendency to an ever finer division of labor and correspondingly of the active capacities between the men, which were once called by the philosophy essential forces of man. And the question not at all, it is not limited to the differentiation of society into two fundamental classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat. The division of activity and its corresponding capacities goes further, deep and wide, splitting the human collective through new and new cracks. No longer only intellectual work is separated from physical, but each sphere of physical and intellectual work, becoming increasingly narrower, more specialized, is separated from the other, is encloses within itself. On the other hand, the system of division of labor in its the whole conducts itself, in relation to each isolated man. 242. Like a monstrously giant mechanism, which releases from itself the maximum of active energy, sucking voraciously work and turning it into work dead in body of civilization. The wealth of things, of objects, acts here as the objective of the whole process, while the living man, the subject of the work, it is only the instrument, a singular prefabricated and a means of the production and reproduction of wealth. This is how this production system is organized, how was formed, so that all its organs and mechanisms are adapted to an effective exploitation to the maximum of the human being, of his active capacities. One of the most powerful mechanisms for such exploitation is the famous competition, which was once called by the philosophy war of all against all. Thus, the great machine of capitalist production adapts to man alive to his demands, turns him into a particular piece of a particular machine, into screw, and then forces to work until exhaustion, until the collapse. As if that were not enough, the giant production machine organized in the capitalist way in each knot of its isolated it is rational in the extreme. The isolated pieces of it are made of the best form and exactly fit some of the neighboring pieces. However, only with the neighbors. In its set the pieces, the knots, the wheel and the springs of the big machine are tied together pretty badly, quite approximately and, after all, not rationally. Well, its general construction is not the result of a consciously directed activity, based on knowledge, but is presented as the product of the action of blind forces and spontaneous from the market. All separate parts of the great machine are linked by ropes and threads very weak, and otherwise mystically entangled, of monetary commercial relations. And the threads, this is the problem, they get entangled with each other, pull on one or the other. 243. Hand, are frequently broken by the extraordinary stress they bear. And the machine works unevenly, jerks, spasmodically. A few pieces happily move, while others rust from disuse. Nails pieces are discontinued due to overload, others, for rust. And then if a piece breaks big and important enough, with creaks and screeching stops the whole big machine. As a result, a significant part of the entire wealth, obtained on account of the strenuous exploitation of the man of flesh and blood, flies to the wind. It turns out only a fine that the market charges men for not being able to organize on the basis of a reasonable plan of the work of the production mechanism as a whole. The colossal waste of human activity also goes through the crisis and stagnation, and by wars, and by the creation of things not only unnecessary to man, but also directly hostile to him, through the creation of machine guns and atomic bombs, comics and cameras, gases, abstract paintings and narcotics, which corrupt both the soul and the body, both the reason and the will of the living man, who mercilessly degrade his life of him. The two sides of bourgeois reality, the conversion of the men in professionally limited screws and the extremely ineffective work of the whole machine productive, are inseparable. It is impossible to remove one of them without removing the other. Can't mount a new rational scheme simply using the old parts, because all of them, also including the live screws, are structurally adapted only to the operation inside the capitalist big machine. Here it is also required to remake men themselves. The social management of production, stressed Engels in the year 1847, cannot be realized with the men as they are now, with men, each one of 244, which is subordinate to some branch of the production, chained to it, exploited by it, who develops only one side of his abilities on account of the others and knows only a branch or part of a branch of all production. The current industry is increasingly least in a position to employ such men. And that industry, which is conducted in common and planned by the whole society, even more presupposes men with multilaterally developed capacities, men capable of orienting themselves in the entire system of production. Education will give young people the possibility of quickly assimilating in practice all the production system, will allow them consecutively move from one branch of production to another depending on the needs of society or its inclination particular. Education will therefore free them from the one-sidedness to which the division of labor contemporary condemns each isolated man. This form, society, organized under communist principles, will give its members the opportunity to use multilaterally their capabilities multilaterally developed. If the mechanism of the mercantile capitalist organization of the production of material and spiritual life cannot ensure the rational functioning of the forces productive, then, obviously, it is necessary to replace it with another. This new mechanism can be only communist production, which works by plans rationally established, rhythmically and productively. But, then, other demands are also placed on the man. In the new production system you cannot continue to be simply particle. The communist transformation of social relations, consequently, it is inconceivable without a decisive change of the old way of division of labor among men, of the old way of dividing between them the capacities. 245. Active, of the roles and functions in the process of social production, both material and spiritual. In reality, professional cretinism is both consequence and condition of the mercantile capitalist mode of the division of labor, of the division of property. He clown, who amuses the public in the circus, is obliged to train as a clown for whole days, without knowing the rest, otherwise he will not withstand competition with other more diligent clowns and he will fall to a lower level. He will wear the street sweeper's uniform instead of the clown with bells and, therefore, he will be always and where he wants only a clown. Exactly the same does society bourgeoisie with the banker, with the highly paid, with the engineer, with the mathematician. The mode division of labor capitalist does not know and does not tolerate exceptions. For this reason, professional cretinism becomes here not only a fact, but a virtue, a norm, even in a peculiar ideal, in the principle of formation of personality, with which each one strives in corresponds so as not to sink to the bottom of the society, so as not to become a mere force of unskilled work. But, the proletariat in this society you have nothing to lose, apart from your chains. That's why, he intervenes as the fundamental social force of the change in property relations, in the system of division of labor. Freeing himself, and the whole society, of the chains of the mode of division of labor based on private property, the proletariat inevitably also destroys the entire pyramid of relations between men erected by capitalism. Professional cretinism is private property over certain abilities. As a variety of the property private over human social wealth he must die and he will die with it. But, what is it that is created in the place of the destroyed? A multilateral personality and harmoniously 246. Developed. First, before the revolutionary change, as a new ideal, as a communist ideal, later, in the course of building communism, as a fact. And this is not because the professional jerk is aesthetic and morally an abominable spectacle. If the question outside this, the harmonious and multilateral development of man could remain only in dreams, as the aesthetic ideal morality in the sense of Kant and Fichte, to which, alas, contrasts the economic factor of profit and the effectiveness that implies the concentration of all the strengths and capacities of the individual in a close parcel. However, the question here is not at all one of aesthetic or moral. The question is that the community of professionally limited men is organically unable to solve that task that forcefully poses the economy before humanity, the task of setting in motion a centrally planned direction, directly of the productive forces in large dimensions. The economy forces each man to destroy from within the shell of his private profession and enter actively above all in that sphere of activity which in the bourgeois division of labor it was also property private, that is, in the profession of a small circle of people, politics. The first signal for such inclusion is already given by the Revolution Socialist, carried out by the masses for the masses. The liberation from the chains of private property is result of the conscious historical creation of millions of workers, and it cannot be otherwise. In the process of construction of socialism and communism, men transform themselves to the extent that they change the circumstances around you. And the transformation begins from the moment the masses, until now kept on the margins of politics, become direct makers of politics, and all the more the further the process progresses. 247. To what has been said is added yet another circumstance very important. The transformation of forces productive in social ownership, of all the people, is not at all a formal legal act, since the property it is not just a legal category. The socialization of the ownership of the means of production is above all the socialization of the activity, the socialization of the work of planning and direction of the productive forces. The socialized socialist production in the dimensions and contemporary scope in an object, matter, the which in all its concreteness cannot be encompassed by a man isolated with the individual brain of him, even though he is the coolest, and even an isolated institution, even if it is armed with advanced electronic computers. Behold for which Marx, Engels, and Lenin insisted that after the socialist turn, to the direction of production should be dragged all. The state must learn to direct it. Every cook, with this aphorism expressed Vladimir Ilyich said, needs, awakening the ironic smiles of the bourgeois gentlemen, of those same cretins professionals who considered politics to be a sphere inaccessible to the people, which demanded innate talents and qualities like that. Despite everything, it was precisely Lenin who pointed out the only way out. It goes without saying, communism calls every cook to the direction of the state, not so that it does it to the homemaid, on the basis of those habits in which she was educated between casseroles. The cook, really, and not a formal participant in the direction of social affairs the country, she stops being a cook. Here's what it all consists of the issue. And if at the very beginning of the socialist revolution the politics ceases to be a profession, becoming a matter of each active member of society, later such process encompasses ever-widening spheres of activity. In politics, this process cannot be stopped, since the 248 economic policy is linked to political economy, requiring knowledge and understanding of literature, social theory, including Marx's Capital and the works Lenin's theorists, which in his order is inconceivable if in man there is no general culture, including cultivation, mathematical and logical philosophical thought. Well, no can be understood to the end of Marx's Capital, and in especially the first chapter of him, without having studied and understood all of Hegel's logic. And try to understand Hegel without possessing a general historical background, a knowledge of literature, art, history of culture. Nothing will be accomplished. Here is a single string. Oh well, the man pulls her all the way, to the end, or else he escapes from her his hands too, all the way to the end. At one end of the chain is the policy, in the other, mathematics, science in general, philosophy, art. and only the man who the dominee becomes a real and not a nominal lord over contemporary productive forces. This is where the communist ideal of man, in no way from ethical considerations or aesthetic, or the individual becomes the owner of the whole culture created by humanity, or will it continue to be his slave, chained to the barrow of his narrow profession. Without solving such a task, men cannot solve nor the task of organizing a planning and rational control over the development of production and society in general. These are two sides of the same problem. Its complete solution in no way presupposes, as sometimes presented by the enemies of communism and the Marxism, the conversion of each individual into something like a universal genius, busy with a little bit of everything and nothing in particular. In no way is it so. It is self-evident that each individual cannot master the entire infinite mass of professions individuals, being at once political, mathematical, chemical. 249. Violinist, dancer, cosmonaut, tenor, bass deep, logical and chess player. Such an understanding of development multilateral was, of course, unrealizable and utopian. The question is not the confluence of an individual of everyone the particular types of activity and their capabilities corresponding professionals. The question is that every living man can and should be developed up to the contemporary level in relation to those general, universal, capabilities, which make it man, and not a chemist or Turner, that is, in relation to the thought, morality, and health. The personality multilaterally developed presupposes the creation, for all men without exception, of real conditions equitable for the development of their capacities in any direction. Of those conditions, within which each one can unhindered rise in the process of the general formation of him to the close-ups of human culture, at the limit of what has already been done and what is yet to be to do, of what is already known and what is yet to be known, and then freely choose which plot of the front in which fight with nature will concentrate its efforts personal, in physics or technique, in composition poetics or medicine. Here is what Marx had in mind when he said that communist society will in no case make man a painter or a shoemaker, but above all a busy man. Let us admit that even primarily of painting or of the problem of making footwear, depending which he likes more. And if one or the other individual will exceed what has been achieved, and this is another matter. Obviously, in all types particulars of activity will fail to do so. But be developed in such a way that by necessity or by desire he can, without special effort or tragedy, move from a type of activity to another, easily assimilating the technique of the particular type of activity. It is in no way a 250. Utopia. It is necessary to master the general fundamentals and major contemporary culture. Then the particularities, the technique, are assimilated effortlessly extraordinary. Otherwise, the individual is not in a position to properly assimilate anything. As we can see, the concentration of forces and personality capabilities in a given leadership is also maintained in communism. But here in any narrow piece he concentrates his forces, a multilaterally developed man, comprising his neighbor on the left, and who consciously shares with him the efforts of him, while in capitalism he does the crippled, one-sided professional who sees reality only through the narrow grid of his affairs, which has as neighbors to the right and left to specialists as blind as he. It is not difficult to understand which community advances more successfully in the same period of time. If that who recalls the conversation of a blind musician with a deaf painter on music or painting, or if that one, where the interlocutors see and hear equally well, although one of them deals more with music than with painting and the other dedicates more time to painting than to musicalization. Two men like these will understand each other and they will magnificently enrich each other in the conversation. A society made up, say, of a musician blind, a deaf painter and a blind and deaf inevitably requires a mediator, a translator who, without understanding anything about music or painting nor mathematics will come, however, to mediate his mutual relations, to cooperate with his efforts around general problems, in which each of them perform weakly. Here you get something like this as a simple model of the capitalist market system spontaneously established division of labor, of the 251. capabilities, among men. The role of go-between that monopolistically represents in this system the general interests, is played by the professional politician situated above the town, apparently the master of the whole community, and that in reality it turns out to be so blind slave to the market like everyone else. Of course, a worker is also required here, who feeds and clothes the four others. On the contrary, a very simple model of community organized in the communist way can be built only from multilaterally developed individuals, that is, of men, each of whom understands well both the general task as well as their special role in its solution, to coordinate his efforts with the neighbor's efforts, of the partner in the common task. Common relations, that is, mutual, are agreed and are reconciled here by the very men who jointly carry out the same common cause understandable to each of them. Themselves distributed among themselves, on the basis of voluntary agreement and of the democratic discussion, those tasks and obligations individuals that derive from the general interests correctly understood. The people, the living individuals, address themselves here same. And also to machines of any kind. Well, if we are to formulate the deepest, the most essential opposition to the communist organization of the society with respect to any other, then this would consist precisely in that the only objective of the activity human is here man himself, and everything else without exclusion becomes means, which by itself has no any meaning. For this reason, communism intervenes today as the only theoretical doctrine that contemplates the liquidation of the famous alienation. It means that the ultimate goal of the communist movement was, is, and will be the elimination. 252. Unconditional in all external ways, relative to man, the real, living individual, and means of regulation of their vital activity, of all external mediators between man and man, who, in a class antagonistic society they are transformed from intermediary servants in capricious despotic gods, in idle. Here's how a partial man differs, Marx's term, of the fully developed individual, also Marx's term. The partial man is an image formed necessarily by the mercantile capitalist division of labor, which encloses each individual since childhood in the tight cage of a narrow profession. The individual totally, that is, multilaterally, universally, developed is an image dictated by the conditions of an organized society, and that organizes, in a communist way, not a picture misleading of a distant future, but above all the beginning of current formation of man. The total development of each individual is not remotely only a consequence, but also a condition of the possibility of the communist organization of relations of man with man. And this is not an ideal in the sense of Kant and Fichte, but the principle of solution of the current contradictions. Communism becomes actually exactly to the extent that each individual becomes a totally developed. And the realization of the communist ideal in no case can be left for tomorrow. It is necessary do it today, now. The realization of the communist ideal covers many facets of social life. And everywhere the general principles set forth above have the widest utility. 253. Dialectic of the Ideal, 1975. Original, in 1, 2009, pages 6-62. Translation into Spanish from Russian, Eduardo Albert. The ideal or the ideality of phenomena is a category too important to be treated thoughtlessly and carelessly. She not only is linked to the Marxist understanding of the essence of idealism, but also to its own denomination. Idealists are considered all those conceptions who, in philosophy, take the ideal as their starting point for the explanation of history and knowledge, regardless of the particular form in which it is deciphered. This concept, as consciousness, will, thought, psyche in general, soul, spirit, sensation, creative principle or experience socially organized. Precisely for this reason the anti-materialist field in philosophy is called idealism and not, say, intellectualism, psychologism, voluntarism or conscientism. These are already specifications particular, and not universal definitions of idealism in general, regardless of the particular form in which intervened. The ideal is understood here, in all its dimension, as an integral set of all its possible interpretations, both the known ones and the that are yet to see the light. That is why it is possible and necessary to affirm that consciousness, for example, it is ideal, that is, it belongs to the category of ideal phenomena, but in no case, not in the sense or any relationship, is material. But if conversely U. 254 affirms that the ideal is precisely consciousness, the psychic image, the concept, etc., would incur an inadmissible confusion when expressing the difference, contradiction, of principle between the ideal and the material, while clarify the very concept of the ideal. Well, this investment would convert the concept of the ideal, of theoretically considered designation of a well-known category of phenomena in the simple denomination of some of them. In this way, you would venture to step on false and, sooner or later, would inevitably appear in your visual field a new variant of idealism, still unknown and would not fit your definition extremely close, linked to only one case special of the ideal. In what stream of thought? In this case, would you include this new variant of the idealism? In that of materialism. Nothing else could do. Otherwise, you would have to modify and correct their comprehension of the ideal and the idealism in order to avoid obvious inconsistencies. Ivan is a man, but the man is not Ivan. Precisely for this reason, it is in no way admissible to define the general category through the description of one of the cases of ideality, even if it is the most typical. There is no doubt that bread is a food. But even the school logic forbids reversing this truth. The phrase "the food is bread," as the true definition of food, has no validity and would only seem correct to those who have not tasted any other food than bread. Precisely for this reason, we are obliged to define the category of the ideal in its universal form and not by indicating a particular variety of its own, just as it is impossible to elucidate the concept of matter through the enumeration of the scientific natural representations of matter until now known. 255. Meanwhile, such a mode of reasoning about the ideal can be found at every step. Frequently the concept of the ideal is understood as simple synonymous, and therefore unnecessary, with other phenomena, precisely of those who, in philosophy, are determined theoretically through the concept of the ideal. First of all are taken for the ideal, the phenomena of consciousness. Here is a typical example of how a truth, outside and independently of consciousness there is no ideal phenomena and all other phenomena can exist. Phenomena of matter are material. 1. However, outside and regardless of the consciousness there are such phenomena as the motives unconscious, subconscious, of the actions conscious. If our author remained true to logic elemental, he would be obliged to include said reasons in the category of material phenomena. Meanwhile, all other phenomena of matter are material. And the thinkers who take this category of phenomena as foundation of his conceptions, Edward Hartmann, Sigmund Freud, Arthur Koestler, and others like, should be elevated, according to that same logic, to the rank of materialists. And do not say Igor Narsky that he understands the expression outside and independently of the consciousness in another sense than the usual accepted. The confusion, as can be seen, is more far-reaching, and it is no coincidence that, according to his logic, Narsky sees materialism in the works of Rudolf Carnap, for when he deals with a thing so fully impersonal as is the language with its structures irreducible to the phenomena of individual consciousness, see his article on Carnap in the Encyclopaedia Philosophical. Later, we will refer to the unpleasant and unexpected consequences that result from such. 256. Thoughtless understanding of the ideal. For now, it's enough to note that if you define consciousness as the ideal, to the rigorous question "what do you understand ideally?" I could no longer respond with the phrase "the ideal is consciousness, is a phenomenon, or characteristic, of the consciousness," while still resembling a playful dog that bites its own tail. Narsky is not the only one. Here's another example. The ideal: it is updated information for the person. It is the ability of the person to have information in the form pure and operate with it. The ideal is a phenomenon psychic, although not all psychic phenomena can be designated as ideal, sick, EV, and for how much ideal is always represented only in conscious states of the singular person. The ideal is a phenomenon strictly personal performed by a process cerebral neurodynamics of a certain type, still weakly researched. Very good. It is said directly, of all psychic phenomena it is possible and necessary to link with ideal only those that represent states aware of the singular person. Is by itself understandable that all other psychic phenomena inevitably fall, as in Narsky, into the range of the material phenomena. By the way, the ideal itself is treated here imperceptibly as a process strictly material, neurodynamic cerebral, that only differs of others in that it is weakly investigated. It is not difficult to understand that, concretized in this way, the concept of the ideal becomes a simple naming, designation, of this brain process, neurodynamic, highly specialized, while the philosophical problem of the relationship of the ideal with the material, is replaced by the question of the relationship of a neurodynamic process with other processes. 257. Neurodynamics, due to a special problem of physiology of higher nervous activity. The problem of the great contrast of the ideal and of the material in general, in the form in which it was raised and resolved by philosophy and theoretical psychology, it is eliminated happily from the sphere of scientific research. In essence, this problem is stated simply pre-scientific. It is presented as a philosophical mode speculative, i.e. abstract, formulation of a question that, a more careful examination reveals as a concrete problem of physiology, of the science that investigates the structures and functions of the brain, that is, the facts located in the cranial cavity of the individual asylee. Naturally, from such an interpretation of the problem of the relationship of the ideal with the material, all determinations elaborated by philosophy as special science are just too abstract for this position, but also, and by force of his abstraction, very wide and, therefore, incorrect. Therefore, Dubrovsky is obliged to object categorically to all those philosophers and psychologists who understand by the ideal something different from the ephemeral conscious states of the asylum seeker, of the facts of conscience, considered exclusively as material states of the body subjectively experienced, if only within a few seconds, by the individual. For Dubrovsky, for his theoretical position, for course, it is completely indifferent what they represent, these fluid mental states of the person sheltered from the point of view of philosophy, if they reflect something real, something existing outside the head of man, or if they are simply experienced immanent states subjectively by the brain, that is, events physiologically conditioned by their structure specifically, mistakenly taken as events. 258. That take place outside this brain. For Dubrovsky it one and the other are equally ideal because constitute a subjective manifestation, a personal transformation of brain processes neurodynamic and cannot be anything else. Therefore, the determination of the ideal does not depend on the category of the truth, while false thought is also an ideal and non-material phenomenon. Does our author know that philosophy as a science has elaborated and elaborates the category of the ideal precisely in relation to the problem of truth, and that it is only in this relationship that their definitions of the ideal and the material? Does our author know that these definitions were elaborated by philosophy in quality of theoretical expressions of other facts completely different from those of interest personally to Dubrovsky as a specialist of the brain structures and the processes neurodynamics? Philosophy as a science has never been interested especially the personal transformation of the processes neurodynamic brains. If the ideal is understood in the sense of Dubrovsky, there is no choice but to recognize that this category has been used in philosophy by mistake, as a result of different jobs, but equally illegal and unacceptably wide or narrow from the word ideal. Instead, the scientific monopoly of the use of this term, of the solution of the question relative to what can be designated with it, would belong to it from this point of view to the physiology of the activity top nervous. The personal transformation of brain neurodynamic processes. The rest is thing of the devil, according to the image of Hegel. Dubrovsky's position is characteristic in general for those who, in the effort to reconsider the definitions of the concepts of science, do not even take the 259. Bother to clarify the circle of phenomena, of acts, examined and studied historically by the science that set these definitions. It is natural that such activity subversive, in this case, of a physiological order, within science cannot offer other fruits than the arbitrary renaming of already known phenomena by her and the discussion around a nomenclature. It is well known that the theoretical elaboration of the category of the ideal in philosophy has its roots precisely on the need to establish and understand the difference which, in Dubrovsky's view, is indifferent for the characterization of the ideal, the difference and even the contradiction between the ephemeral psychic states of the isolated person, completely individual, devoid of all universal significance to another person, and the forms necessary, and therefore objective universals of the knowledge of reality existing independently of men, regardless of the way in which it is understood as nature or as absolute idea, as matter or as divine thought. Just about the basis of this very important difference, triggers the age-old battle between materialism and idealism, has placed their irreconcilable discussion of principle. Declaring this difference indifferent to the characterization of the ideal is only possible on the basis of a complete ignorance of the history of this discussion. The problem of ideality was always an aspect of the problem of objectivity, veracity, of the knowledge, that is, of the problem of the forms of knowledge and precisely of them that condition and are explained not by the whims of the personal psychophysiology, but for something much more serious, for that something that exists above the individual psyche and it doesn't depend on her at all. For example, the mathematical truths, logical categories, moral imperatives, and legal ideas, that is, the 260. Things that have a compelling meaning for any psyche and strength to limit their whims individual. This is precisely the category of phenomena, possessors of a peculiar kind of objectivity, that is, a completely evident independence from the individual with his body and his soul, different for principle of the objectivity of singular things sensorially perceptible by the individual who, at some point time, was designated by philosophy as the ideality of these phenomena, as the ideal in general. In this sense, the ideal, everything that is linked to the world of ideas, figure already in Plato, to whom humanity owes both the distinction of the circle of phenomena in a special category, such as its name. The ideas of Plato are not just any states of the human soul, of the psyche, but only the universal images schemes, of general significance, evidently opposed to the individual soul and the human body directed by it, in quality of binding law for each soul, whose demands the individual must satisfy from childhood with much more caution than those of your own body singular with its ephemeral and casual states. Regardless of how one's own Plato interpreted the origin of these images schemes universal and impersonal of all the variety of state singularities of the soul, its completely legitimate distinction, made on an indisputable foundation, as a peculiar category of phenomena. It is about the universal norms of the culture within which it awakens conscious life, the singular individual, and whose demands is bound to recognize as a necessary law of its own individual life activity. Such are the norms of culture domestic and the syntactic grammatical norms of the language in which the individual learns to speak, the laws of the state in which he is born, the norms of thought about things. 261. Of the world that surrounds him from childhood, etc., etc. He individual has to assimilate all these normative schemes as a certain specific reality, different from itself himself, and his own brain, of course, as a reality strictly organized in itself. To distinguish the phenomena of this peculiar reality, unknown to the animal and to man in his state primitive, Plato posed before humanity a problem very difficult, the problem of the nature of these phenomena, of the nature of the world of ideas, of the ideal world. This problem has nothing in common with the problem of the structure of the human body, and less still, with that of the structure of one of the organs of that body, that of the brain. Quite simply, it is not about the problem or the set of phenomena that interests physiologists, both to Plato's contemporaries and to ours. Of course, it is possible to call ideals other things, for example, to a neurodynamic stereotype of certain type, although still weakly studied, but with such a name change, not 1 millimeter is advanced in the solution of the problem that the philosopher actually outlined Plato, designating it by means of the term the ideal, or that is, of the problem of understanding the set itself of facts, for the precise name of which he introduced that term. It is true that later, precisely in the frames of one-sided empiricism, Locke, Berkeley, Hume, and their heirs, the word idea and the adjective ideal derived from it become again a simple collecting denomination of any psychic phenomenon, even of the most ephemeral state psychic of the individual soul. This meaning of the word would also acquire the force of tradition and, as we see, would survive to the present day. But it is linked. 262. Precisely with the fact that the narrow tradition linked precisely to the fact that the close empirical tradition in philosophy simply eliminates the problem posed by Plato, without understanding its essence real, simply turning away as to an invention devoid of any foundation. Therefore, the word the ideal means, within the framework of that tradition empirically, what exists not in fact, but only in the fantasy, only in the form of a psychic state of the isolated personality. This position is linked, terminologically and theoretically, with the representation that in the reality there are only particular things, unique, sensorially perceptible, and that all universal is only a specter of the imagination, a psychic, or psychophysiological, phenomenon and only has its significance in the fact that it is repeated in many acts of the perception of singular things by the individual singular and is conceived by the latter as a certain similarity among many sensory perceived things, such as identity of particular psychic states experienced by the singular person. The blind alleys to which it leads in philosophy this naive position are well known to those who have any news of the critique of one-sided empiricism made by representatives of classical philosophy German. It's not accurate. So, reproduce this review. Let us note, however, that what forced Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel to reject the interpretation empiricist of the ideal and undertake theoretical analysis of this fundamental concept were not the terminological whims, but the need to criticize the essence of this point of view. The question is that the simple identification of the ideal with the psychic in general, habitual during the 17th and 18th centuries, not even offered the possibility of formulating exactly a 263. Especially philosophical problem already perceived by Plato, the problem of the objectivity of theoretical universals of reality, that is, of the nature of the fact of its absolute independence from man and humanity, with respect to the special organization of the human organism, its brain and its psyche, with its ephemeral individual states, in other words, the problem of the veracity of the universal, understood as an invariant law in all the manifold changes of the psychic states, and not only of the isolated personality, but also of integral spiritual formations, of entire eras and peoples. In particular, only within the framework of classical philosophy German, the problem of the ideal was posed throughout its real dimension and in all its dialectical sharpness as problem of the relation of the ideal in general to the overall stuff. As long as by the ideal one understands only what takes place in the individual psyche, in the consciousness individual, in the head of the isolated individual and everything that subtraction is placed under the rubric of the material, this is required by elementary logic, that is included in the kingdom of material phenomena, to which belong the sun and the stars, mountains and rivers, atoms, elements, chemicals and all purely natural phenomena. This classification will be forced to also include in this last kingdom all materially crystallized forms, objectified, of social consciousness, all the historically established and legitimized representations by society about the real world, about reality objective. The books, the statues, the icons, the drawings, the gold coins, the Tsar's crown, the flags, the theatrical shows and their dramaturgical plot are objects that, of course, exist outside the head individual and are perceived by this head, and by hundreds. 264. Of them, as external objects that are offered to the sensory, corporeal, tangible. However, if on this basis you were to include, say Swan Lake or King Lear, in the category of material phenomena, I would make a mistake. Theoretical philosophical principle. Theatrical performance is precisely a representation, in the most exact and precise sense of the word, in the sense that in it is representing something else, someone else. What is it? The brain neurophysiological processes that once took place in the heads of Peter Tchaikovsky and William Shakespeare? Are the ephemeral psychic states of individual personality or of the personalities of the director and actors? Or maybe something more essential? Hegel would answer this question as follows: the substantial content of the time, that is, the spiritual formation in its essential determination. And such answer, despite all the idealism that rests on its foundation, it would be much truer and deeper and, which is more important, closer to conception materialist of the subject, of the nature of the phenomena peculiarities to which we have referred here, on the things in whose body it is tangibly represented, a something else other than what they themselves are. What is it? What is this something represented in the body sensorily perceptible of something else, fact, process, etc.? From the point of view of consistent materialism, this something can only be another material object, since, in general, in the world there is not and cannot be anything else that matter in motion, that the infinite set of bodies, facts, processes and material states. By ideality or the ideal, materialism is compelled to understand that very peculiar correlation and strictly established between two, at least, objects, materials, processes, things, events, states, in which 265. Interior a material body, without ceasing to be what it is, assumes the role of representative of another body, or more exactly, of the universal nature of that object, of its form and regularity, which remain invariant in all its changes, in all its empirical modifications. Undoubtedly, the ideal, understood as form and law of existence and change of multiple phenomena given to the man in a sensory empirical way, in his pure form it is only expressed and fixed in the historically established forms of spiritual culture, in the forms socially significant expressions of him, of his existence, and not in the form of ephemeral states of the psyche of the isolated individual, regardless of how these are subsequently conceived in the manner disembodied. Spiritualist of Descartes or Fichte, or else to the grossly physical way, as brain, typical of Cabanis, Buchner, and Moleschott. Precisely the sphere of phenomena, the world of spiritual culture, collectively created by the men, the world internally organized and dismembered from the universal representations of the men about the real world, historically established and socially crystallized, legitimized, are contrasts with the individual psyche as a very peculiar, as the ideal world in general, as the idealized world. Understood in this way, the ideal cannot be already represented simply as individual psyche repeated many times, as long as it constitutes a reality peculiar sensory suprasensory within which observe many things that in each individual psyche taken in isolation, they do not exist, nor can they exist. It is, however, a world of representations, and not of the real, material, world as exists before, outside and independently of man and the humanity. It is the world as it is represented. 266. In the social, collective, consciousness historically established and historically changing, in the reason collective, impersonal, in the historically established expressions of that reason, in particular, in language, in its terminological arsenal, in the schemes grammatical and syntactic in correspondence with the which words are joined. But not only in the language, but also in the other forms of expression of socially significant representations, including the representation of the ballet that, as is known, dispenses with a verbal text. The great step forward taken by classical philosophy German in the scientific elucidation of the nature of ideality, in its real opposition from principle to everything material, including the material organ of the body human with whose help the real world is idealized, that is, the brain, located in the head of man, is linked precisely to the fact that for the first time after Plato, ideality ceased to be fully understood. Psychologically narrow way, just as it happened in the English empiricism, to the understanding that the ideal in general can in no way be reduced to a simple sum of the psychic states of people individuals and in this way, interpreted merely as a simple collective denomination of those states. This idea was expressed very accurately by Hegel, for whom spirit in general, in the dimension full of this concept, as universal spirit, objective spirit, with all the more reason, as spirit absolute, cannot be represented or understood in any case as a singular soul, often repeated, that is, as psyche. And if the problem of ideality in general coincides with the problem of the spiritual in general, the spiritual, that is, the ideal, is contrasted in general to the natural, not as opposed to soul individual to everything else, but as a reality. 267. Much more solid and stable that remains despite the fact that individual souls arise and disappear, leaving behind times his mark on her and, on others, without leaving her, without to have even come close to the ideality, to the spirit. For this reason, Hegel saw the merit of Plato before the philosophy that in his work the reality of the spirit, insofar as it contrasts with nature, was represented in its supreme truth, was represented precisely as organization of a certain state 5 and not as the organization of some individual soul, of the psyche of a singular person and, even less, of the individual brain. Note in parenthesis that by state, both Hegel like Plato, understood in this case not only a certain political legal organization, not only the state in the contemporary sense of this term, but in general the whole set of norms that regulate the vital activity of the individual in its domestic, intellectual, aesthetic manifestations, in a word, everything that makes up the peculiar culture of certain polis or city-state, of all that today is called culture of the people in general, or their spiritual culture, in particular, the laws of life of the polis given in general. It is precisely about laws in the sense that reflects the Platonic Socrates. This is a must-have into account if one wants to correctly understand the high sense of the concept in which Hegel has this idea of Plato. While the question of the relationship of the ideal with the real is closely understood psychophysiologist, as a question about the relationship of the soul individual and their states with everything else, may not, simply, be correctly and exactly formulated and, still less, resolved. The problem is that, in the rows of everything else that is, of the material, of the real, another individual soul will automatically be included, more even the whole group of such souls, organized in a certain unique spiritual formation, the spiritual culture of a given people, of the state or of an entire epoch, which, in any case, not even minimally, can be understood as a singular soul many times repeated. In this case, it is evident that the everything is not reduced to the sum of its component parts, it is not just one component part repeated many times. The subtle shape of a Gothic church is nothing to be resembles the shape of the brick, whose content is constituted, something similar occurs in the case at hand. On the other hand, no individual soul can directly presenting another soul as the ideal, is only opposed to the other as the set of its tangible corporeal manifestations, immediately materials, even if it is in the form of gestures, mime, word, or acts, or, our time, in the form of the drawings of the oscillograms that graphically represent electrochemistry of the brain. But this is not ideal, but its external corporeal expression, its projection, so to say it, on matter, something material. And the ideal properly, according to this representation, there is as such only in introspection, only in self-observation of the singular soul, only as a state intimate psychic of a unique person, and precisely of my mental state. Precisely for this reason, for the empiricism in general is fatal and, in principle, unsolvable, the famous problem of the other self, is there this in general? For this reason, consistent empiricism does not can to this day get out of the impasse without stumbling out of solipsism and is forced to adopt this silly philosophical stance as a principle consciously established. Such is the case of methodological solipsism of Rudolf Carnap and his followers, including some they don't declare it so openly. That is why empiricism consistently carried out in our days, that is, neopositivism, has declared that. 269. The question of the relation between the ideal in general and the material in general, that is, the question asked of the only educated way possible, is a pseudo-problem. In effect, on the unstable basis of the psychic states of individual personality, this question can never be posed in a minimally rational way. From such assumptions, the very concept of what is ideal in general, as that of the material in general, reason why it is considered a pseudo-concept, a concept without the denoted, without object, a theoretical fiction, a scientifically interminable mirage or, at best of cases, a tolerable hypothesis, a verbal twist traditional or a language modus. In this way, the term the ideal, as well as the term the material, is deprived of the slightest content precisely delineated theory. It ceases to be the designation of a determined sphere, circle, of phenomena and results applicable to any phenomenon from which we take consciousness or psychically experienced, being seen, heard, touched, tasted, or smelled by us. But then we will be in the right to call it material to any phenomenon, if we have into account that we see it precisely as otherness with regarding us and our psychic states, which we perceive as something different from ourselves. From this point of view, no phenomenon by itself, that is, regardless of what we take into account, can be linked to one or the other category. Any phenomenon results, in a relationship, ideal and, in the other, material, in one sense, material and, in another sense, ideal. This has to do, above all, with consciousness in all its manifestations. She can be ideal or material. It all depends on the point of view from which we look. In a sense, an relationship is material. 270. Let us listen to one of the most active adherents of this point of view. Consciousness is ideal by its form and by its content if one takes into account, first of all, its psychic form, correlated with content cognitive, reflected, with the content of the world material as an object of reflection and, secondly, the conscious content of consciousness. Consciousness it is material by its form and by its content, if one takes into account another pair, from the comparisons that we just targeted, but, in addition, consciousness is material for its form and ideal for its content if one has into account, in particular, the correlation between the shape material, in the sense of neurophysiological processes, and the psychic content, in the sense of the inner world of the subject. Thus, everything depends on what is understands in one case or another by form and by content. In correspondence with them, change the meaning of the ideal and the material. In this interpretation, the concepts of the ideal and of the material cease to be theoretical categories that express two strictly determined categories of phenomena objectively differentiated and become simple buzzwords when using them. Each one can take into account one or the other. Another, depending on the circumstances and what is understood for them. Of course, if with the word consciousness designates not consciousness as such, but the neurophysiological processes, consciousness presents itself as material. And if by neurophysiological processes understands consciousness, such processes should be designated as entirely ideal phenomena. It's very simple. If by the term the ideal one has in account the material, then, you get the same as, if by the term the material one begins to take into account counts the ideal. If the first is true, the second also. Only this play on words can't be called dialectic in any way, much less dialectic.